Chapter 1835. On shadowed star, above the limitless ocean, the wind was calm and the waves were calm. Above the vast and boundless sea, a middle-aged man wearing white robes stood high in the air, giving off an extraordinary aura. His eyes were closed as he sensed the surging world energy around him and smelled the aura of world principles, a look of joy appearing on his face. The world energy aura here is quite good, and although the world principles here are not perfect, they are still quite good. After such a long journey, I'll use you to nourish myself, the middle-aged man said as he waved his hands, forming a strange seal. The next moment, his body seemed to become a bottomless pit as he madly swallowed the surrounding world energy. In an instant, the originally calm sea began to undulate and a gust of wind blew. As a large amount of world energy disappeared, something else seemed to disappear from the surface of the sea within a radius of tens of thousands of kilometers. This change made the cultivator feel very uncomfortable and a faint feeling of palpitations welled up in his heart. At Sea Temple's headquarters, on a huge island, the current temple master Jianghu was discussing important matters with many of Sea Temple's higher-ups. Suddenly, he seemed to notice something and raised his head to look in the direction of the middle-aged man, a dignified look on his face. "Temple Master, what is it?" the second temple master asked. Jianghu did not answer, but his expression became more and more dignified. After a while, he stood up and said, "Someone is stirring up trouble on the limitless ocean. Come with this old master to take a look." Saying so, his body shot out like a cannonball, the many masters in the hall exchanging glances with each other before following closely behind. Deep on the seabed, wind instruments and zither resonated as many young sea clan girls sang and danced below, filling the sea god palace with a scene of singing and dancing. Suddenly, the sea god palace, which was tens of thousands of kilometers deep in the sea, suddenly became turbulent, as if a violent earthquake had occurred. The earth shook, and Lai Kong, the palace master of Sea God Palace, who was sitting at the head of the table, suddenly frowned. He looked up. Two dazzling beams of profound light abruptly shot out of his eyes and disappeared in a flash. In the next moment, a vague figure appeared in front of him. Although they were separated by tens of thousands of kilometers, this vague figure still seemed to be aware of his spying. This figure just smiled disdainfully and ignored Lai Kong. Lai Kong was furious and his majestic voice resounded throughout the Sea God Palace. "Who dares act presumptuously on my limitless ocean? Quickly come to Sea God Palace and beg for punishment, this king can spare your life." This voice crossed the barrier of space and passed through the Sea Clan's secret technique directly to the direction of the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man who was madly absorbing the surrounding world coldly snorted as he glared coldly at Lai Kong's direction, "Ant! How dare you speak to this king's face me?" As he spoke, he pressed his fingers together and chopped downwards in a casual and unrestrained manner. Two's palms. However, this finger contained an unimaginable power. The seawater was split apart like a mirror, extending straight to the depths of the sea. Looking down from above, it was as if a huge canyon had appeared on the untroubled sea. The seawater on both sides surged, and there was a large space in the middle, which was a vacuum. See Lai Kong, Sea of the Sea. Huh! Lai Kong's face changed drastically as he was dumbfounded. Just now, he had only glimpsed some of this middle-aged man's physical characteristics through the Sea Clan's secret technique, but he had never expected the other party to so casually split the entire limitless ocean in half. Such means were simply appalling and completely beyond the scope of Lai Kong's imagination. An origin king? Impossible. Even an origin king shouldn't have such powerful ability. The young women of the sea race screamed and fled in all directions. They wanted to rush into the sea to take refuge, but when their bodies touched the edge of the strait, it was as if they had suffered a heavy blow. They all exploded into clouds of blood mist, and there were countless casualties. Many Sea Clan masters were shocked and looked up in horror. The figure standing in the air was like a god, making it impossible to look at him directly. "I told you to come up, didn't you hear me?" This king doesn't want to repeat the same words twice. The middle-aged man showed an impatient look as he snorted lightly and stretched out his hand towards Lai Kong. As soon as this finger appeared, Lai Kong suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. He found that he could not resist at all. This finger was not fast, but it seemed to block all his escape routes. Poo, Lai Kong coughed up a mouthful of blood, and in the next moment, he felt himself being imprisoned by an invisible force and was sent flying upwards at an extremely fast speed. Palace Master. Many Sea clan masters shouted from below, but none of them dared to act rashly. Lai Kong was the strongest master in Sea God Palace, but even he was easily captured by this man, so they would only be courting death if they went up. In an instant, a feeling of despair began to spread. No one knew where this middle-aged man came from. What kind of cultivation did he possess? The only thing they knew was that this man definitely had the power to destroy all of Shadowed Star. In just a few breaths of time, Lai Kong was dragged across a distance of several tens of thousands of kilometers and arrived in front of the middle-aged man. Kneel. The middle-aged man did not even look at him and simply spat out 2 words lightly. Lai Kong clearly did not feel any trace of the middle-aged man using his strength, but those 2 words rang in his mind like a bell, as if they were some kind of incantation ordering him to obey. Lai Kong's knees went soft and he almost knelt down in front of this man. Suddenly, Lai Kong's eyes turned red as he roared, "This king is the palace master of Sea God Palace, how can he kneel to you? If I do, what face will my Sea God Palace have left?" Desperately urging his strength, Lai Kong's burly body began to emit white qi visible to the naked eye. Because of the tremendous pressure, his skin began to crack inch by inch and blood dyed his body red. The middle-aged man looked at him coldly and said lightly, "That's not up to you. Even if this king dies, he won't let you get what you want." Lai Kong roared, the veins on his forehead bulging as he vowed to die. Pa pa pa. A series of explosions suddenly came from Lai Kong's legs, and along with them, from the knees down, his legs exploded into powder. The intense pain caused Lai Kong's fighting spirit to soar even higher as he gritted his teeth and, although his appearance was miserable, laughed loudly, "This king's legs are gone, so how can you make me kneel? Maybe in your next life." The middle-aged man frowned as a slightly moved look appeared on his face. "I didn't expect you to have such perseverance and backbone. Fine, I'll spare your life for now and slowly deal with you later." Saying so, he waved his hand and a bubble-like thing flew out and directly wrapped around Lai Kong. No matter how Lai Kong struggled, he could not escape from this bubble. Not far away, Jianghu arrived with a group of masters from Sea Temple, but after witnessing the horrifying scene just now, everyone's heart sank. The people of Sea Temple were well aware of Lai Kong's strength. After all, the 2 great forces had been competing on the limitless ocean for countless years, so it was not an exaggeration to say that they knew each other's background. Lai Kong had always been regarded as Sea Temple's #1 enemy and the most difficult to deal with. Even if Jianghu took action personally, he was not confident he could kill Lai Kong on the sea. But now, the leader of the Sea clan, the master of Sea God Palace, a character who could shake the heavens and shake the earth, was as laughable as a baby in front of a strange middle-aged man. Not only was he unable to resist, but his legs had also exploded. This made Jianghu and the others grieve for the loss of their kind. "Retreat!" Jianghu saw that something was wrong and quickly shouted, preparing to leave this place as soon as possible. The fact that this middle-aged man could easily capture Lai Kong was not something he could resist. "Since you've come, don't even think about leaving." The middle-aged man sneered, "This senior just wants to absorb some of this world's source strength. If you had stayed here obediently, this senior wouldn't have bothered to make trouble with you, but since you are courting death, this senior doesn't mind sending you on your way." Saying so, he swung his palm in the direction of Jianghu and the others. It was as if he was swatting a mosquito. The world energy in the surrounding area condensed at this moment, forming a huge palm print that fell down fiercely. An aura of death instantly filled the air, causing Jianghu and the others to go pale as they all looked up at the giant hand that covered the sky, none of them able to summon the will to resist. Where did this guy come from? Jianghu was on the verge of death, but he was still puzzled. This man was so strong, who could possibly deal with him? Shadowed Star had just experienced a tribulation, was it about to face another one? At this moment, the figure of Yang Kai suddenly appeared in his mind. Perhaps, only that little brat could deal with this person. However, as soon as this idea appeared, Jianghu immediately rejected it. That little brat was indeed strong, but compared with this person in front of him, there was still an insurmountable gap. The palm instantly descended above them, and some of the sea temple cultivators with lower cultivations burst apart before they could even touch it, dying tragically on the spot. Even someone like Jianghu felt intense pain all over his body. Cracking sounds came from his body as countless bones broke. Scatter! A low shout suddenly rang out. It was just a single word, yet it seemed to contain the supreme grand Tao, and it had the shocking effect of having the words and actions follow the law. The world energy around them suddenly became chaotic, and the huge palm that was covering Jianghu and the others dissipated with this shout. The sky was clear again, and Jianghu and the others, having just survived this disaster, greedily felt the warmth of the sun as looks of disbelief appeared on their faces. Oh! The middle-aged man's indifferent face finally showed a look of interest as he turned his head towards the source of the voice and grinned, "It's you, ha 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 ha, this senior didn't go looking for you, but you delivered yourself to his doorstep. Good, very good, you've saved this senior a lot of trouble. I'll make sure to send you on your way in a moment." Yang Kai frowned as he looked at the pieces of flesh floating down from the sky, then at the miserable state of Lai Kong, and said with a sullen expression, "You came a little too late." Yang Kai. Jianghu was overjoyed and exclaimed. Sect Master Yang. Lai Kong was also inside the bubble and smiled bitterly at Yang Kai. Chapter 1836. Jianghu and Yang Kai met on Serene Soul Island and had some friendship with each other, while Lai Kong also knew Yang Kai because of his business relationship with High Heaven Sect. When Yang Kai left the seabed last time, the Sea Clan's little princess had given him a sea god bead, which contained the source of the sea and was perfect for cultivating the 5 elements' indestructible sword-tempering art. At this moment, after seeing Yang Kai, both Jianghu and Lai Kong could not help feeling overjoyed but also extremely anxious. Jianghu hurriedly said, "Yang Kai, leave this place quickly, this person is not someone you can resist." "Old Xia, rest assured." Yang Kai smiled at him, "Since I came here, naturally I would not be unprepared. Moreover, he came here for me, so it seems I've implicated you." Old Xia and Palace Master Lai Kong, withdraw. Saying so, Yang Kai waved his hand. An invisible force wrapped around Jianghu, and in the next moment, he found that he and the many masters from Sea Temple were teleported 10,000 kilometers away while the bubble that had enveloped Lai Kong burst. By the time Lai Kong recovered, he had safely returned to Sea God Palace. Palace Master. Many Sea Clan masters were overjoyed and quickly rushed up. Several Sea Clan elders quickly took out healing pills from their space rings and fed them to Lai Kong. "Star Master? You also refined the source of this cultivation star?" The middle-aged man's eyes lit up as he looked at Yang Kai in surprise. If not for him being a Star Master, Yang Kai would never have been able to accomplish such a miraculous feat with his first-order Origin King cultivation. The moment Yang Kai waved his hand, the middle-aged man clearly noticed the fluctuations of principal strength. What? Sect Master Yang is actually the Star Master of Shadowed Star? Although the people from Sea Temple and Sea God Palace were watching from a distance, they still heard the middle-aged man's words clearly, and at that moment, all of them wore looks of shock and excitement. This was especially true for Lai Kong and Jianghu, after learning that Yang Kai was actually Shadowed Star's Star Master. Their eyes, which had been filled with despair, suddenly lit up. If Yang Kai was a Star Master, in this world, he might really be able to fight this inexplicable enemy. Kid. This senior is talking to you. Are you deaf? The middle-aged man saw that Yang Kai didn't have any intention of paying attention to him. His face sank and he gritted his teeth. What kind of noble status did he have? What kind of strength did he have? He had taken the initiative to speak to a first-order origin king brat, but the other party actually ignored him, which made him a little angry. It was only then that Yang Kai turned his head to look at him. He casually picked his ear and said, "What did you just say?" "Sorry, the wind is strong at sea, so I didn't hear you clearly." "Say it again." Sha Hu, Lai Kong, and the others were speechless. They could hear it clearly from thousands of miles away. Yang Kai was so close, how could he not hear it? He was clearly looking down on the other party. In his heart, Yang Kai was secretly pleased, feeling that Yang Kai had brought face to Shadowed Star's cultivator, but at the same time, he was also secretly worried. Was it really okay to provoke the other party like this? Arrogant brat. The middle-aged man chuckled, "This senior must congratulate you. You have successfully angered this senior, so you won't die so easily. Whether I die or not has nothing to do with you, but you're going to die soon." Yang Kai grinned meaningfully. Facing this enemy whose depths he couldn't even fathom, Yang Kai wasn't afraid. "Your courage is admirable, but courage without strength is not enough." The middle-aged man raised a finger and waved it towards Yang Kai. "Boy, hand over the soul-warming lotus and star obediently, and if this senior is in a good mood, he may leave you with an intact corpse. Otherwise, this senior doesn't mind letting you taste all the torture in this world. You want them? If you want them, come and get them yourself. Let's see if you have the ability." Yang Kai still maintained a straight face. Stubborn fool. The middle-aged man didn't seem to have much patience. Seeing Yang Kai's stubborn look, he snorted coldly. Releasing a powerful divine sense from his knowledge sea, he sent out a powerful burst of divine sense. This burst of divine sense flowed towards Yang Kai. Whether it was the soul-warming lotus or star, they were both in Yang Kai's knowledge sea. If the middle-aged man wanted to snatch them, he could only start from his knowledge sea. Kai Yang's complexion finally changed. He felt as if his knowledge sea had been ruthlessly struck by some kind of force. His entire body suddenly became dizzy, a wave of nausea and palpitation spread throughout his body. His face couldn't help but turn somewhat pale. Hong, after an invisible collision, a sealing array suddenly appeared in Yang Kai's knowledge sea, accompanied by an inexplicable barrier, directly blocking the middle-aged man's divine sense. What? The middle-aged man was taken aback. He thought that with his strength, he could easily invade this boy's knowledge sea and seize the soul-warming lotus and star, but how could he have known that this boy's knowledge sea had a barrier that made him shudder, blocking his prying? "Boy, you have a lot of secrets." The middle-aged man glared at Yang Kai, a fierce light flashing across his face. "Fine, wait until this senior captures you and studies you." Saying so, he suddenly stretched out his hand to grab Yang Kai. The space around Yang Kai seemed to be completely sealed as a powerful force tightly imprisoned him, dragging him to the middle-aged man's side. Yang Kai sensed that something was wrong and desperately urged his space secret technique while at the same time mobilizing the star source strength, using it to disperse the seal around him before quickly retreating. "Slow down, your opponent is not me." When Yang Kai reappeared, he was already 1,000 meters away, looking at the middle-aged man calmly with a gloating smile on his face. "What a joke, is there a cultivator more powerful than you here? If even you don't dare fight this senior, who can stop me?" The middle-aged man sneered, remaining unmoved. "Your opponent is me." From the void, a clear female voice suddenly rang out. This voice was faintly discernible, as if it was coming from all directions. The middle-aged man was shocked and for the first time showed a look of shock as he shouted, "Who is it?" A layer of ripples appeared in the sky, as if a stone had been thrown into a calm lake. From the center of the ripples, a woman in a black robe slowly walked out. Following closely behind her was a little girl who looked to be about 15 to 16 years old. Her hair was tied up in 2 ponytails, and she looked beautiful and pleasant. As soon as this little girl appeared, her bright eyes looked around, and in the next moment, she smiled and beckoned to Yang Kai, Uncle's sect master. Yun, come here. Yang Kai also beckoned to her. Lin Yun, glanced at Yang Inflammation, and seeing her nod gently, she rushed over to Yang Kai's side. Uncle sect master, I haven't seen you for half a year, Yun, I missed you so much. Lin Yun said innocently, seemingly unaware of the treacherous situation here as she came to Yang Kai's side and began acting coquettishly. Uncle also missed you. That's not right, when did I really become your uncle? Yang Kai looked at Lin Yun with some dissatisfaction. Call me big brother, I'm not that old yet. If I call you big brother sect master, what should you call martial uncle Yang Inflammation? Lin Yun looked at Yang Kai slyly. Forget it, just call me uncle. Yang Kai wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. In the distance, Shahu, Lai Kong, and the others were speechless as they thought to themselves, what kind of situation is this? Why aren't these two acting properly yet? Moreover, what was the origin of this woman in black robes? How did she appear here? What was going on Shadowed Star? In the past, there wasn't even an Origin King Realm Master, but today, masters were popping up one after another. It was like plucking a radish from the ground, an incredible sight. Uncle Sect Master, can't you beat that bad guy? Lin Yun looked up at the middle-aged man in the sky and asked Yang Kai. I'm not his opponent, Yang Kai admitted. He couldn't even see through his opponent's depths, let alone fight him. Even if he was the Star Master of Shadowed Star and had the advantage of both heaven and earth, Yang Kai estimated that if he really fought with this man, he would die without a doubt. In this world, only one person could subdue him. Yang Kai turned his eyes to Yang Inflammation, a strong desire surging from the depths of his heart, a desire to reach the highest level of the martial Tao. It doesn't matter, martial uncle Yang Inflammation will deal with him. Yun will cultivate well, and if anyone bullies you in the future, Yun will stand up for you. Lin Yun patted her well-developed chest and promised. Then I'll have to rely on you in the future, Yang Kai laughed. Up in the sky, the middle-aged man showed a dignified expression after Yang Inflammation appeared. He didn't know why, but he felt that this woman in black robes gave off a very dangerous aura, one that he could not resist. It was as if as long as he fought with her, his end would be very miserable. Yang Inflammation, on the other hand, remained calm and indifferent as she stared at him. Large beads of sweat flowed down the middle-aged man's forehead as he took a deep breath and tried to calm down before cupping his fists and asking, "May I ask who your excellency is?" "It's none of your business." Yang Inflammation replied faintly, glancing at the lines on the middle-aged man's robes and frowning, "Are you from Falling Star Sect?" The middle-aged man trembled as he stared at Yang Inflammation incredulously. "You know my sect? It seems you really are from the star boundary. Could it be you are from this star territory?" "No." Yang Inflammation didn't wait for him to finish and interrupted him, "Since you know some etiquette, surrender yourself. This queen doesn't want to bully the weak." "You want me to surrender?" The middle-aged man seemed to have heard some kind of joke and his expression became fierce as he ground his teeth. "I don't care who you are, but since you are not the guardian of this star territory, don't meddle in other people's business. This Wuxia Xianxia has never failed to obtain anything he wants." "Is that so? Then I'm afraid you'll be disappointed this time. With this queen here, you won't be able to take anything away and will instead lose your life." Yang Inflammation still wore an indifferent expression, unmoved. "Does your excellency insist on opposing my Falling Star sect?" Wuxia Xianxia grit his teeth and shouted. "So what if it's Falling Star sect? Even that old dog Yu Heling doesn't dare act presumptuously in front of this queen, so you keep mentioning the Falling Star sect. Do you think that a mere falling star sect can suppress this consort? What a joke! Yang Inflammation sneered. Chapter 1837. Wu Xingfeng's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. You know my sect master. The Yu He Ling that Yang Yen spoke of was Falling Star sect master. Wu Xingfeng was really panicking this time. This inexplicable woman's tone was greater than the heavens and her cultivation was unfathomable. He was afraid, she really was not someone he could provoke. The sense of superiority he had just felt instantly disappeared and Wu Xingfeng's expression changed dramatically as cold sweat gradually oozed from his forehead. I'll give you 3 breaths of time. If you can't satisfy this queen will take action herself, Yang Yen said, raising a finger and counting down, 1. This countdown was low and heavy, causing an extremely oppressive atmosphere to descend, causing Wu Xingfeng to panic. Wait, if you have something to say, let's talk. 2. Yang Yen remained unmoved. Don't go too far. My falling star sect is not to be trifled with, so what if you are stronger than me? I have already inquired clearly that there is no guardian in this star territory, so why are you meddling in other people's business? 3. Yang Yen softly spat out a single word before suddenly appearing in front of Wu Xingfeng. *Pa*. No one saw what happened clearly, only hearing a crisp sound before Wu Xingfeng was sent flying, half of his face instantly swollen. You dare hit me? Wu Xingfeng shouted, his tone filled with grief and indignation. *Pa*. Wu Xingfeng, who had just regained his footing, was sent flying again, the right side of his face beginning to swell. Bitch, don't think I'm afraid of you, this senior only thought you were a woman, *Pa*. Enough. *Pa*. Don't hit people in the face, Pa. Young lady, leave some leeway so we can meet again in the future. *Pa*. Senior, please show mercy, Pa. Woo. I was wrong, senior, I was wrong, I admit defeat, please stop, don't hit me. 10,000 kilometers away, Shahu, Lai Kong, and the others at the bottom of the sea were all dumbfounded. Even Yang Kai and Lin Yun's jaws dropped as they stared blankly at the extremely comical scene in the sky. The awe-inspiring Wu Xingfeng from before, a master who almost no one could stop, was now like a 3-year-old child in front of Yang Inflammation, unable to put up any resistance. No matter how he tried to dodge, Yang Inflammation would hit him hard every time. A crisp sound entered everyone's ears as they listened to Wu Xingfeng's struggles and pleas for mercy, causing everyone's hearts to fill with excitement. Gulp. Yang Kai swallowed a mouthful of saliva and quietly poked Lin Yun, asking, Girl, has your martial uncle Yang Inflammation been in a bad mood recently? Yes. Lin Yun nodded her head like a chick pecking rice, a look of fear on her face. Martial uncle has been reticent recently, and his mood is indeed not very good. How pitiful, Yang Kai sighed slightly. Up in the sky, Wu Xingfeng's face had been slapped into a pig's head, as if he had been stung by countless poisonous bees, a ridiculous sight to behold. His imposing aura had completely disappeared as he stood in front of Yang Yen, his head drooping as he stood motionless, as if he had resigned himself to his fate. Yang Inflammation looked at him faintly and said, Originally, you dared to violate the star boundaries prohibitions, so I wanted to take your life. Hearing this, Wu Xingfeng trembled as he stared at Yang Inflammation in horror, squeezing out a smile that was uglier than crying, cupping his hands and pleading, Senior, please be magnanimous, this is the first time I have come to a lower star territory, so please spare my life. Humph. Yang Inflammation coldly snorted, If not for this, do you think you would still be alive? However, while you may be exempt from death, you cannot escape punishment. You will return to the star boundary with me and guard the star door for 3,000 years to make up for your crimes. 3,000 years? Wu Xingfeng was shocked. Guarding the star door for 3,000 years was extremely boring, and because of the spirit array around the star door, it was impossible to cultivate. If he really wasted 3,000 years, what kind of future would he have? Do you have any objections? Yang Inflammation looked at him coldly. No, no. Wu Xingfeng shook his head quickly. Junior does not dare disobey senior's orders. This is Junior's honor. Ha, ha ha, don't think this queen doesn't know what you're thinking. Yang Inflammation sneered. Do you think that when you return to the star boundary, all you have to do is ask that old dog Yu Heling to come forward and take you back? If you really think so, you are gravely mistaken. If Yu Heling dares to come forward, this queen will make him guard the star door for 3,000 years. Wu Xingfeng's eyes immediately bulged, filled with horror as he called out, Senior, who are you? His sect master, Yu Heling, was a well-known figure in the star boundary, but from the tone of this woman's voice, it was not difficult to hear that she did not put him in her eyes at all. Throughout the entire star boundary territory, there were probably no more than 50 people who had the ability and qualifications to speak in such a manner. Besides the top 10 masters, every one of them was an Emperor Realm Master. Is this queen someone you can ask who she is? Yang Inflammation coldly snorted, waving her hand and summoning a palace-like artifact in front of her. Sending a seal to Wu Xingfeng, she shouted, Get in. The next moment, Wu Xingfeng was wrapped in a strange force and involuntarily rushed towards the palace-like artifact. The Emperor Garden. As soon as Wu Xingfeng saw this palace-like artifact, he called out in shock, So you are. Before he could finish speaking, his body was swallowed up by the artifact. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes at the palace-like artifact and discovered that it was the Emperor Garden that had been suspended above High Heaven Sect all this time. However, with Yang Inflammation's awakening, the Emperor Garden had been taken back by her. Wu Xingfeng was easily subdued, but Sha Hu, Lai Kong, and the others did not dare to step forward to express their gratitude, instead standing in place with dignified expressions. They knew that a cultivator of this level was not someone they could come into contact with. What they had seen and heard today had exceeded the scope of Shadowed Star's countless years of history. Perhaps today's battle would be written down as a legend. Mid-air, Yang Kai stared at Yang Inflammation and suddenly found that this woman seemed to be standing higher than the heavens. He needed to crane his neck just to see her vague shadow, a feeling that made him feel a little uncomfortable. Yang Inflammation did not speak and instead stood quietly in place, staring at Yang Kai quietly. After a long silence, she said, I should go. Return to the star boundary? Yang Kai frowned and asked. Yang Inflammation nodded, I have my own guardian star territory, but haven't visited it for tens of thousands of years. I don't know how it is now or whether it has been invaded. Me staying here for so long was an accident. Yang Kai nodded lightly, indicating he understood. If he wants to go to the star boundary, the 9-star Emperor tokens are the key. When I came here, I cut off the connection between this star territory and the star gate. Only the 9-star Emperor tokens can reopen it. If you want your family and friends to live a peaceful life, pursue a higher martial Dao. Otherwise, one day, someone like Wu Xingfeng will come and you won't be able to resist. As Yang Inflammation spoke, she gently flicked her finger and a fluorescent light flew towards Yang Kai like a firefly. This is the method to open the channel, whether you want to leave or stay is up to you. Yang Kai stood still, allowing the firefly light to enter his knowledge sea, and in the next moment, he felt something appear in his mind. Yang Inflammation waved his hand again and Lin Yun, who was standing next to Yang Kai, let out a soft cry as she was drawn to Yang Inflammation's side. Yun-er's talent is extraordinary and is very suitable for the secret art inheritance of a friend of mine, so I will take her with me. Yang Inflammation took a deep look at Yang Kai before his figure flickered and disappeared from Yang Kai's field of vision. I hope to see you again in the star boundary. Yang Inflammation's voice rang out from the sky. Yang Kai opened his mouth to speak, but in the end, he just let out a sigh and stood there in a daze. The limitless ocean regained its calm again. After a long time, Sha Hu and Lai Kong cautiously flew to Yang Kai's side, the former constantly looking around and asking in a trembling voice, "Yang Kai, that's senior." She, "Don't ask, and don't think too much, I have nothing to say." Yang Kai waved his hand. Xianghu nodded, knowing that he had asked something he shouldn't have. Yang Kai glanced at Lai Kong and said, "Palace Master Lai Kong, if you have time, go to High Heaven Sect and ask my little senior sister to refine a yellow heaven pill for you. That thing should be able to regrow your severed limbs." Lai Kong's eyes bulged as he was overjoyed and bowed deeply. "Many thanks, Star Master." Lai Kong is eternally grateful. From now on, Sea God Palace will follow Star Master's lead. Before this, he didn't know that Yang Kai was the Star Master, but now that he learned that Yang Kai was Shadowed Star's Star Master and had been promised a yellow heaven pill, Lai Kong didn't dare to show any neglect and quickly pledged his loyalty. Xianghu's expression changed slightly before he quickly cupped his fists and said, "My Sea Temple will also do the same. In the future, if Star Master has any instructions for us, Master, Sea Temple will do our best to help." "Many thanks." Yang Kai nodded lightly, no longer in the mood to talk to them, instead closing his eyes and quietly perceiving his surroundings. He could feel that Yang Yen and Lin Yun were gradually leaving Shadowed Star. He didn't know where they were going, but Yang Kai knew that their final destination was the mysterious star boundary. After a stick of incense worth of time, the auras of Yang Yen and Lin Yun completely disappeared from Yang Kai's perception, leaving Shadowed Star and entering the vast territory of the star boundary. Opening his eyes, Yang Kai waved to Xianghu and Lai Kong dispiritedly before his figure flickered and disappeared. After a few leaps, Yang Kai returned to First Heavenly Palace in High Heaven Sect and entered retreat. Not many people knew about the battle where Yang Yen taught Wuxia Xianxia a lesson. Only some masters from the Limitless Ocean's two great forces who were present at the time witnessed it. However, under the strict orders of Xianghu and Lai Kong, no one dared to discuss the matter lightly, so this battle was buried in the tide of history, with only the core ancient books of the two great forces recording it. Rs. Chapter 1838. Sect Master hasn't come out yet? Inside 100 Flowers Peak, Yixiyun sipped her tea leisurely and asked Wu Yi. She had returned to High Heaven Sect 3 months ago and, as Yang Kai had expected, lived up to everyone's expectations. When she returned, Yixiyun had already broken through to the Origin King realm. She was the strongest master on Shadowed Star and had been stuck at the peak of the Origin Returning realm for many years. After peeping into the mysteries of Shadowed Star's territory, she had taken the initiative to stay in High Heaven Sect to protect Yang Yen. If not for this, she would have been able to break through together with Qian Tong when Yang Kai first left Shadowed Star. Wu Yi had also broken through to the Origin Returning realm more than a month ago and had been listening to Yixiyun's teachings during this time, so she immediately replied, "Not yet." Since Sect Master returned 2 months ago, he has been in retreat in First Heavenly Palace and has not even seen the two madams. Yixiyun nodded lightly, but just as she was about to check the results of Wu Yi's cultivation these days, she suddenly raised her head and looked in a certain direction, her expression solemn as she asked, "Is that the direction of First Heavenly Palace? What happened to Sect Master?" Wu Yi was shocked. "It doesn't look like something has happened. The world energy seems to be gathering in that direction. Could it be Sect Master is breaking through?" Even Yixiyun, who had a calm temperament, was taken aback by her own guess. How long had it been? She had heard that Sect Master had only broken through to the Origin King realm 1 or 2 years ago, so how could he have broken through again so quickly? "I'll go take a look." As soon as she said this, Yixiyun disappeared. Outside First Heavenly Palace, a figure wrapped in a thick black fog was already standing there. Yixiyun glanced at him in surprise before stepping forward and calling out, "Senior brother." Gue Zhu turned around and replied with a smile, "Junior sister Yi." Although the two had only known each other for a short time, they were both Origin Kings. Both of them were from High Heaven Sect, so they referred to each other as brother and junior sister. After Yixiyun broke through to the Origin King realm, her position as Great Elder was automatically removed. She was now a Supreme Elder on par with Guizhu. As such, the two's status was the same. Junior Sister Yi also noticed the situation here. Come and take a look. Look at the direction of the flow of spiritual energy. It seemed like he was about to advance. However, I remember hearing Big Brother say before that Sect Master broke through to the Origin King realm less than a year ago, so why is he breaking through again so soon? Who knows? Guizhu spread his hands. I don't understand either. This brat. Cough cough, Sect Master, he can't be judged by common sense. Yi Shiyun frowned. Although Sect Master is a genius who broke through to the Origin King realm at such a young age, if he breaks through too frequently in a short time, I'm afraid his foundation will become unstable. She couldn't help but worry about Yang Kai. The Origin King realm was not an ordinary realm. It was normal for geniuses among cultivators to make continuous breakthroughs in lower realms. However, after reaching the Origin King realm, if a cultivator wanted to make further progress, they would have to take it one step at a time. Only then would there be no worries. In the Star Territory, many Origin King realm masters were stuck in the First Order realm their entire lives, unable to pry into the higher realms of the martial Dao. Yang Kai's breakthrough speed was simply too fast, so fast that it made Yi Shiyun feel uneasy. Guizhu hesitated for a moment before saying, Sect Master is not the kind of person who is greedy for merit. If he dares to make a breakthrough at this time, he should have something he can rely on. It's useless for you and me to worry about him here. Now that things have gotten to this point, we'll know when he comes out. Big Brother is right. Yi Shiyun took a deep breath and stared at the gate of First Heavenly Palace. A large amount of world energy gathered towards First Heavenly Palace, and although it was only a breakthrough of a minor realm and there was no world energy baptism, the scene was still magnificent. Almost all the disciples of High Heaven sect noticed the abnormality in First Heavenly Palace, and not long after, Yang Kai's family and friends stood behind Yi Shiyun and Guizhu, all of them staring forward nervously. The rich world energy poured into First Heavenly Palace and soon disappeared, as if it had been swallowed up. This situation lasted for half a day before Yang Kai's roar suddenly rang out from First Heavenly Palace, and an aura that seemed to be even more powerful than Guizhu's filled the air. Everyone felt their knees buckle and they were almost crushed to the ground, but fortunately, this aura only lasted for a brief moment before disappearing. Guizhu's eyes lit up as he muttered, he can control and release as he pleases. Junior sister, it seems we were worried for nothing. Yi Shiyun also finally showed a relaxed look, but she still didn't dare to act carelessly and said, let's wait for Sect Master to come out before we can make a decision. At that moment, the gate of First Heavenly Palace opened with a bang and Yang Kai's figure appeared. Yi Shiyun and Guizhu immediately released their divine senses and probed towards Yang Kai. After a while, the two exchanged a glance and smiled knowingly. The energy fluctuations coming from Yang Kai's body were stable and there were no signs of him breaking through too quickly, causing his foundation to become unstable. Seeing this, the two of them finally felt completely relieved. So many people? Yang Kai stared at the familiar faces in front of him in amazement before cupping his fists and saying with a wry smile, sorry, I accidentally broke through and disturbed everyone. Accidentally, many people glared at Yang Kai. Although most of the people present were Saint Kings with only a few Origin returning realm masters present, they also knew the power of the Origin King realm. Breaking through to the Origin King realm was extremely difficult, so when they heard Yang Kai's words, they couldn't help feeling that something was wrong. Congratulations, Sect Master, Guizhu laughed. Sect Master's aptitude is truly something this elder has never seen before. Sect Master, how did you suddenly break through? Yi Shiyun was also puzzled. It's nothing, I was originally at the peak of the First Order realm, but I suddenly understood something, Yang Kai replied with a smile. The main reason was that the strength of Yang Inflammation and Wuxing Foam had greatly stimulated Yang Kai. Although he knew that the Origin King realm was not the peak of the martial Dao before, he didn't think too much about it, but the emergence of Wu Xingfeng made Yang Kai feel a sense of crisis. After sitting in meditation for a month, recalling the pressure Wu Xingfeng put on him, he finally made a breakthrough. Just as he had said to Lin Yuhao and Yi Zhengkai in Nine Heaven's Holy Land, a cultivator's path was one that allowed them to forge ahead. After figuring out the problems that had been lingering in his mind, Yang Kai's realm naturally improved. "Everyone, please go back, everything is fine now." Yang Kai cupped his fist slightly to the crowd before they slowly dispersed. "Two elders, please wait, I have something to discuss with you," Yang Kai called out again. Guizhu and Yishiyun paused and looked at Yang Kai suspiciously. After everyone left, Yishiyun asked, "What instructions does Sect Master have for us?" "I have something here, take a look," Yang Kai said as he stretched out his hands towards Yishiyun and Guizhu. The two of them nodded thoughtfully but did not try to dodge or resist, instead allowing Yang Kai to reach out and touch their heads. The next moment, a stream of information was transmitted to their knowledge seas and Guizhu and Yishiyun closed their eyes to investigate. A moment later, Guizhu's body shook and his eyes flew open. "Star boundary? There is a star boundary above the star territory? Is that senior really one of the great emperors of Star Field?" It wasn't until this moment that Guizhu understood that Yang Inflammation was really one of the legendary great emperors, because the information Yang Kai gave him had clearly stated so. Yi Shiyun, on the other hand, was not too shocked. After all, she had long known the identity of Yang Inflammation. Instead, she frowned and said, "Sect Master, according to the method left by Master, if one wants to go to the star boundary, one must collect 9 Star Emperor tokens and have 6 third-order origin kings pour their strength into them in order to stimulate the power of the stars and open the star door. Are you planning to go to the star boundary?" Yang Kai nodded, "Indeed. Is it because of the Guardian Master mentioned?" Yi Shiyun asked. "That's not the entire reason." Yang Kai shook his head, a look of contemplation appearing on his face. "It's just that as a cultivator, you have embarked on this path. Don't you yearn for a higher martial Dao?" Yi Shiyun's beautiful eyes lit up with a strange light as she nodded heavily. "That's right." Yang Kai grinned, being satisfied with the status quo will only lead to stagnant progress. "If I had stayed, would have been able to cultivate to the third-order origin king realm sooner or later, standing at the peak of this star territory, but so what? Any random master like Wu Xingfeng would be able to trample me under his feet." If Yang Kai was so easily satisfied, he would have stayed in the central capital, in Tongxian realm, and there would be no High Heaven sect today. But the conditions for opening the star door are so harsh, how can you satisfy them? Guizhu frowned, "Not to mention the 9 Star Emperor tokens. With your ability, it is very likely you can collect all of them, but 6 third-order origin kings, where are you going to find them? In the entire star territory, there are no more than 6 third-order origin kings, and even if there are, they are all reclusive and untraceable. Where there's a will, there's a way." Yang Kai grinned and patted Guizhu on the shoulder. "Elder, I've included you." "Me?" Guizhu was shocked and quickly waved his hand. "This old master knows himself best. Although it is not impossible for me to break through to the third-order origin king realm in this lifetime, I don't know when that will happen." 10 years. In 10 years, Elder must break through to the third-order origin realm. Yang Kai's expression became solemn. "I will ask little senior sister to fully cooperate with you. There will be an unlimited supply of spirit pills for your cultivation, but Elder must not act rashly out of greed." 10 years. Guizhu frowned and pondered for a while before suddenly nodding heroically. "Good, this old master will enter retreat for 10 years. I will definitely not disappoint Sect Master's expectations." Yang Kai then looked at Yi Shiyun with a smile and said, "You too, in 10 years, if you can break through to the third order, you will come with me to the star boundary." "I'll do my best," Yi Shiyun nodded bitterly. Having said that, she also knew that it was absolutely impossible. She had just broken through to the first-order origin king realm, so how could she break through to the third order in 10 years? Unless she had the same aptitude and opportunity as Yang Kai. Even if all three of us meet the conditions, where will we find three more? Gue Zhu became worried again. There's no need to rush to find them, I'll first collect all the Star Emperor tokens. Yang Kai smiled lightly, I will be leaving Shadowed Star in a few days, so the sect will be entrusted to the two of you. Sect Master can rest assured, with Big Brother and I here, no one will dare act presumptuously, Yishiyun smiled lightly. Chapter 1839. Purple Heaven Star, one of the three great forces in Star Territory, was the home star of Purple Star. Along with Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce's Water Moon Star and Sword Union Sword Star, it was one of the top three cultivation stars in Star Territory. These three cultivation stars were far ahead of the other cultivation stars in terms of the richness of their world energy, the richness of their materials, and the average level of their cultivator. If cultivation stars were divided into grades, then Tong Xian Realm would undoubtedly be the lowest while Shadowed Star would be ranked in the middle. None of them could be compared to these three cultivation stars. Purple Star City covered an incalculable area. It was vast and boundless, with magnificent buildings and spacious streets crisscrossing each other. On both sides of the streets, there was a wide variety of shops and cultivator lines. This was Purple Star's headquarters. For any Purple Star cultivator, this was a city that symbolized honor and belonging. Purple Star City was located on top of an excellent earth vein, so the world energy in the city was not inferior to that of spirit mountains and rivers. The inner city was even more abundant and was the core area of Purple Star, where only important Purple Star personnel could enter. On this day, a stream of light shot over from a very distant place and suddenly stopped 1,000 meters or so away from Purple Star City. The light dissipated, revealing the figure of a young man. It was Yang Kai who had rushed here. From High Heaven Sect, although he had saved a lot of time by using the cross-cultivation star space array twice, it still took Yang Kai half a year to fly to Purple Heaven Star from Star Territory alone. His purpose for coming here was very simple, the Star Emperor token in Purple Star's vault. Of course, it would be even better if he could obtain other gains. After all, the Star Emperor token was hidden in Purple Star's vault, so it was impossible for there to be only one token. Releasing his divine sense. After a slight probe, Yang Kai was secretly shocked by the magnificence of Purple Star City. With such a scale, it was likely only a great force could build and maintain such a scale. The city walls were about 300 meters high. It was unknown what material the city wall was made of, but Yang Kai could clearly feel the aura of a powerful restriction from it. It was not hard to imagine that if foreign enemies came to humiliate them, Purple Star City could activate its spirit array to resist them. However, Yang Kai reckoned that no one would dare to come here and look for trouble. Is this Purple Star City? Yang Kai seemed to be muttering to himself as he squinted towards the front. In the next moment, a fawning voice sounded in his ear, Young Master Yang. This is indeed our Purple Star's headquarters, Purple Star City. Young Master Yang's speed is truly amazing. I didn't even feel like much time had passed yet you've already arrived here. The voice was extremely soft and was transmitted through divine sense. Besides Yang Kai, no one else could have heard it. It was none other than Zi Donglai, who was hiding in the soul-sustaining bowl. Yang Kai daring to break into Purple Star's headquarters alone naturally wasn't because he was brainless and hot-blooded. His biggest reliance was the information Zi Donglai could provide him and Purple Star's young master as a guide. As long as he acted carefully, entering Purple Star's vault shouldn't be difficult. Of course, the premise was that this little brat didn't try anything funny. After spending some time together, Yang Kai also discovered that although this little brat's talent was extraordinary and was qualified to be compared with Shuiyu and Gujian Xian, his temperament was far worse. At this moment, Zi Donglai had long since lost his former high spirits and Chi Chi Ran was nothing more than a stray dog trying to drag out an ignoble existence. He was extremely respectful towards Yang Kai, not daring to disobey him in the slightest. Sure enough, these starships in the sky are all purple star cities. Are they all from your purple star? Yang Kai looked up at the sky and saw more than one starship floating in the distance. There were a total of 20 to 30 starships, although they were quite far apart. Yang Kai couldn't perceive the grade of these starships, but since they dared to stop in the sky above Purple Star City, they couldn't be too bad. Most likely, Zidonglai replied proudly. What young Master Yang has seen is only the tip of the iceberg. My Purple Star has trade relations with all the great and small forces in star territory, so there may be some starships from other great forces that have arrived. Yang Kai nodded gently. Conceal your aura, I'm going in. Yes. Zidonglai replied obediently before quickly hiding inside the soul-sustaining bowl. Yang Kai stepped out and walked towards the towering city gate. This city gate was like the maw of a giant beast, as tall as the city walls, giving off a sense of awe. Any cultivator who came to Purple Star City for the first time would definitely be awed by the power of this city gate and wouldn't dare act presumptuously in Purple Star City. Outside the gate, there was a long line of cultivator waiting to enter the city. Yang Kai didn't want to be too conspicuous, so he obediently stayed at the back of the line. As time passed, more and more people paid a certain number of saint crystals and received a special pass to enter the city. Suddenly, a dissatisfied voice called out from the front, "Master, why did you only charge 100 high-rank saint crystals when that person went in just now, but I have to charge 1,000? Isn't this against the rules?" Rules? A sneer sounded. Father is the city gate guard, my words are the rules. Either pay the saint crystals or scram. You. The person who spoke just now was furious. Is this how your Purple Star cultivator bullies others? I refuse to accept this. Most of the cultivator who were waiting in line to enter also showed displeased looks, but in the end, this was someone else's territory, so even if they were unhappy, no one said anything. Yang Kai raised his eyes and looked over and found that the one arguing with the city gate guard was a middle-aged man who looked to be in his 30s. Sweeping him with his divine sense, Yang Kai found that he was only a second-order Saint King. Yang Kai didn't know where he came from, but he was actually causing trouble here for 1,000 high-rank Saint crystals. Yang Kai shook his head secretly, feeling that this person's situation was quite worrying. Bullying others? Suddenly, an aged voice rang out. Everyone looked towards the source of the voice and discovered that an old man who had been sitting upright at the side had suddenly laughed sinisterly. The old man's face was wrinkled and he looked extremely old. He stood up and walked shakily. His hands were tucked in his sleeves as if he would die at any moment. Even his eyes were filled with the color of death, causing people's hearts to palpitate uncontrollably when they looked at him. Third-order origin returning realm. Yang Kai's brow rose. Purple Star was indeed worthy of its reputation. There was actually a third-order origin returning realm cultivator guarding the city gate. As the old man spoke, he took a few steps forward and glared at the troublemaker coldly. Well said, this old master will let you understand what it means to bully others today. As soon as his voice fell, he suddenly appeared in front of the middle-aged man and, under the latter's horrified gaze, sent a palm strike towards his head. The middle-aged man was only a second-order Saint King, so how could he resist the sudden attack of a third-order origin returning realm master? Screaming in fear, the middle-aged man tried to retreat. But the old man's hand seemed to have a huge suction force, firmly holding him in place. A surging suction force came, and the middle-aged man screamed miserably. Visible to the naked eye, pure energy flowed out from the top of his head and was transmitted to the old man's withered hand, which was then absorbed by him. Outside the city gate, everyone took a few steps back in horror, their faces filled with horror. No, Senior, please let me go, I'll pay the Saint crystals. The middle-aged man shouted. Regretting it now? What were you doing earlier? The old man remained unmoved and instead pushed his Saint Chi even more fiercely. In just 3 breaths, the middle-aged man was reduced to a bag of bones and collapsed to the ground, completely devoid of vitality. On the other hand, an unusual flush flashed across the old man's face, as if he had suddenly become a dozen years younger, giving him a refreshed look. Outside the city gate, silence reigned as every cultivator felt a chill run down their spines. After all this was done, the old man acted as if nothing had happened and walked back to his place, closing his eyes and continuing to meditate. "Many thanks, Deacon Min." The city gate guard nodded and bowed to the old man with a flattering smile on his face. Turning around, his expression became dignified as he shouted, "This man was a spy sent by a hostile force to infiltrate my Purple Star City, but he was seen through by Deacon Min and was killed on the spot as a warning to others. Come, carry him out and throw him into the unmarked graves outside the city." Immediately, 2 Purple Star cultivators stepped out and quickly carried the miserable corpse away. Everyone knew that this guy was lying through his teeth, but no one dared to refute him. It's getting dark, so those who want to enter the city should hurry up. The city gates will close on time and no one will be able to enter. Heh, I'm sure you all know what will happen outside at night. After the city gate guard finished speaking, he no longer paid attention to the crowd. The faces of the cultivator waiting in line changed slightly as they stepped forward and paid the Saint Crystal fee to enter the city, as if there really was a great danger outside at night. Although the death of the middle-aged man just now made them feel a sense of sadness in their hearts, who told the other party's fist to be so big? Who told this guy to act so presumptuously for a trivial 1,000 Saint Crystals? Wasn't that simply courting death? The city gate guard didn't seem to have any standards when it came to collecting Saint Crystals, just casually quoting a price. When he encountered a beautiful girl, he would casually tease her and let her pass for free if they could hold hands or take advantage of her. There were a few people who were not pleasing to the eye who paid a lot of Saint Crystals. However, the lesson of the past was a lesson for the future. No one dared to complain. Soon, it was Yang Kai's turn. The city gate guard raised his head and glanced at Yang Kai before coldly snorting, 5,000. Yang Kai's brow furrowed. This was the highest price he had ever heard. He didn't know what he had done to offend this guard, but even though he was quite annoyed, he didn't want to cause any more trouble. Reaching out, Yang Kai wiped his space ring and took out a pile of Saint Crystals in front of the gate guard. The city gate guard glanced at Yang Kai in surprise, seemingly not having expected the other party to be so cooperative. Playing with the pass in his hand, the city gate guard grinned meaningfully, "Friend, 5,000 is the cost of making this pass. If you want to stay in the city for a long time, you'll have to pay another 10,000 Saint Crystals." Huh. Yang Kai couldn't help laughing, thinking to himself that this guy was treating him like a sucker. Chapter 1840. Is it funny? The city gate guard also looked at Yang Kai with a smile. "You're not joking, are you?" Yang Kai squinted at him and found that the other party was looking back at him fearlessly. 5,000, 10,000, this number of Saint Crystals was nothing in Yang Kai's eyes. He had a huge backer like High Heaven sect and often killed people for their possessions, so even if he didn't have hundreds of millions of Saint Crystals in his space ring, he had at least 100 million. But the other party's insatiable greed made Yang Kai unhappy. "Do you think I'm joking with you? Boy, are you also a spy sent by an enemy force to my Purple Star City?" The gate guard coldly snorted, clapping his hand lightly as he stared at Yang Kai in a leisurely manner, his eyes filled with a strong sense of threat. As soon as this remark came out, the cultivator waiting in line to enter the city all paled. They had all witnessed the fate of the middle-aged man before, and it had only been half a cup of tea's worth of time. Now, this seemingly well-dressed young man was going to follow in that man's footsteps? Suddenly, everyone's eyes filled with pity as they turned to look at Yang Kai. If you want to condemn someone, you can always find a pretext. Just as Yang Kai was feeling annoyed and was about to make a scene, a person suddenly appeared behind him. This person gently pushed Yang Kai aside before standing in front of the city gate guard and saying with a smile, "Master, you must be joking. Naturally, he can't be a spy. He is a member of our Five Paths Chamber of Commerce and has come with me to handle this matter." As soon as this statement came out, the city gate guard was stunned, and even Yang Kai was stunned. He frowned as he glanced at the person standing in front of him and found that the other party was actually a woman. Because her back was facing him, he couldn't see her face clearly. However, her jet black hair was tied into a bun at the back of her head, revealing her slender and fair neck. She was wearing a decent long dress that outlined her slender waist and round buttocks, causing one's imagination to run wild. At this time, someone was actually willing to stand up for him? Yang Kai felt a little strange, but his impression of this woman had improved. Guild leader. Cries of surprise rang out from behind him. It was mixed with a frantic tone. One of them even rushed forward and said, "Shut up." The woman turned her head and glared at the person who spoke. This woman seemed to have a lot of prestige among this group of people. That person immediately fell silent. However, he glared at Yang Kai. The other women's companions also had ugly expressions. "Milord, look at this. Our Five Paths Chamber of Commerce often comes to Purple Star City to trade some goods, so how could we be some inexplicable spy? This child is not sensible, so if he has offended Master in any way, Serene Dream will apologize to you here. I hope this Master can forgive me." Saying so, she took out a bag from her space ring and placed it in the guard's hand. "Kids." Yang Kai couldn't help but rub his nose. The guard pondered for a moment before his eyes lit up and he grinned, "Five Paths Chamber of Commerce? I have also heard that the president of your Chamber of Commerce is called Hua Yumeng. Could you be her?" The woman smiled lightly and said, "I did not expect that such a trivial name would enter the ears of this master. This mistress is truly honored." Good, good." The guard looked at Hua Yumeng with shining eyes and a lewd grin appeared on his face. "Since President Hua has come forward and paid enough Saint Crystals, it is not impossible to accommodate." "Many thanks, Master." Hua Yumeng was overjoyed. However, the guard paused for a moment before turning a cold glare towards Yang Kai and saying, "If President Hua can agree to two of my conditions, this matter will end here, otherwise, humph." Hua Yumeng's smile stiffened as she whispered, "Please speak, Master. I don't like the look in this little brat's eyes. Also, he dared to tease me before, so I want him to apologize to me." The guard looked at Yang Kai coldly before turning his eyes to Hua Yumeng and saying with a lewd smile, "Second, President Hua has come from afar, so after this king has some free time, he would like to hold a welcoming dinner for President Hua. I wonder if President Hua would accept this honor? Let's have Intoxicated Wind Pavilion in the eastern part of the city." Although he asked so, his tone did not allow Hua Yumeng to refuse at all. Hua Yumeng's face changed slightly as she forced a smile and said, Can we talk about this another day? I will have this little brat apologize to Master first." Saying so, she turned her head to look at Yang Kai and kept winking at him. It was not until this moment that Yang Kai saw her true appearance. Seeing this, Yang Kai's eyes couldn't help lighting up. Although Hua Yumeng wasn't a bewitching beauty, she was still quite beautiful and exuded a mature charm from her. Probably because she was constantly running about outside, maintaining Five Paths Chamber of Commerce, her entire person exuded an indescribable aura. What's more, this woman exuded an intoxicating fragrance from close up. This fragrance was not the smell of rouge or powder, but rather a natural body fragrance. No wonder the city gate guard had been staring at her lecherously. It turned out that this was the reason. At this moment, not only was Hua Yumeng secretly winking at him, but several other cultivators from Five Paths Chamber of Commerce were also glaring at Yang Kai, as if saying that if he dared to disobey, they would beat him to a pulp. Yang Kai smiled helplessly. He didn't expect that such a thing would happen just by entering the city. However, at this time, he could not blame anyone. After all, Hua Yumeng was also helping him. After pondering for a moment, Yang Kai cupped his fists to Hua Yumeng and said, "President Hua's kindness is appreciated." Hua Yumeng frowned slightly as a bad premonition suddenly appeared in her heart. "Sure enough," Yang Kai continued, "however, this matter was caused by me and has nothing to do with you, so I ask President Hua to stay out of it." Saying so, ignoring Hua Yumeng's shock, he turned to the city gate guard and grinned, "Do you want me to apologize to you?" "President Hua, what's going on? It seems that this little brat is not from your Five Paths Chamber of Commerce. Could it be that President Hua is spouting nonsense to deceive us? Do you know what punishment you deserve?" The city gate guard did not put Yang Kai in his eyes at all and instead shouted at Hua Yumeng. Hua Yumeng did not expect that her good intentions would be completely ignored by the other party, causing cold sweat to drip from her forehead as she quickly waved her hand and said, "Master, please listen to my explanation. This little brat, there's nothing to explain, President Hua. You've got yourself into big trouble. If you don't give me a reasonable explanation for this matter, don't even think about it." The city gate guard shouted, not giving Hua Yumeng any face, causing her pretty face to turn pale. "Indeed, there's nothing to explain," Yang Kai sneered, stepped forward, and stretched out his hand to hit the city gate guard. *Pa, with a loud bang, the city gate guard was sent tumbling a few times before falling to the ground, most of his teeth knocked out and his mouth covered in blood. "That's the explanation." Yang Kai looked forward coldly. "Huh?" Hua Yumeng was dumbfounded, instinctively feeling that they had really gotten into big trouble this time. For a moment, her heart was in a mess, not knowing what to do. You dare hit me?" The city gate guard staggered up from the ground, covering his cheek with his hand as he shouted incoherently, a fierce light flashing across his eyes, "I am a Purple Star City Guard, how dare you hit me?" Before his voice fell though, Yang Kai sent out another slap. The guard screamed as the remaining half of his teeth flew out. "Bold!" Deacon Min, who had been resting with his eyes closed, finally moved. Leaping up like an eagle, he flew above Yang Kai's head, his third-order origin returning realm sure bursting out and covering a 10-meter radius around Yang Kai as he sent out a palm strike. Hua Yumeng and the other Five Paths Chamber of Commerce cultivator all involuntarily let out a muffled groan. Under this huge pressure, they were unable to circulate the Saint Chi in their bodies, the two with slightly lower strength coughing up blood on the spot. "Daring to attack my Purple Star City's people, do you even put this old master in your eyes?" Deacon Min shouted angrily, his murderous intent surging as he prepared to kill Yang Kai with a single palm strike. "Who do you think you are? Do you think I need to put you in my eyes?" Yang Kai sneered, "I didn't want to cause trouble for no reason, but you've taken advantage of your position to bully others and brought about your own destruction." Saying so, he flipped his hand and sent out a palm strike. Hong, the two palms collided and a huge shockwave spread outwards. Deacon Min's murderous old face, which was originally filled with murderous intent, suddenly showed a look of horror as he was sent flying like a rag sack. Kacha, the sound of bones breaking rang out from his body as he flew through the air, blood spraying everywhere. Outside the city gate, an uproar broke out. The conflict between Yang Kai and the city gate guards, as well as Hua Yumeng's mediation, had been witnessed by everyone. They all thought that Yang Kai was doomed, but in the end, it turned out to be the city gate guards and Deacon Min who suffered. With just a single palm strike, Deacon Min was sent flying and fell to the ground, his life or death unknown. Everyone stared at Yang Kai like he was some kind of monster. Although Deacon Min's status in Purple Star was not very high, he was still a deacon. To be able to hold such a position in a behemoth like Purple Star, he was at least a third-order origin returning realm master. A third-order origin returning realm master being sent flying with a single palm strike, just how powerful was this young man? Could he be an origin king? When this thought emerged, everyone was taken aback and could no longer remain calm. After all, an Origin King Realm Master was the highest level of combat power in the entire Star territory, and even a force as strong as Purple Star was not willing to easily provoke an Origin King. All of this happened too fast, so fast that no one's mind could keep up. Hua Yumeng, president of Five Paths Chamber of Commerce, opened her mouth wide as a look of shock filled her beautiful eyes, unable to recover for a long time. At the city gate, there were more than a dozen guards who were preparing to join Deacon Min in capturing Yang Kai and the people from Five Paths Chamber of Commerce, but when they saw that Deacon Min's life or death was unknown, how could they dare step forward? All of them froze in place, glancing around at each other in fear that Yang Kai would kill them. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and took back all the saint crystals he had paid as well as Hua Yumeng's bag, coldly snorting as he said, "I gave you 5,000 but you didn't want it. Since you don't want it, I'll take it back. President Hua, this is yours." Saying so, he tossed the bag to Hua Yumeng. The latter caught it in a daze, not knowing why, but she felt that this bag was extremely hot. Chapter 1841. Let's go, what are you still standing around for? Yang Kai grinned at Hua Yumeng and led the way forward. Hua Yumeng was completely dumbfounded and had completely lost her ability to think. Hearing Yang Kai's beckoning, she followed him into Purple Star City, the other cultivator from Five Paths Chamber of Commerce also hurrying to catch up. None of the guards at the city gate dared to block Yang Kai's path, all of them staring at him like he was some kind of monster, quickly retreating. The cultivators who were waiting in line to enter the city also saw this opportunity and rushed forward like a swarm of bees. The city gate was in chaos for a moment, and the dozen or so guards did not know whether to stop them or not. After a long time, one of them recovered and shouted, "Quick, let's go check on Deacon Min's injuries." With this reminder, the others suddenly woke up and hurriedly swarmed to Deacon Min's side to check his condition with concern. "Send a message. Master Lu Tianfeng." Deacon Min coughed up a mouthful of blood each time he spoke, and after he finished speaking, he coughed up an unknown amount of blood and fainted directly. The guard who had spoken before hurriedly took out his communication artifact, poured his divine sense into it, and grit his teeth fiercely, "Boy, you're dead. Daring to hit people in my Purple Star City, even the Heavenly Emperor won't be able to save you." The other guards all wore looks of resentment as they stared at Yang Kai's departing back. With Yang Kai causing such a ruckus, they were bound to be punished as well. How could they not resent him for causing such a disaster? How many years had it been since someone had dared to act presumptuously in Purple Star City? Today, such a big spectacle had actually occurred at the city gate. If this matter was not dealt with properly as a warning to others, they would become the laughingstock of the world. They would inevitably become the laughingstock of all cultivators in the world and would also affect Purple Star's reputation. This kind of consequence was not something they could afford. Five Paths Chamber of Commerce, in a room in the backyard. Hua Yumeng and the others just sat there blankly, each of their faces filled with panic as if a great catastrophe was about to befall them. Yang Kai was also sitting there, looking left and right. His face was calm, and he didn't have the awareness that a troublemaker should have. His relaxed expression made it seem like he was here to play. "Brat, why did you follow me here?" After a long moment of silence, he asked. Only then did a bald man realize what was going on. He turned his head and glared at Yang Kai, his eyes full of hostility. "Yeah, why are you here?" The other male cultivator finally came back to his senses and looked at Yang Kai in surprise. This is my first time here." He was unfamiliar with this place. It just so happened that President Hua had extended a warm invitation to him. Deference is no substitute for obedience. Yang Kai smiled faintly and explained. "Me?" Hua Yumeng looked at Yang Kai blankly and thought for a moment. He gently nodded and said, "Yes, yes. I was the one who said it." After returning from the city gate, the people from Five Paths Chamber of Commerce seemed to have lost their souls and were completely at a loss. This was not surprising though. Five Paths Chamber of Commerce was just a small force that struggled to survive among the many giants of Star Territory. Every time they came to Purple Star City, they had to be extremely cautious, lest they cause trouble. However, this time, they had beaten Deacon Min and a guard at the city gate until they coughed up blood, their fate unknown. For Five Paths Chamber of Commerce, such a thing was like the sky had fallen. No one had even noticed that Yang Kai had followed them to Five Paths Chamber of Commerce, and it was only now that Hua Yumeng finally calmed down. Taking a deep breath, she stared at Yang Kai with a complicated look in her beautiful eyes for a moment before saying, "Sister Hong, please take him down and arrange a guest room for him so he can rest." Down below, a beautiful woman dressed coquettishly stood up, nodded, and beckoned to Yang Kai, "Come with me." "Many thanks," Yang Kai nodded lightly to her before getting up and following. President. Seeing Yang Kai about to leave, the burly bald-headed man anxiously called out. Hua Yumeng glared at him and the burly bald-headed man immediately shut up, not daring to say anything more. He could only glare angrily at Yang Kai's back while secretly gnashing his teeth. Yang Kai followed the beautiful woman named Sister Hong forward, constantly looking around before chuckling lightly, "Madam, your Chamber of Commerce seems to have a good heritage." "Why do you say so?" The beautiful woman glanced back at Yang Kai coldly. "Although this is the first time I have come to Purple Star City, since this is Purple Star's headquarters, every inch of land here must be worth a fortune. For your Chamber of Commerce to have such a large place, it must be quite rich." A look of vigilance appeared in the beautiful woman's eyes as she said lightly, "This is the result of more than 20 years of hard work by the president and everyone here. Countless brothers and sisters have been buried in Star Territory, but this is the only place we have in Purple Star City. What's more, we've caused so much trouble this time that I don't even know if my Five Paths Chamber of Commerce will be able to establish a foothold here in the future." Yang Kai smiled apologetically, "Sorry, I've caused trouble for your Chamber of Commerce." "It's good that you know." The beautiful woman's expression relaxed slightly and she no longer said anything to Yang Kai before continuing to lead the way. A short time later, they arrived in front of a guest room. The beautiful woman pushed open the door and said, "This is the place. The place is simple, so you can stay here for the time being." "Many thanks," Yang Kai bowed slightly to express his gratitude. The beautiful woman turned around and was about to leave, but after taking a few steps, she turned back again. "What other instructions does Madam have?" Yang Kai looked at her suspiciously. The beautiful woman gently opened her red lips and said, "Our mistress was born with a kind heart and couldn't bear to see others being bullied. Many of our brothers and sisters received her kindness and stayed by her side out of gratitude. I am the same. If it wasn't for our mistress, would have died 10 years ago. This time, she stood up for you, so I won't blame her, but, if Purple Star City investigates this matter, I hope you can take the initiative to stand up and take responsibility for everything. Don't let her get into trouble. She really is a good person. I don't care how strong you are, but if anything happens to her because of this matter, even if I become a ghost, I won't let you go." Yang Kai's expression became solemn as he solemnly said, "I understand." "I hope so," the beautiful woman said before turning around and leaving. Inside the previous room, the burly bald man paced back and forth anxiously, like an ant on a hot pan. "Uncle Yao, can you calm down for a while? You're making me dizzy." To the right, a woman in her 20s looked helplessly at the burly bald man. "How can I calm down at a time like this?" The burly bald man shouted angrily, "It's not like you didn't see what happened just now. I'm afraid we're finished this time." Up above, Hua Yumeng gently rubbed her forehead with her hand and smiled bitterly. She did not expect that she would get into such trouble today. Her original intention was to not see Yang Kai suffer the same tragic fate as that middle-aged man, but how could she have known that Yang Kai would be so resolute and unyielding, even daring to hit a guard and a deacon of Purple Star City? Yao Qing, sit down. Things have already gotten to this point, it's useless to be upset. Hua Yumeng was also dazzled by Yao Qing's bald head and had no choice but to ask him to calm down. As soon as she spoke, Yao Qing stomped his foot and walked back to his chair to sit down, but it felt like his buttocks were being pricked by thousands of needles, making it impossible for him to calm down. He kept twisting and turning, his expression stiff and ugly. Hua Yumeng cast her eyes to the elderly man below. This old man had been sitting with his eyes closed since he came in, not saying a word, giving off an unfathomable aura. Looking at the other party, Hua Yumeng asked, "Uncle Xia, you are the most experienced and knowledgeable person in the entire Chamber of Commerce. I wonder if Uncle Xia has any way to resolve this situation?" Xia Jianghu slowly opened his eyes and pondered for a while before sighing, "It's difficult. Even Uncle Xia can't do anything?" Hua Yumeng's heart sank to rock bottom. Xia Jianghu smiled bitterly. Although this old master has always claimed to be the think tank of the Chamber of Commerce, this old master is just a third-order Saint King cultivator. My strength is low, so many of my methods are useless. President, it's not like you don't know who you have offended this time. Hua Yumeng's beautiful eyes darkened as her expression became bitter. The Chamber of Commerce had experienced many disasters in the past, but they had all been safely passed with Xia Jingwu's proper arrangements and strategies, but this time, even Xia Jingwu was helpless. President, you were too reckless this time. Xia Jingwu slowly shook his head. Uncle Xia, don't scold the president. The president is just being kind, she didn't mean it, the woman in her 20s whispered softly, clearly unable to bear seeing Hua Yumeng being reprimanded. This old master is not trying to insult the president. Which one of you here has not received the president's kindness? If the president had not been so kind, I'm afraid there would not be today's Five Paths Chamber of Commerce, and none of you here, Xia Jingwu said slowly. Everyone nodded gently in agreement. It was because of Hua Yumeng's kindness that they had been able to survive to this day. But this time, Xia Jingwu sighed heavily. Xia Jingwu sighed heavily. After a while, he looked up at Hua Yumeng and said, "President, there are only two paths we can take now." Hua Yumeng's beautiful eyes lit up as she smiled and said, "I knew Uncle Xia would have a way. Please explain in detail." Yao Qing and the woman in her 20s also hurriedly looked at Xia Jingwu with expectant expressions. President speaks too highly. This old master said that these two paths may not necessarily be able to resolve the crisis of the Chamber of Commerce, but, let's give it a try. Xia Jingwu stretched out his hand and stroked his beard as he quickly said, "The first path is, to hand that little brat over to Purple Star City." Hua Yumeng frowned. This matter was caused by that little brat, and those people were also beaten by him. As long as we hand him over, Five Paths Chamber of Commerce may be able to avoid the main responsibility. At most, we will be punished, but there will be plenty of time in the future. As long as the president is fine, my Five Paths Chamber of Commerce will rise again one day. Yes, Uncle Xia is right. Let's do as you say. I'll go grab that little brat now and hand him over to Purple Star City. Yao Qing did not wait for Hua Yumeng to speak and quickly stood up. Hua Yumeng glared at him and ordered, "Sit down." Yao Qing shrank his head and sat down obediently. It was obvious that Hua Yumeng had a lot of authority in front of him. Chapter 1842. Xia Jingwu stroked his beard and said, "Yao Qing, don't be impulsive. Although I can't see through that young man's strength, since he was able to send Deacon Min flying with a single palm strike, he is definitely not someone you can capture. Our entire Chamber of Commerce together is likely not his opponent. If you really try to provoke him, you will only bring shame to yourself." Yao Qing thought about it for a while with an awkward expression, but after confirming that this was indeed the case, he could not help breaking out in a cold sweat. Hua Yumeng looked at Xia Jingwu with a wry smile and said, "This one won't do. Uncle Xia, why don't you talk about the second one?" Jianghu sighed. I knew the president would not agree to this. How could Jianghu not know what kind of temperament Hua Yumeng had? She was born warm-hearted and had stood up for Yang Kai outside the city gate, so how could she hand over Yang Kai at this moment and let Purple Star City decide what to do with him? If she really did so, she would not be Hua Yumeng. Since the first one won't do, we can only choose the second one to avoid disaster, Jianghu said solemnly. I ask the president to take some people and leave the Chamber of Commerce quickly. Leave this place to this old master. Hua Yumeng was shocked when she heard this and asked in amazement, Uncle Xia, since we've caused this trouble, someone naturally needs to take responsibility. It was impossible for Purple Star City to give up. In fact, they should not have entered the city just now and should have just left, but everyone had been distracted just now. Now that they had already entered the city, leaving would be as difficult as ascending to heaven. The only thing we can do now is cut off our wrists. This old master is not talented, but after being taken care of by the president for so many years, he is willing to work hard for the president. Jianghu stood up and straightened his short body. He looked like he was ready to give his all until he died. I'll stay with Uncle Xia. Yao Qing also stood up. I'll also stay. Outside the door, the beautiful woman called Sister Hong walked in and said in a deep voice. No. Hua Yumeng's face changed several times as she immediately refused. You really can't. If all of you stay, who will be able to assist the president in the future? My 5 Paths Chamber of Commerce will likely be finished, so all of you should leave and take some of the Chamber of Commerce's valuables with you. This old master will stay here to take care of everything. Jianghu smiled lightly, not caring about life and death. What's more, this old master has some dealings with a master in Purple Star City, so if I ask him for help, I may be able to save my life. No. Hua Yumeng shook her head and said, if Purple Star City really wants to make an example of someone, I, as their president, must be here. If anyone were to stay, it would be me. All of you, leave. The group of people immediately started arguing in the room. No one could convince the other. Jianghu anxiously slapped his thigh. President, there isn't much time left. I'm afraid no one will be able to leave. Could it be that you want this old man to kneel down and beg you? All right, this old man will kneel and beg you. Saying so, he really knelt down towards Hua Yumeng. Uncle Xia. Hua Yumeng's face changed drastically as her figure flickered and disappeared from the chair, appearing in front of Jianghu in the next moment. Just as she was about to reach out to help Jianghu suddenly raised his hand and threw a cloud of powder towards Hua Yumeng. How could Hua Yumeng have thought that Jianghu would take action against her at this time? In a moment of carelessness, she inhaled a little of this powder and in the next moment, her whole body went limp as she stared at Jianghu in a daze. Flower rain, crystal rain. Uncle Xia, what are you doing? Yao Qing saw that the situation had taken a turn for the worse and immediately roared as he rushed forward towards Jianghu aggressively. Stop! The beautiful woman named Sister Hong, however, saw what was happening and stepped forward to block Yao Qing while taking Hua Yumeng into her arms. Uncle Xia, you. Although Hua Yumeng was weak, she did not fall unconscious. Jianghu chuckled, since President recognizes this flower rain crystal rain, you must also know its function. Even if President is a third-order origin returning realm cultivator, you won't be able to use your Saint Chi for an hour. Saying so, he suddenly shouted, Gao Hong, quickly take President out of the Chamber of Commerce and find a safe place to hide in the city. After this storm passes, find a way to leave Purple Star. The beautiful woman's tender body trembled as she looked at Jianghu with tears in her beautiful eyes, nodding repeatedly, Uncle Xia, rest assured, even if Gao Hong dies, I will protect President. Yao Qing, Hai Tang, you should also leave. Jianghu turned his head and looked to the side. Yao Qing and the woman in her 20s heard this and nodded. Even Yao Qing, a man of iron, could not help crying at this moment. Uncle Xia, you must take care of yourself. Rest assured, this old master won't die. Xia Jianghu smiled lightly and waved to everyone. Under his urging, Gao Hong picked up Hua Yumeng and rushed out with Yao Qing and Hai Tang, preparing to leave Five Paths Chamber of Commerce. Loyal and righteous, the people of this small chamber of commerce are quite interesting. Yang Kai, who was sitting cross-legged in his room, could not help raising his brow as a look of approval appeared on his face. Although he was staying in his room, he was still able to clearly observe the dispute between the people of Five Paths Chamber of Commerce. Among these people, Hua Yumeng was the strongest, having reached the third-order origin returning realm. The cultivations of the others were all different, so if he wanted to spy on them with his second-order origin king strength, none of them would be able to detect him. The situation is a bit different from what I expected. Yang Kai rubbed his forehead. His original intention was to quietly sneak into Purple Star City and, under the guidance of Zidong, steal everything from Purple Star's vault and be done with it. With his current trump cards and powerful cultivation, Yang Kai was confident he could complete this task without anyone noticing. Even if he was discovered, he could still kill his way out. However, the encounter at the city gate had put his plan on hold. Yang Kai also knew that after beating up Purple Star's people in Purple Star City, there was no way he could remain unscathed. Although he was not afraid, the people of Five Paths Chamber of Commerce would likely suffer. So, after entering the city, when Hua Yumeng unconsciously invited him to Five Paths Chamber of Commerce, Yang Kai readily agreed. Hua Yumeng had gotten into this mess because of him, so he couldn't just turn a blind eye to it. Now, if the people of Five Paths Chamber of Commerce wanted to escape, it would be nothing more than a fool's dream. They're here. Yang Kai frowned as he spread out his divine sense. The next moment, he noticed that a large number of cultivators had arrived at the Chamber of Commerce. After these cultivators entered the Chamber of Commerce, they began smashing things without warning, causing many of the cultivators who were shopping in the Chamber of Commerce to flee in panic. All the shop assistants were knocked to the ground and howled miserably. Gao Hong and the others, who had just walked out of the backyard, did not have time to escape before several extremely powerful auras rushed towards them. One of them shouted angrily, "You injured my Purple Star City's guards and now you want to escape? Your Five Paths Chamber of Commerce is simply lawless." As soon as his voice fell, he threw a punch forward. Gao Hong was the first to bear the brunt of this attack and her pretty face changed drastically as she hurriedly pulled Hua Yumeng behind her, using her back to face the oncoming attack. Yao Qing and Hai Tang also cried out in alarm as they hurriedly summoned their artifacts to resolve this fierce offensive. Hong Long Long, after a loud bang, most of Five Paths Chamber of Commerce's backyard was destroyed and Gao Hong, Yao Qing, and Hai Tang were sent flying backwards, all three of them coughing up blood mid-air. When they landed, their faces were pale and bloodless. Walala, countless armored cultivators poured in from the front door, each of them holding a spear and quickly forming a circle around the backyard. A burly figure stepped out from the front with his hands crossed behind his back and a dignified look on his face. Master Bai. Xia Jingwu, who had rushed over after hearing the news, saw this person and could not help his face changing drastically as he hurriedly stepped forward and cupped his fists in greeting. He recognized at a glance that this person was one of the vice-commanders of Purple Star City's guards, Bai Zhengchu. Purple Star City's guards were led by Lu Tianfeng, an Origin King Realm Master. Under him were 8 vice-commanders, all of whom were peak Origin returning Realm Masters. They were responsible for managing the peace of the city and dealing with various disputes. Bai Zhengchu was one of them. He would not intervene in trivial matters. This time, because Deacon Min had been injured, he had brought him here to Five Paths Chamber of Commerce. As soon as he saw this guy arrive, Xia Jingwu realized that the situation had taken a turn for the worse. It was rumored that Bai Zhengchu had the most violent temper of the 8 vice-commanders and killed people like flies. Any Shang family that was targeted by him would end up in ruin. Over the years, he had served as a vice-commander and had destroyed at least 80 Shang families at his hands. These Shang families not only had their shops closed down but also their staff. Xia Jingwu's whole body trembled as he thought to himself that this time, Five Paths Chamber of Commerce would really be doomed. Scram! Bai Zhengqiu did not even spare him a glance and simply shouted angrily. His voice condensed into a thread of energy that shot into Xia Jingwu's body, causing him to collapse to the ground and suffer some internal injuries. In the backyard, everyone from Five Paths Chamber of Commerce wore ashen faces, their eyes filled with despair. The malicious eyes of the surrounding Purple Star city guards made them feel as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. Bai Zhengqiu turned his head and looked around before coldly snorting, Five Paths Chamber of Commerce, there's no need for it to exist. As soon as this statement came out, everyone's face changed wildly. Bai Zhengqiu's words were tantamount to a death sentence for the Chamber of Commerce. Hua Yumeng, who was being held in Gao Hong's arms, said weakly, Master Bai, this matter is a misunderstanding, can this mistress explain it to you? Bai Zhengqiu turned his eyes in the direction of Hua Yumeng and coldly snorted, there's no need to explain. Five Paths Chamber of Commerce will be closed down from today and all its personnel will be thrown into the Purple Star Frozen Prison. Purple Star Frozen Prison! Gao Hong exclaimed. The Frozen Prison was a famous existence in Purple Star City. It was a place specially used to imprison criminals, but no one who entered had ever come out alive. Once they entered that place, it would be a fate worse than death. The two of you are quite pretty. Bai Zhengqiu stretched out his hand and pointed to Hua Yumeng and Gao Hong, saying lightly, how about this? You can accompany our brothers for a few days and I'll give you a quick death so you don't have to suffer in the frozen prison. His tone was indifferent, but the words he uttered were chilling to the bone. Both Gao Hong and Hua Yumeng's pretty faces turned pale while the guards surrounding them grinned obscenely. Obviously, this was not the first time they had done such a thing. Chapter 1843. Master Bai. Cold sweat dripped down Xia Jingwu's forehead as he forced a smile, stepped forward, and cupped his fists, Master Bai, this one is Xia Jingwu. I met Master Bai 3 years ago. Does Master still remember this one? Bai Zhengqiu looked at him coldly, who do you think you are? Xia Jingwu chuckled awkwardly, Master's memory is short, so naturally you don't remember this one. However, this one has a good relationship with Kangsheng, Master's subordinate, and there is a reason for today's matter. Could Master enter the inner hall for a moment so this one can report to you in detail? Saying so, Xia Jingwu took off the space ring on his hand and handed it to Bai Zhengqiu without a trace. This space ring contained almost all of his belongings, but he still handed it over without hesitation because he knew that if the Chamber of Commerce could not survive this calamity, he would not be able to enjoy it no matter how much he had. You know Kangsheng? Bai Zhengqiu glanced at Xia Jingwu in surprise. Xia Jingwu nodded repeatedly, this one is fortunate to have met you. Bai Zhengqiu sneered, it seems that Kangsheng doesn't need to be the guard captain anymore. Why are you befriending such a mess? As soon as this statement came out, Xia Jingwu's face changed drastically. With just a few words, he had dragged the guard captain named Kangsheng into the water, causing him to suffer an undeserved calamity. After this incident, even if Bai Zhengqiu didn't embarrass him and Five Paths Chamber of Commerce, Kangsheng wouldn't give up. The friendship between him and Kangsheng was entirely based on saint crystals, so this kind of friendship was extremely fragile. Your courage isn't small. Daring to bribe this vice-commander in front of everyone. Bai Zhengqiu coldly snorted as he reached out and took Xia Jingwu's space ring. Without even looking at it, he tossed it to one of the cultivators next to him. Five Paths Chamber of Commerce attacked first, despised Purple Star City's laws, and tried to bribe this vice-commander. This is a triple crime. Arrest them all. Yes. The group of cultivators shouted and surrounded the people from Five Paths Chamber of Commerce. Inside the Chamber of Commerce. Except for Hua Yumeng, who was a third-order origin returning realm master. Only the woman named Gao Hong was a first-order origin returning realm cultivator, while everyone else was just a Saint King realm cultivator. If Hua Yumeng was in perfect condition, she may have been able to put up a fight. However, she had been hit by Xia Jingwu's flower rain. His entire body felt weak and powerless. Although they were conscious, they were unable to use their Saint Chi and could only watch as their brothers and sisters were captured. Soon, everyone from Five Paths Chamber of Commerce was captured. Xia Jingwu and Yao Qing were both beaten black and blue. We weren't the ones who hit him, so why are you taking us for? I refuse to accept this. Yao Qing straightened his neck and shouted. Oh? It wasn't you guys? So many people outside the city gate saw it. The one who hit them was your Five Paths Chamber of Commerce. How could it be false? If you say it wasn't us, Yao Qing grit his teeth and roared. Master Bai. Gao Hong struggled for a while before shouting, reporting to Master, the one who hit us was indeed not someone from our Chamber of Commerce. That person was able to defeat Deacon Min in one move, so how could my little Five Paths Chamber of Commerce invite such a master? Master is wise and wise. Surely you can't even think of this, right? Bai Zhengchu narrowed his eyes as he glared at Gao Hong and coldly snorted, Are you accusing this vice commander of not being able to distinguish right from wrong? I wouldn't dare. Gao Hong's tender body trembled under his pressure, but she still grit her teeth and continued, It's just that if Master only takes innocent people like us while letting the real culprit go unpunished, if Commander Lu learns of this, I wonder if Commander Lu will think that Master is unable to distinguish right from wrong and is incompetent. Impudence! Bai Zhengchu roared, his expression fierce. Gao Hong struggled to maintain her composure and stared back at him. After a while, Bai Zhengchu grinned meaningfully, I didn't expect there to be so many bold people in this little chamber of commerce. I like it. Good, since you say that the one who hit us was not from your Five Paths Chamber of Commerce, then, where is he? He's still here. Gao Hong could not help breathing a sigh of relief and quickly replied. Gao Hong. Hua Yumeng's pretty face changed slightly as she stared at Gao Hong with a look of blame. Gao Hong smiled bitterly, President, that person caused trouble himself, so we can't let our Chamber of Commerce take responsibility for him. Regardless of whether you blame me or not, I have to tell him. Saying so, she stretched out her hand and pressed an acupuncture point on Hua Yumeng's back, rendering Hua Yumeng unable to speak and only able to stare at her. The one who hit us is still from your Chamber of Commerce, yet you dare say he's not one of your people? Bai Zhengchu looked at Gao Hong with a sneer, Do you think this vice commander is an idiot? Gao Hong said in a deep voice, It's precisely because he's not a member of our Chamber of Commerce that this little girl thought of a way to stabilize him and wait for sirs to arrive so that you can capture the real culprit. What a sharp tongue. Bai Zhengchu smiled slightly, seemingly satisfied with this answer. Good, in that case, lead the way. I want to see which bastard dares to act presumptuously in my Purple Star City. Master, this way please. Gao Hong gestured and immediately led the way. Even though she was leading the way, she did not put down Hua Yumeng, who had gone limp all over, but instead held her in her arms. She narrowed her eyes and looked towards the room where Yang Kai was located, her expression constantly changing. After a while, her beautiful eyes became firm, as if she had made up her mind about something, quietly lowering her hand and waving her fingers rhythmically a few times. Xia Jingwu, who was following behind, saw this and could not help wearing a solemn expression. A moment later, under Gao Hong's leadership, a group of people crowded outside the room where Yang Kai was located. Milord, that person is inside. If Milord doesn't believe us, just call him out and confront him face to face. Then you'll know whether what we said before is true or false. Gao Hong stood to the side and pointed at the room. Bai Zhengchu ignored her and instead squinted towards the room, sweeping it with his divine sense. He did notice that there was a person's aura inside, but when he tried to spy on the other party's cultivation, he found that his divine sense had no effect at all. It simply passed through the other party's body like a stone sinking into the sea. This discovery startled Bai Zhengchu as he realized that the other party's strength was not low. After all, this person was able to injure Deacon Min with a single move, so if he was weak, he could not have done so. As such, Bai Zhengchu did not dare to act too presumptuously and quickly took back his divine sense. However, this was Purple Star City, and as the vice commander, he was used to acting arrogant and domineering, so he did not put Yang Kai in his eyes. Instead, he shouted, "Your Excellency, who are you? Daring to injure people in Purple Star City, quickly show yourself." As soon as his voice fell, there was no movement from the room. Bai Zhengchu's face suddenly became somewhat ugly as he sneered and said, "Friend, if you know what's good for you, come out yourself. I don't care where you come from or what your cultivation is, anyone who dares to act presumptuously in Purple Star City will not have a good end. If you cooperate obediently, you may have a chance to live, otherwise." Bai Zhengchu waited for a while with a sullen face, but still did not receive a reply. He could not help becoming angry out of shame and angrily shouted, acting all mysterious, "Just wait until this vice commander throws you into the frozen prison. Let's see if you can still act so arrogantly then." Saying so, he stretched out his hand and pointed to the 5 or 6 cultivator next to him and said, "Go in and grab him." The 5 or 6 cultivator were not fools and knew that the person inside the room was not someone to be trifled with, but since Bai Zhengchu had issued an order, they did not dare disobey and could only grit their teeth and rush in. Everyone thought that there would be some kind of movement inside, or at least some sounds of fighting, but to everyone's surprise, after the 5 or 6 cultivators entered the room, it was as if they had disappeared into thin air, not making the slightest sound. If it were not for their vitality and aura, everyone would have thought that they had disappeared. Bai Zhengchu's face became even more solemn. The people from 5 Paths Chamber of Commerce also looked at each other, not knowing what had happened inside. At that moment, several figures flew out from inside and fell to the ground one by one, motionless. It was none other than the few cultivator who had just rushed in. Each of them had a serene look on their faces, as if they had just fallen asleep. On the surface, they did not seem to have suffered any injuries, and one of them even had a smile on his face, as if he was dreaming of something good. *C*, Bai Zhengchu sucked in a breath of cold air. These cultivator were all Origin Returning Realm Masters, and although they were only First Order Origin Returning Realm Masters, they were not people who could be casually controlled. Even if Bai Zhengchu took action personally, it would be impossible for him to control them to this extent. Who are these people inside this room? Bai Zhengchu's heart pounded. However, as one of the 8 vice commanders of Purple Star City, he could not show weakness in this situation. His expression changed for a while before he shouted, "Follow me." If he couldn't take down this troublemaker today, he wouldn't be able to maintain his position as vice commander. At this moment, he could only secretly pray that the other party was not an Origin King, otherwise, they would have no chance of winning. A group of people rushed into the room. This time, it was no longer silent as the sounds of fighting and screams immediately rang out. Immediately afterward, one cultivator after another flew out of the room and fell to the ground, howling miserably. In the blink of an eye, all the people who had rushed in were thrown out, leaving only Bai Zhengchu inside, but from his screams, it was clear that he was in a very bad situation. Now, Gao Hong, who had been watching coldly, suddenly shouted as she hugged Hua Yumeng and quickly flew up into the sky. Xia Jingwu, who had already understood, also shouted, "Go!" Yao Qing and Hai Tang only reacted at this moment and quickly caught up with Xia Jingwu and Gao Hong, trying to take advantage of the chaos to escape. However, they had only flown up 100 feet when a terrifying aura came from right in front of them. That aura was like a thick blanket pressing down on them. Gao Hong and the others were caught off guard, and their bodies froze as they were directly pushed back. Mid-air, a ripple flashed, and at the center of this ripple, a figure appeared like a ghost. Chapter 1844. It was unknown when that person had arrived here, but it was as if he had always been there. This person was wearing a precious armor that was emitting strong fluctuations. He carried a long spear on his shoulder and a jade crown on his head. He looked majestic, just like a great general who was unhindered on the battlefield and looked disdainfully at all directions. The aura exuding from his body made everyone feel suffocated. This man had suppressed the group of people from 5 Paths Chamber of Commerce with just his aura alone, even causing them some internal injuries. However, his attention was not focused on Gao Hong and the others but instead on the room where Yang Kai was located. Origin King Realm. Gao Hong's beautiful face turned pale as she exclaimed. The other party's aura was not concealed and was clearly an Origin King. This discovery made her heart sink as she realized that the Chamber of Commerce was probably doomed this time. Ah! A scream rang out as Bai Zhengchu flew out of the room like a ragged sack, his face swollen and bruised, looking even worse than Xia Jingwu and Yao Qing. His face was swollen like a pig's head, making him look quite comical. You piece of trash, how dare you disturb this king's cultivation? You deserve to die. Yang Kai's dissatisfied and arrogant voice came from inside the room. Although Bai Zhengchu had been beaten miserably, his life was not in any danger. After hearing Yang Kai's words, Bai Zhengchu shuddered and hurriedly got up from the ground, but just as he was about to flee, a cold snort came from the sky. Bai Zhengchu stiffened and looked up, just in time to see the general-looking cultivator glaring at him coldly with a dissatisfied look on his face. Bai Zhengchu's expression changed drastically, but soon became overjoyed as he rushed over to this man and shouted, "Commander Master, this lowly one greets Commander Master, this lowly one asks Commander Master to uphold justice for this lowly one. There is a bastard in this room who dared to injure people at the city gate." This lowly one heard the news and wanted to teach him a lesson, but not only did he refuse to cooperate, he even attacked again. This lowly one is not your opponent. This lowly one asks Master to uphold the name of my Purple Star City. Understood. The general-looking cultivator coldly snorted and waved his hand, "All of you withdraw, this person is an Origin King. Naturally, you are not his opponent." Origin King. Bai Zhengchu bit his tongue as a look of horror filled his face. Although he had already guessed this, when he heard the Commander Master say it himself, he still felt a lingering fear. He had just exchanged blows with an Origin King. Furthermore, he was able to escape unscathed and didn't perish. Thinking so, he could not help feeling a little smug. Huayang's Origin King's Origin King of 5 eyes. He doesn't look that old, does he? She remembered that she had stood up for him at the city gate. Hua Yumeng could not help blushing slightly. She was already an Origin King Realm Master. To think that she had eyes but failed to see and spoke up for him, standing up for him, if he hadn't intervened at that time. With his cultivation, the city gate guards and Deacon Min might not have dared to provoke him. After all, an Origin King was a powerful master no matter where they went. Purple Star would not offend one for nothing. On the contrary, because she had overestimated herself, things had become more troublesome. Considering all this, Hua Yumeng was embarrassed. On the other hand, Gao Hong looked towards the room with excitement and expectation. She knew that whether the Chamber of Commerce could escape this calamity this time would depend on whether the methods of the person in the room were strong enough. Her original plan was to lead Bai Zhengchu and the others to Yang Kai and use Yang Kai to deal with them. Yang Kai could injure Deacon Min in one move, so his strength was obviously not low. Bai Zhengchu was also a third-order origin returning realm master like Deacon Min, so since Yang Kai could injure Deacon Min, dealing with Bai Zhengchu should not be a problem. If these two sides fought, no matter who won, it would be an opportunity for them to escape. Therefore, she had revealed Kai Yang's identity, and on the way here, she had secretly sent a signal to Jianghu. Jianghu had also understood. Unfortunately, although her plan was not bad, another powerhouse appeared out of nowhere and cut off their hopes of escaping. This person, Gao Hong, quietly looked at the cultivator dressed as a general, and combined with the way Bai Zhengqiu addressed him just now, she suddenly understood the other party's identity. Purple Star City Guard Commander, Lu Tianfeng. Finally, a slightly decent guy has come. Inside the room, Yang Kai still spoke in a haughty tone, as if he did not put Lu Tianfeng in his eyes at all. Hearing this, a trace of displeasure flashed across Lu Tianfeng's face as he coldly snorted, "Slightly decent? Your Excellency's tone is not small. Whether it's small or not, you'll know once you try." Yang Kai grinned meaningfully. "Who is this friend, and why are you acting like this in my Purple Star City?" Lu Tianfeng frowned but unexpectedly did not get angry and instead asked cautiously. The other party being able to cultivate to the Origin King realm was obviously not a fool. Since he knew this was Purple Star City and still dared to act presumptuously without taking him seriously, he undoubtedly had great strength or a strong background. As the guard commander, how could Lu Tianfeng not realize this? As such, his demeanor could not help becoming vigilant. "If you want to know who I am, get down here and talk to me. Aren't you tired standing so high up?" Lu Tianfeng's face became cold. "Is your Excellency trying to provoke this Lu? What? Does Commander Lu not have the courage?" "Nonsense." Lu Tianfeng laughed loudly. "Do you think this commander can't see through such childish tricks? But, since you're so fearless, this commander really wants to see what kind of god you are. If you're some kind of blind monster, hee, then don't blame me for being impolite." Saying so, he brandished the long spear in his hand and his whole body exuded a monstrous aura as he walked down step by step. Everyone held their breath, not daring to even breathe loudly as they stared at the approaching storm. After all, this was a conflict between two Origin Kings. Who had ever witnessed such a thing before? Not long after, Lu Tianfeng arrived in front of the door. He was also skilled and bold, and directly pushed the door open and entered. With a creak, the door closed again. The inside of the room was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop outside. There was no sound of fighting, not even the sound of argument. The atmosphere was quite strange, and the heavy atmosphere made it so that everyone could almost hear their own heartbeats. Bai Zhengqiu even perked up his ears and listened carefully, trying to hear what was going on. The people from Five Paths Chamber of Commerce all looked at each other blankly, somewhat unable to understand the current situation. After the time it would take to drink a cup of tea, the door was opened again. Lu Tianfeng stepped out with a dignified expression, and under everyone's watchful eyes, he turned around and carefully closed the door again, bowing at the same time. "Since that's the case, sir, please rest early. This one will come to visit sir tomorrow." "No need, this king prefers some peace and quiet." Yang Kai's voice came from inside the room. "Yes." Lu Tianfeng replied respectfully. "Good, you can withdraw for now. By the way, Five Paths Chamber of Commerce's backyard was destroyed by your subordinates. Master may rest assured, this one will give you a satisfactory explanation," Lu Tianfeng quickly said. "They were also injured, this one will deal with them seriously." "Very good." No more sounds came from inside the room as Lu Tianfeng turned around with a solemn expression. Everyone's jaws dropped as a look of disbelief filled their faces. What kind of situation is this? The famous guard commander Lu Tianfeng of Purple Star City, the master of Five Paths Chamber of Commerce, was actually so respectful and obedient to the person inside the room. Just what was this person's background? The people from Five Paths Chamber of Commerce could barely think straight. The burly bald man, Yao Qing, rubbed his eyes desperately, wondering if he was hallucinating because of his injuries. "Commander. Lord Commander." Bai Zhengqiu hurriedly bowed and greeted him. Lu Tianfeng stared at him coldly, causing Bai Zhengchu's head to shrink as he realized that the situation was not good. "I'll deal with you later." Lu Tianfeng grit his teeth and coldly snorted. Bai Zhengchu's head buzzed as he was completely stunned. "Dare I ask, who is in charge of this place?" Lu Tianfeng turned around and put on an amiable smile as he cupped his fists towards Gao Hong and the others, his smile faintly filled with flattery. Everyone from Five Paths Chamber of Commerce felt like their heads were about to explode as all of them froze in place, unable to react. It wasn't until Lu Tianfeng patiently asked again that Gao Hong's tender body shook and she put down Hua Yumeng, who had been holding her in her arms, and allowed the latter to lean on her shoulder. "This is our Chamber of Commerce's president. What advice does Commander Lu have for us?" "Master wouldn't dare." Lu Tianfeng rubbed his hands, the long spear artifact he had been holding in his hand being withdrawn at some point. Looking at Hua Yumeng with a smile, he asked in a low voice, "Dare I ask how I should address this lady?" Hua Yumeng replied softly, "This mistress is Hua Yumeng. Commander Master can call me by my name. Please forgive this mistress, but this mistress is currently unable to salute you properly." "So it is President Hua. I have long heard of your great name." Lu Tianfeng had a surprised expression on his face, as if he had really heard of Hua Yumeng's name, causing the latter to feel dizzy. Lu Tianfeng, however, did not notice this at all and continued to smile. "President Hua's, Five Paths Chamber of Commerce." Bai Zhengchu quickly reminded from the side. "And this Lu has also heard a lot about President Hua's Five Paths Chamber of Commerce. Honest business, honest to all, truly a model for all chambers of commerce. Seeing it today, it really lives up to its reputation, ha ha ha." A series of compliments, as if they did not cost money, caused Hua Yumeng's face to blush. The expressions of Gao Hong and the others were also extremely unnatural. What kind of situation was their Chamber of Commerce? Naturally, they were very clear about it. Five Paths Chamber of Commerce was alone and did not have many cultivators. If there were not 10,000 such chambers of commerce in Purple Star City, there were at least 8,000. What kind of character was Lu Tianfeng? That was a high and mighty guard commander. How could he have such a clear understanding of the Chamber of Commerce's situation? When the big hat of the model of the Chamber of Commerce was placed on everyone's head, they felt a heavy pressure, almost unable to raise their necks. However, everyone knew that the change in Lu Tianfeng's attitude was related to the young man in the room. Chapter 1845. In the backyard of Five Paths Chamber of Commerce, Hua Yumeng, Gao Hong, and the others were shocked. Compared with Lu Tianfeng's groveling, they were more concerned about Yang Kai's identity and why Purple Star City's Commander Master's attitude had changed so drastically after only seeing him for a short while. They didn't hear a single word of Lu Tianfeng's flattery. They only felt their heads buzzing. There was a misunderstanding just now. This Lu's foolish subordinate seemed to have heard some rumors from somewhere and mistakenly thought that there were troublemakers here, so they came to arrest them without any reason, causing various degrees of damage to your Chamber of Commerce's personnel and property. Rest assured, President Hua, since this Lu is the guard commander, this Lu will definitely not tolerate sand in my eyes. This Lu will definitely deal with this matter seriously and give President Hua a satisfactory explanation. Lu Tianfeng's expression was solemn as he patted his chest and promised. Hua Yumeng forced a smile. "This matter is not entirely Vice Commander Bai's fault, we also have some responsibility." Hearing what she said, Bai Zhengchu's eyes filled with tears as he stared at Hua Yumeng eagerly, a look of gratitude on his face. "Is that so?" Lu Tianfeng raised his brow as he carefully glanced towards the room and said unhurriedly, "Since President Hua is so reasonable, A cold snort immediately came from inside the room. Lu Tianfeng's expression became serious as he snapped, "Even if President Hua is so reasonable, they have made a mistake and should be punished." As a member of Purple Star City's guards, if they can't strictly abide by the law, what kind of guards are they? If they rush in to smash and injure people over trivial matters, how can the thousands of chambers of commerce in Purple Star City continue to operate? Vice Commander Bai. What do you say? How could Bai Zhengqiu not know that he had kicked an iron plate this time? Stepping forward with a sullen face, he bowed and said, "Subordinate has failed this time and asks Commander Master to punish him. President Hua, please be magnanimous and not offend this Bai." Hua Yumeng quickly stepped aside and said she didn't dare. Lu Tianfeng said righteously, "You have eyes but fail to see, offending President Hua and Five Paths Chamber of Commerce. This Lu will punish you by sending you to the frozen cell for a month, do you accept?" Frost cell. Bai Zhengqiu shuddered, his face pale. Earlier, he had said that he would throw Xia Jingwu and the others into the frost prison. Who would have thought that in the blink of an eye, this fate would be imposed on him? As one of the 8 vice commanders, how could he not understand how terrifying Frost Cell was? That place was naturally frozen. No matter how high one's cultivation was, once one was locked in there, they would die. Even their Saint Chi would be frozen. In other words, after entering the Frost Cell, one could only rely on one's physical strength to resist the bone-chilling cold. But without the protection of Saint Chi, how many cultivator could withstand it? 1 month's time. This was simply the time leading to the gates of hell. Lu Tianfeng glared at him when he didn't answer. We're convinced. Bai Zhengqiu's neck shrank as he nodded repeatedly. It's good that you're convinced. This is just a punishment for beating people up and destroying Five Paths Chamber of Commerce's buildings. How about this, hand over your space rings? With Lu Tianfeng saying so, who would dare to resist in the slightest? Like their parents had just died, all of them took off their space rings and handed them over to Lu Tianfeng. Lu Tianfeng chuckled and handed a handful of rings to Hua Yumeng, saying, "President Hua, I ask President Hua to be magnanimous and not lower yourself to the level of these fools. These are their compensation for your treatment." Master Lu. Hua Yumeng was completely dumbfounded. Facing this dazzling array of space rings, she didn't know whether to accept them or not, so she was at a loss for what to do. "President Hua, please don't refuse." Lu Tianfeng's expression was dignified as he looked at Hua Yumeng pleadingly. The person in the room was still watching him, so if this matter wasn't handled properly, he would likely lose his position as guard commander. Xia Jingwu stepped forward at this moment, chuckled, and cupped his fists to Lu Tianfeng. Since Commander Lu is personally upholding justice, Five Paths Chamber of Commerce will naturally cooperate fully. Many thanks, Commander Lu. Commander Master's righteousness is truly admirable. Good. Lu Tianfeng took the opportunity to shove a handful of space rings into Hua Yumeng's hands before quietly wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, thinking that this matter was finally over. Although it wasn't perfect, he had at least made his position clear. What are you still standing here for? Hurry up and go to Frozen Prison to receive your punishment. Lu Tianfeng yelled at Bai Zhengqiu and the others. Yes. Bai Zhengqiu and the others scattered like birds and beasts, fleeing from this hellish place that made them tremble in fear. After all his subordinates disappeared, Lu Tianfeng turned around, cupped his fists towards the room, and said with a smile, "Master, are you satisfied with this matter?" Soon, Yang Kai's voice came from inside the room. "Commander Lu must be joking. Maintaining the peace of the city, rewarding the good and punishing the evil is the responsibility of a commander. What does this have to do with this king?" Upon hearing this, Lu Tianfeng breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that the other party would not pursue today's matter. Bowing slightly, he said, "Master's teachings are correct. Then this Lu will take his leave. Have a good rest, Master." After saying so, he nodded to Hua Yumeng and the others in a friendly manner before walking out. Hua Yumeng, Gao Hong, Xia Jingwu, Yao Qing, Hai Tang, and the others still stood in place stupidly, each of their expressions extremely strange. Recalling what had just happened in front of them, all of them felt unreal, as if they were in a dream. After a long time, Hua Yumeng let out a muffled snort and spat out a breath that was mixed with a wisp of pink mist. It was Hua Yuqilin who had been forced out of her body. "President, are you all right?" Gao Hong looked at her quickly and asked. Hua Yumeng shook her head. In the conflict with Bai Zhengchu and the others just now, she had been the safest. The others had all suffered varying degrees of injuries. "President, we should now." Gao Hong glanced in the direction of Yang Kai. Hua Yumeng slowly shook her head and said, "Uncle Xia, go close the door of the shop and close it for the next 5 days. Let the brothers rest for a few days. If any of them are injured, pay them enough for treatment. As for these rings, I'll leave them to you, Uncle Xia." "Yes," Xia Jingwu answered as he took the rings. "Yao Qing, Hai Tang, you two go help," Hua Yumeng shouted to the side. Hai Tang heard this and followed out obediently. Yao Qing, on the other hand, stared at the room angrily and said angrily, "What do you want?" Gao Hong glared at him and interrupted him. "Get the hell out of here." Yao Qing could not help rolling his eyes as he muttered something under his breath before leaving angrily. In the blink of an eye, only Gao Hong and Hua Yumeng remained. The two women looked at each other and saw the hesitation in each other's eyes, the two of them exchanging divine sense messages as if they were communicating. After a while, Hua Yumeng sighed and said, "Many thanks for Master's help today. President Hua is too polite, it was only a small matter." Yang Kai smiled lightly. He heard a little awe and coldness in Hua Yumeng's tone, but this was expected, so he didn't care too much. Today's work is tiring, so this mistress won't disturb Master's rest. Tomorrow, this mistress will come to see Master again, Hua Yumeng said softly. "It's fine, President Hua can go about her business, I'll help myself." Hua Yumeng nodded, winked at Gao Hong, and the two women withdrew one after another. Inside the room, Yang Kai had a helpless smile on his face as he played with a token in his hand and muttered to himself, "I didn't expect this thing to be so useful." Even someone like Lu Tianfeng acted like a mouse seeing a cat when he saw it. Lu Tianfeng was a first-order origin king cultivator, so even if Yang Kai could subdue him with force, there was no need for him to act so respectfully. All of this was because of this token. "Of course, this is my Purple Star Venerable Token. The holder of this Venerable Token has a status equal to my Purple Star's 3 Great Elders. Lu Tianfeng is just a guard commander, so how could he dare act presumptuously in front of the holder of this Venerable Token?" A voice came from the side. It was Zidong. At this moment, his soul body had appeared above the soul-sustaining bowl and was placed aside by Yang Kai. "How many of these Venerable Tokens have your Purple Star issued?" Yang Kai asked. Zidong thought for a while before replying, "As far as I know, only 2 have been issued, both of which were held by second-order origin kings. This Venerable Token represents not only status but also the ability to mobilize the resources and personnel of my Purple Star to a certain extent, so only those who have made great contributions to my Purple Star will receive it." "So that's how it is," Yang Kai nodded lightly, understanding the preciousness of this Venerable Token. This thing was something he had found in Zilong's space ring. Although the materials used to forge it were rare, Yang Kai hadn't taken them seriously until today. He had no other choice. His original plan was to secretly steal the Star Emperor token and leave Purple Star, but after the incident with Hua Yumeng and 5 Paths Chamber of Commerce, he could no longer proceed according to his original plan. Although he wasn't afraid of Lu Tianfeng's arrival, this was Purple Star City after all. If he really fought with Lu Tianfeng, it would only attract stronger opponents. As such, Yang Kai asked Zidong how to deal with the current situation. Zidong strongly recommended that he use this Venerable Token. After giving it a try, it really worked. Lu Tianfeng had come aggressively and left humbly, and without Yang Kai's help, today's matter was perfectly resolved. However, this way, Purple Star would immediately pay attention to him, which would make it more difficult for him to steal the Star Emperor token. Yang Kai secretly felt a headache coming on. Now, he could only take one step at a time. Considering all this, Yang Kai turned to Zidong and said, "Tell me about the situation in Purple Star, what kind of masters there are, and if there are any internal disputes." Although Zidong was very reluctant, his soul was in Yang Kai's hands, so he didn't dare to resist, so he obediently explained to Yang Kai many things about Purple Star. Yang Kai took note of this information because there was no telling when it would come in handy. Whenever he encountered a critical situation, he would ask about it. Zidong also told him everything he knew. As for my identity, it's not convenient for me to say too much, I hope President Hua can understand. Hua Yumeng said, "Sir must have some unspeakable difficulties." That's right. However, you don't need to worry too much about it. My identity yesterday can't be real, so just treat me as an ordinary origin king. Hua Yumeng frowned, a little confused, but seeing Yang Kai's sincere look, she didn't think too much about it. After all, with his strength, there was no reason for him to deceive her, so she simply said seriously, "This mistress has misunderstood Master. I hope Master won't take offense. Don't call me Master, I'm not used to it. I just want President Hua to know that I have no other intentions in coming here, it was just a coincidence and have no ulterior motives towards your Five Paths Chamber of Commerce." Yang Kai looked at Hua Yumeng sincerely. "This mistress believes you." Seeing him so sincere, Hua Yumeng naturally believed him and hesitated, "But if I don't call you Master, how should this mistress call you?" "Senior?" Yang Kai lightly coughed, "Just a name is fine." "This mistress wouldn't dare." Hua Yumeng waved her hands quickly. "Forget it, do as you wish." Yang Kai didn't want to be entangled in this issue any longer, so he stretched out his hand and pushed the fruit platter back, saying, "This exquisite jade blood fruit is of no use to me, it's just a refreshing taste, but President Hua, if you eat it, it will help you refine your Saint Qi, so take it back." Hua Yumeng's face lit up as she looked at Yang Kai gratefully and said, "Many thanks, Master." This platter of spirit fruits was something she had purchased at a high price and was extremely rare. If it weren't for her scruples about Yang Kai's identity and strength, Hua Yumeng would never have done this. She was a diligent president, so there was no way she would be so wasteful. Someone is looking for you outside." Yang Kai's expression changed as he glanced outside. Hua Yumeng looked back and found that there was no one outside the door. Just as she was about to ask, she suddenly saw a figure hurrying over. It was Gao Hong. There was a look of pleasant surprise on Gao Hong's face, as if something good had happened. "Master, please wait a moment, this mistress will be back soon," Hua Yumeng said before quickly retreating. Outside, as soon as she met with Gao Hong, the two women whispered something to each other. A moment later, Hua Yumeng looked surprised and asked anxiously, "Really?" Gao Hong nodded seriously. Hua Yumeng was pleasantly surprised and said, "Come out with me to have a look." Saying so, she hurriedly walked out. A moment later, inside Five Paths Chamber of Commerce, Hua Yumeng appeared neatly dressed. At this moment, Xia Jingwu was inside the shop. Haitang, Yao Qing, and the others were all waiting quietly. Other than them, there was also a group of warriors in armor. Under the leadership of a white-faced man, they were standing in the shop, waiting solemnly. Seeing their attire, it was obvious they were the guards of Purple Star City, the same as Bai Zhengqiu and Lu Tianfeng from yesterday. After seeing Hua Yumeng, the leading white-faced man quickly cupped his fists and said respectfully, "It seems this is the famous president of Five Paths Chamber of Commerce, Hua Yumeng?" Hua Yumeng was taken aback and quickly returned the courtesy, "This mistress wouldn't dare." "This mistress," Hua Yumeng, greets this master. President Hua is too polite, the burly white-faced man said politely, allow me to introduce myself. This one is Vice Commander Chu Zheng of Purple Star City. I have long heard of Commander Chu's name, but may I ask why Commander Chu has come to my Chamber of Commerce today? Although she had obtained some information from Gao Hong just now, she was not certain, so Hua Yumeng still asked. This Chu has come this time. He has been ordered by Master Lu to come. Please hand these things over to President Hua. Saying so, he took out a jade box from his space ring. Respectfully, he handed it over. Hua Yumeng wore a solemn expression as she reached out and took the jade box. Opening the jade box, she took a look inside. Inside, there were many neatly arranged animal skins. Pulling one out, Hua Yumeng immediately exclaimed, "Land deeds." What? Xia Jingwu and the others were also shocked. Even Gao Hong's mouth dropped open. Although this Chu Zheng had said he had something good to give to Five Paths Chamber of Commerce, he had not explained what it was. After seeing the land deeds at this moment, everyone finally understood. So many land deeds? Hua Yumeng was completely dumbfounded as she took out the land deeds one by one. There were more than 30 of them, each of which represented the ownership of a shop. President Hua must be joking. These land deeds include all the shops on Soaring Dragon Avenue where Five Paths Chamber of Commerce is located, Chu Zheng explained with a smile. Master Lu said that although Five Paths Chamber of Commerce is small, it has always operated with integrity and has made great contributions to the development of Purple Star City. It is a model for thousands of merchants, so these land deeds are specially given to you as a reward. He hopes that all merchants will take your Chamber of Commerce as an example and follow suit. This. Hua Yumeng's tender body trembled slightly, unable to believe this was true. She only felt that the land deeds in her hands were so heavy that they almost crushed her. President Hua, please do not refuse. Chu Zheng stretched out his hand and interrupted her, solemnly saying, this Chu is also here under orders. If President Hua refuses, then this Chu will not be able to report back and will instead be thrown into the frozen prison as punishment. I have long heard that President Hua is a kind-hearted and warm-hearted person who loves to help others, so please do not make things difficult for this Chu. Hua Yumeng looked at Chu Zheng, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Chu Zheng immediately took advantage of this opportunity and said with a smile, in that case, President Hua will accept, and this Chu can return with peace of mind. What should we do? Even though Hua Yumeng was usually bold and wise, at this moment, her head was filled with confusion and she did not know how to deal with the scene in front of her. After being stunned for a while, she said, Uncle Xia, quickly prepare some gifts. Master has worked hard. She also knew that since the other party had put it this way, it was impossible for her to return the deeds. Uncle Xia nodded and hurriedly began to prepare. Chu Zheng, on the other hand, was taken aback and said in amazement, President Hua, please do not act like this. We are just doing our duty, how could we dare accept benefits? President Hua's words are too much for us to accept. The other guards also went pale, as if the gifts prepared by Xia Jingwu were some kind of scourge that they could not avoid. Chu Zheng stood in place anxiously, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead as he glanced in the direction of the Chamber of Commerce's backyard from time to time. After a while, he heard a voice in his ear, good, go back and tell Lu Tianfeng that he has handled this matter very well. This king is very satisfied. Chu Zheng felt as if he had been granted amnesty and cupped his fists in that direction, bowing, many thanks, master. Saying so, he quickly retreated and said to Hua Yumeng, this one will take his leave. President Hua, please wait a moment. As soon as his voice fell, he had already fled, leaving only his back visible in the distance. After experiencing shock and excitement, Hua Yumeng gradually understood that Lu Tianfeng had sent this box of land deeds over because of Yang Kai. she didn't know much about Yang Kai. As long as Yang Kai was here, Lu Tianfeng's attitude towards Five Paths Chamber of Commerce might still be servile, but if the Chamber of Commerce lost Yang Kai's protection one day, these more than 30 land deeds would definitely become the start of a disaster. An ordinary man was innocent, but treasuring a jade ring was a crime. In Purple Star City, even in the outer city, land deeds were extremely rare and could only be owned by powerful merchants. Five Paths Chamber of Commerce was simply too small and wasn't qualified to occupy any of them. Would Yang Kai protect Five Paths Chamber of Commerce forever? Hua Yumeng felt that this was impossible. After all, the other party was an Origin King Realm Master. For him to help them was already a blessing, so how could they expect him to protect them for a long time? Yang Kai glanced at her thoughtfully and said, "Since they are for you, President Hua should accept them. These things are worthless to me, so I have no use for them." Hua Yumeng smiled bitterly, but Yang Kai stretched out his hand and interrupted her, "No buts, just accept them without worry. Don't think too much about it, I will bear all the consequences." Hua Yumeng looked at Yang Kai in a daze, seeming to understand something else from his words and couldn't help saying gratefully, "Since Master says so, this mistress will offer her thanks to Master." Although her cultivation was good, she was still a businesswoman, so no businesswoman could refuse this box of land deeds. Yang Kai smiled and said, "But I want to know, how does President Hua intend to deal with these land deeds?" "Deal with them?" Hua Yumeng froze for a moment before saying, "I have always had a dream to hold the land deeds of Five Paths Chamber of Commerce in my own hands, but every inch of land in Purple Star City is worth a fortune, so land deeds are simply too expensive. Our original plan was to spend another 10 years to save enough Saint Crystals to buy these land deeds, then use this shop as a foundation to slowly develop from a small chamber of commerce to a big chamber of commerce. We don't expect to be on par with Hangluo Chamber of Commerce, just that we won't be bullied everywhere we go." As she spoke, she also let go of her reservations and cautiousness. Her beautiful face was flushed with excitement, and she was as lovely as a young girl. "This is not only my personal dream, but also the dream of Uncle Xia, Sister Hong, Yao Qing, and Hai Tang. We have also been working hard for this dream. As a merchant, who doesn't want to have a stable home? Now, this dream has been achieved so easily. With these land deeds, I can expand Five Paths Chamber of Commerce by more than 10 times, hang a plaque with my Five Paths Chamber of Commerce's name on the entire Soaring Dragon Avenue, and sell our goods throughout Purple Star City." At the end of her speech, Hua Yumeng actually danced with joy, her beautiful eyes flashing with a strange brilliance, as if a beautiful picture of the future had unfolded in front of her, causing her to be unable to control herself for a long time. It wasn't until she noticed Yang Kai looking at her with a smile that Hua Yumeng wore an embarrassed expression, her face turning red and purple as she whispered, "I've made a fool of myself in front of Master, everyone's dream is sacred, why would I make fun of you?" Yang Kai said seriously, "President Hua must have worked very hard these past few years, right? Not a few words. It's definitely been hard, but with all my brothers and sisters by my side, all hardships are nothing." Hua Yumeng smiled sweetly, causing Yang Kai to become slightly absent-minded. Seemingly aware of Yang Kai's strange gaze, Hua Yumeng quickly lowered her head, her heart pounding violently as she felt uneasy, lest Yang Kai take a fancy to her. However, on second thought, being taken in by such a young and promising Origin King did not seem to be a bad thing. Although she had not been in contact with him for long, Hua Yumeng believed that her ability to judge people was quite good. Yang Kai was very different from those arrogant Origin Kings. Not only was he approachable, but his appearance was also not bad, with a handsome body and a strong face. What am I thinking about? Hua Yumeng suddenly came back to her senses and wished she could find a hole to crawl into. President Hua's vision for the future is very comprehensive, but I wonder if you can listen to what I have to say. Yang Kai naturally did not know what Hua Yumeng was thinking and simply said, "Master is the benefactor of Five Paths Chamber of Commerce. If you have something to say, just say it, Hua Yumeng forced herself to reply. These land deeds, don't keep a single one, sell them all. Yang Kai quickly said. Huh? Hua Yumeng was taken aback, never having expected that Yang Kai would actually say this. If he really did so, the vision she had just conceived for the future would become nothing more than a bubble. All her dreams would be impossible to realize. Do you believe in me? Yang Kai looked at Hua Yumeng sincerely, staring straight into her eyes. Being stared at by this aggressive gaze, Hua Yumeng suddenly panicked, averted her gaze, and nodded subconsciously. This mistress naturally believes in master. That's good. It's not convenient for me to say the specific reasons, but you can't keep these land deeds, so it's best to sell them as soon as possible. One day, you will understand why I want you to do this. He had come to Purple Star City this time to steal the Star Emperor token, so there was bound to be some conflict with Purple Star. Although Lu Tianfeng had deliberately sent over so many land deeds because of the existence of the honored token, once Yang Kai's purpose was exposed, Five Paths Chamber of Commerce would definitely be implicated. At that time, he would no longer be able to remain in Purple Star City and these land deeds would become worthless. It was better to sell them all now and gather a large number of Saint Crystals. As long as he had enough Saint Crystals, would he need to worry about the Chamber of Commerce not being able to develop? Although Hua Yumeng did not understand why Yang Kai wanted her to do this, after calming down and thinking about it, she vaguely realized something and could not help trembling as she nodded, I understand. Yang Kai looked at her meaningfully and smiled slightly. President Hua is a smart person. I'm just a woman, so I'm just following Master's instructions. And, can I ask Master something? What is it? Yang Kai asked curiously. Can you accompany me out for a while? What for? Yang Kai frowned. It's like this. Hua Yumeng explained, there are too many land deeds, and if we really want to sell them, my Five Paths Chamber of Commerce alone won't be able to sell them for a good price. On top of that, this mistress wants to hand over these land deeds to Clear Sky Auction House so they can promote the auction on our behalf. This way, we can maximize our profits. Chapter 1848. Auction them off. Yang Kai's eyes lit up. Not bad idea, President Hua really has a talent for business. Master is making fun of me. Hua Yumeng blushed. No, I just admire you. Being able to come up with such a good idea in such a short time is not something an average person can do. Does that mean Master agrees? Hua Yumeng looked at Yang Kai in pleasant surprise. Going out for a walk is also a good idea. I also want to see the riches of Purple Star City, so I'll have to trouble President Hua to be my guide. Yang Kai smiled lightly. Hua Yumeng quickly got up and said happily, Master, please wait a moment, I'll be right back. After all, I need to inform Uncle Xia and the others about selling these land deeds. Go, I'll wait for you outside. Yang Kai nodded. A moment later, Hua Yumeng walked out of Five Paths Chamber of Commerce. Regarding the sale of the more than 30 land deeds, everyone in the Chamber of Commerce had different attitudes. Some, like Hua Yumeng, wanted to keep all the land deeds for the Chamber of Commerce to grow. After all, this was a rare opportunity that no one wanted to miss. Others wanted to compromise by selling half and keeping the other half. This way, not only would they have enough shops, but they would also have enough Saint Crystals. However, in the end, everyone agreed with Hua Yumeng's decision and sold all the land deeds. Hua Yumeng looked around and saw Yang Kai squatting in front of a stall not far away, bargaining with the seller. Is this how an Origin King Realm Master buys things? Hua Yumeng suddenly felt strange and walked over. A moment later, the voices of Yang Kai and the seller reached her ears. Brother, this purple copper sifting crystal is an excellent artifact refining material that I spent a great deal of effort to mine. If you use it to refine an artifact refining tool, you can definitely refine a Saint King grade high-rank artifact. Don't you think your asking price of 10,000 high-rank Saint crystals is a bit excessive? The seller shouted angrily. 10,000 isn't low, Yang Kai turned a blind eye and said with a smile. Fine, fine, I'll give in. 80,000 Saint crystals is a fixed price, consider it a gift. 10,000. 70,000, this is really my bottom line. I can't go any lower. 10,000. Can you stop teasing me? It's my bad luck to meet a guy like you who doesn't know what's good for him. Brother, I see that you're a man of striking appearance, so I'll give you face. 65,000. 60,000. 10,000. Motherfucker, did one of my enemies send you to mess with me? Believe it or not, I'll kill you in the blink of an eye. The seller's temper was completely suppressed by Yang Kai, and he quickly pulled out a Saint King grade machete and pointed it at Yang Kai angrily, threatening to kill him if he dared to cause any more trouble. Yang Kai chuckled, quickly got up and scurried to the side. Lunatic. Seeing Yang Kai walk away, the seller put away his artifact and shouted fiercely at Yang Kai, "Don't let me see you again, or I'll beat you up every time I see you." Master. Hua Yumeng appeared beside Yang Kai with a gloomy face. What? What was that all about? She couldn't believe what she had just seen. An Origin King Realm Master actually haggled with a Saint King Realm Cultivator for a few tens of thousands of Saint crystals, and in the end, not only did he fail to complete the transaction, he was even driven away. Was this really an Origin King? Was it really okay for the seller to act so arrogant? If he knew that he was facing an Origin King, what kind of expression would he have? I wanted to experience the local customs of Purple Star City while killing some time, Yang Kai explained with a smile. The temper of Purple Star City's cultivator is a bit grumpy. Hua Yumeng didn't know whether to laugh or cry, thinking that anyone who was teased like this would have a bad temper. Let's go to Clear Sky Auction House first to deal with the land deed, Yang Kai motioned, lead the way. Hua Yumeng responded and led the way obediently. Yang Kai took in the sights along the way, as if he was a country bumpkin who had never seen the world and had just arrived in a big city for the first time. Everything around him was new to him. Hua Yumeng was really a bit confused. Yang Kai's performance had completely subverted her understanding of Origin Kings. In her imagination, all Origin Kings should be like Lu Tianfeng, aloof and insufferably arrogant, but when Yang Kai mixed in with the crowd, he was no different from an ordinary cultivator, perhaps even worse than an ordinary cultivator. If she didn't know that he was an Origin King, Hua Yumeng wouldn't have believed this was true. After walking for a short while, Hua Yumeng arrived at a beast carriage company and hired a beast carriage. The carriage was pulled by two monster beasts that looked somewhat similar to horses. The interior of the carriage was spacious and peaceful, and Yang Kai and Hua Yumeng sat inside before the coachman cracked his whip and the carriage moved forward smoothly. These snow-treading monster beasts are all fifth-order monster beasts. Although they don't have much combat power, their speed is quite good, so Purple Star City has raised many of them to serve as a means of transportation for the cultivator. Flying is not allowed in the city, and the city is quite large, so these beast carriages are very popular, but the cost of using them is not low, a full 5,000 high-rank Saint crystals, inside the carriage, Hua Yumeng explained to Yang Kai. Fifth-order monster beast. Yang Kai nodded. Purple Star is really generous. Although a fifth-order monster beast was not a big deal, if one wanted to fill the entire city with these beast carriages, they would need at least tens of thousands of them. This was not something an ordinary great force could cultivate, so Purple Star must have mastered some secrets to raising monster beasts in captivity. While talking to Hua Yumeng, Yang Kai suddenly frowned and looked up at the sky. Under his gaze, the roof of the beast carriage seemed to become invisible, unable to block his line of sight at all. What's wrong? Hua Yumeng saw his expression change and asked in surprise. Is fighting allowed in Purple Star City? Yang Kai asked rhetorically. Naturally not. Is there someone who doesn't have eyes and dares to act presumptuously here? Hua Yumeng was surprised. That's interesting, Yang Kai smiled faintly. Yang Kai smiled faintly, waving his hand as he spoke, and an invisible force field spread out from him, wrapping around the entire carriage. The next moment, a violent noise rang out in the sky, accompanied by several muffled groans. Hua Yumeng's face changed as she suddenly felt a little uneasy in her heart. Although she was not affected by the aftermath of the battle just now because of Yang Kai's protection, she was still a third-order origin returning realm cultivator, so she immediately realized that there must have been an origin king realm master involved. She finally understood why Yang Kai did what he did just now. He obviously wanted to prevent the monster beast pulling the beast carriage from being disturbed. Because after this battle, the cries of the other monster beast pulling the beast carriages were constantly heard, but the one she and Yang Kai were in was safe. This scene puzzled the driver of the beast carriage. However, this battle happened quickly and ended just as quickly. By the time Hua Yumeng released her divine sense to investigate, there was no one in the sky, only a starship suspended in the air that seemed to be slightly damaged. That's... Hua Yumeng's expression changed again as she quickly opened the curtain and looked up. A moment later, her face changed drastically and she hurriedly sat back down. What did you find? Yang Kai asked. Hua Yumeng looked at him and said, if I'm not mistaken, that starship belongs to Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce. Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce? Are you sure? Yang Kai was stunned. And, the symbol on that starship is definitely Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce's. Hua Yumeng nodded seriously. Yang Kai released his divine sense again to confirm and found that, as Hua Yumeng said, there was indeed a special symbol on the damaged starship. He vaguely remembered seeing this symbol on the clothes of Shuiyu and Ni Guang. It really belongs to Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce? So, did Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce's cultivator just have a conflict with Purple Star? After a moment of silence, Yang Kai asked, why would Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce's starship come to Purple Star City? Hua Yumeng pursed her lips and smiled. Although Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce's forces are huge, in the end, it is still based on commerce. Wherever there is a cultivator in Purple Star's territory, there will be their business, so it's not strange for them to come to Purple Star City. However, I don't know why the two sides had a conflict, but that is not something this mistress can speculate on. Yang Kai gently nodded, paid attention to the starship again, and no longer paid it any attention. No matter what happened between these two forces, as long as it didn't affect his plans, he didn't care. The beast carriage continued to move forward smoothly, its speed like the wind. A short while later, they arrived in front of a huge auction house. After getting off the carriage, Hua Yumeng pointed to the front and said, "This is Clear Sky Auction House, one of the 3 largest auction houses in the outer city. It has a lot of credibility and I heard that they will be holding an auction in 5 days. There will be many rare items up for auction." Yang Kai nodded gently, but after a moment, he turned his head and glanced at Hua Yumeng. "President Hua, this is your first time here, so why are you a little nervous?" Hua Yumeng smiled reluctantly. "It's not my first time here, in fact, I've been here a few times in the past. I wanted to buy something, but I rarely gained anything and the prices were too expensive for this mistress to afford. However, this is my first time putting something up for auction, so I don't know what to do later. I'm with you, don't be afraid." Yang Kai cast an encouraging look at her. Hearing Yang Kai say this, Hua Yumeng calmed down immediately, thinking that she had an origin king by her side, and not an ordinary origin king at that. This was a master who even Lu Tianfeng had to treat with respect. Although Clear Sky Auction House's forces were not ordinary, if she came to put something up for auction, they wouldn't embarrass her, right? Moreover, wasn't the reason why she had pulled Yang Kai along because she wanted to use his identity as a deterrent? Otherwise, if a small 5 paths chamber of commerce like her were to take out so many land deeds, it would only cause trouble. Considering all this, Hua Yumeng calmed down and stepped forward. Rs. Chapter 1849. Inside Clear Sky Auction House, the hall was spacious and bright, bustling with people coming and going. As soon as Yang Kai entered with Hua Yumeng, a young girl greeted them with a smile, bowed respectfully, and softly said, "Greetings, Master. May I ask if the two Master have come to Clear Sky Auction House to reserve a seat for a few days from now or to submit an item for auction? Or do you have other important matters to attend to?" Yang Kai glanced at her. Under his powerful divine sense, this young girl's cultivation was immediately revealed. She was a first-order Saint King cultivator, and although her strength was not very high, it was not low either. Serving as a maidservant in this hall was a display of Clear Sky Auction House's grandeur. Throughout the hall, there were at least 80 people like this young girl. "We are here to submit an item for auction." Hua Yumeng restored her usual calmness and smiled lightly. "May I ask how?" "So you're here to submit an item for auction." The young girl smiled sweetly. "It's like this, Master. Our auction house does not accept items worth less than 1,000,000 Saint crystals. If the value of the item, Master, is more than 1,000,000 Saint crystals, the requirements will be met. As for items worth more than 1,000,000 Saint crystals and less than 5,000,000 Saint crystals, this servant can handle them. If the value is more than 5,000,000 Saint crystals and less than 50,000,000 Saint crystals, this servant will not have this privilege and will need the help of other stewards." "What if it exceeds 50,000,000 Saint crystals?" Hua Yumeng asked in a low voice. Although Hua Yumeng did not know the exact value of the more than 30 land deeds, it was definitely more than 50,000,000 Saint crystals. The young girl's face changed slightly, but soon she smiled like a flower. "If that's the case, Steward of Clear Sky Auction House will personally handle this. Manager Lee of our auction house will personally receive you. Sirs, this way please." She also understood that the value of the items these two Master wanted to auction was not something she and her steward could handle, so without hesitation, she led the two into the interior of the auction house. Her heart was also filled with joy. After all, in her line of work, if she really managed to close a deal with a guest, she would be rewarded handsomely. From beginning to end, Yang Kai did not say a single word and simply stood quietly behind Hua Yumeng like a guard, making the young girl feel that Hua Yumeng's background was not simple. She did not dare show the slightest neglect. Through the bustling hall, the three of them arrived at an extremely quiet courtyard. It was as if they had entered another world. The noise of the outside world instantly disappeared and was replaced by a small bridge and flowing water. The sound of stringed and woodwind instruments rang out. He couldn't help but feel relaxed and happy. After walking for a while on the winding gravel road, Zhang Ruiqiang and Zhang Ruiqiang finally stopped. The trio soon arrived in front of an oval-shaped arched door. The young woman took out a communication artifact from her space ring and poured her divine sense into it. A short while later, there was a flash of light on the arched door, which was a sign that the restriction had been lifted. The young girl then turned around and respectfully said, "Master, please come in. Someone will receive you. This servant will take her leave for now." With that, she turned around and left. Hua Yumeng and Yang Kai exchanged a glance before stepping through the arch and entering the courtyard. A woman who looked to be in her 40s walked towards them. She bowed and said, "Are the two guests here to auction something?" Hua Yumeng nodded and replied, "Please come with me." The woman turned around to lead the way, but the moment she turned around, she glanced suspiciously at Yang Kai, seemingly a little surprised. Yang Kai also smiled at her meaningfully, causing the woman's complexion to change slightly and her pace to become a little disordered. After walking for a while, the pair came to a stone pavilion where the fragrance of tea filled the air. A woman in a floral dress was brewing tea, her movements elegant and graceful. "Young lady, the guests have arrived," the woman walked over and said before standing aside and waiting. "Manager Li?" Hua Yumeng asked with some surprise. She did not seem to have expected that the manager of this huge auction house would be a woman, and a stunning beauty at that. In terms of appearance and temperament, Hua Yumeng could not help but sigh. "Are you surprised, honored guest?" Manager Li raised her head and glanced at Hua Yumeng, pursed her lips, and winked playfully at Hua Yumeng. "Why, does honored guest think I should be a man?" "No, no." Hua Yumeng quickly waved her hand. "I was a little surprised, but I admire you even more." "Oh?" Manager Li glanced at Hua Yumeng in surprise, but immediately seemed to understand something and nodded. "It seems that honored guest is also the manager of a great force and has something in common with me. How could a small chamber of commerce dare compare with your esteemed house?" Hua Yumeng said modestly. Regardless of how big or small a force is, the manager bears the expectations and future of all her brothers and sisters. The burden on her shoulders is very heavy. Hua Yumeng nodded again and again. These two women, as soon as they met, seemed to have found a common topic to talk about, as if they were close friends. The woman next to her could not help coughing lightly. "Young lady, these two guests are here to auction something." "Huh." Manager Li smiled apologetically. "My apologies. My heart was touched and I spoke from the bottom of my heart. Please take a seat." Hua Yumeng hesitated for a moment before taking a seat. Manager Li was about to speak when she suddenly looked down at the jade pendant on her waist. In the next moment, she raised her head again and looked at Yang Kai solemnly. "Master, please forgive this humble woman's ignorance and offended master just now. I hope master will not take offense." "Oh?" Yang Kai glanced at the jade pendant on Manager Li's waist with a smile and said with some surprise, "This thing can sense my cultivation?" "My apologies, master," Manager Li said softly. Manager Li said softly, "This mistress has many people coming and going here every day, and there are always some masters who hide their cultivation like Sir. This mistress is just an origin returning realm master and is unable to see through their depths, so this mistress deliberately created this artifact to avoid offending such a master. This mistress has no malicious intent." Yang Kai nodded gently. "I understand, but why are you acting so fearful?" "Only Commander Lu is qualified to transfer these things." "News spread so quickly?" Hua Yumeng frowned. "I'm afraid it's not that the news spread quickly, but rather that clear sky auction houses means are quite good, right?" Yang Kai looked at Li Nua with a smile. Li Nua's pretty face blushed as she smiled awkwardly. When doing business in Purple Star City, one naturally has to be observant. "I've shown master a joke. And not many people know about this apology. Our clear sky auction house is one of them, but what happened at the city gate yesterday, I'm afraid everyone in the city knows about it. Five Paths Chamber of Commerce's reputation will definitely soar this time." "The entire city knows?" Hua Yumeng's face turned pale. Five Paths Chamber of Commerce was a small force, but now it had suddenly become the focus of the entire city. This was likely a disaster, not a blessing. She could not help casting a pleading look at Yang Kai, but Yang Kai smiled lightly and motioned for her to calm down, allowing Hua Yumeng to calm down. "So, does elder sister think that the starting price of 100 million is still considered high?" Hua Yumeng was stunned on the spot, unable to speak for a long time, her tender body constantly trembling. The impact of Li Nua's words on her was too great. Although she had realized that the value of the 30 land deeds was not low before, she had not calculated it carefully at all. Now that Li Nua said this, she truly realized what kind of wealth she had obtained. This was something that her Five Paths Chamber of Commerce could never obtain even if it operated for a lifetime. Seeing her frozen in place, Li Nua did not urge her and instead picked up a pot of tea and poured a cup of tea for Hua Yumeng and Yang Kai. Yang Kai raised his cup and took a sip before asking, "Sisterly, if we were to auction these land deeds as a whole, how many great forces in Purple Star City would be able to buy them all?" "At least 10 have this ability. Master shouldn't underestimate the great forces in Purple Star City. Although it won't be easy for them to gather hundreds of millions of saint crystals, as long as we let them know in advance and give them some time to gather, they should be able to do so." "Good, since that's the case, let's auction them as a whole. President Hua, what do you think?" Yang Kai looked at Hua Yumeng and asked. Hua Yumeng nodded, her face flushing with excitement as she said blankly, "I'll follow Master's decision." "Then let's do as we say." Yang Kai chuckled, knowing that Hua Yumeng was unable to think straight at this moment, so he took the initiative to make the decision for her. "Master, please rest assured, there are still 5 days before the next auction. This mistress will advertise the auction properly so that your Chamber of Commerce can sell these land deeds for a good price," Li Nua promised Yang Kai seriously. "Then I'll have to trouble you," Yang Kai smiled lightly. "Good, according to the rules of our auction house, after an item is successfully auctioned, a 5% fee will be charged, but since this transaction is so large, this mistress will give Master a discount of 2%. How does that sound?" Although it was only a 3% discount, because of the massive foundation, it was still a considerable amount of saint crystals. Yang Kai was quite surprised, but he had no reason to refuse, so he said, "This one will thank Sister Li on behalf of President Hua." Li Nua was startled, but she understood the meaning behind Yang Kai's words, but she didn't care too much, simply smiling lightly and saying to the woman beside her, "Aunt Chun, take 2 VIP invitations and hand them to this master." "Yes." Aunt Chun responded, taking out 2 golden invitations from her space ring and placing them in front of Yang Kai. Li Nua explained with a smile, "In 5 days, Master and President Hua will be able to enter the auction with these invitations. This mistress will arrange everything. There will be many good things at the auction, so Master must attend. Perhaps there will be a treasure that catches your eye." "I'll definitely come." Yang Kai smiled and nodded before putting away the invitations, immediately calling out to Hua Yumeng, who had not yet recovered, and leading her out. Aunt Chun escorted them all the way out of the auction house before returning. "Young lady, why did you show so much goodwill to that person? Is it because of the second young master?" Aunt Chun looked at Li Nua, who had a worried look on her face, and asked. "And why else would Aunt Chun think I took the initiative to reduce the fee by 3%? Those 3% represented nearly 10 million saint crystals." Li Nua smiled bitterly before sighing, "but that person is very cautious and doesn't seem to appreciate it." Aunt Chun also sighed. At that time, Yang Kai had said, "On behalf of President Hua, I thank Sister Li for her kindness." From this sentence, Li Nua and Aunt Chun knew that the other party was a cautious person and did not accept Li Nua's kindness. Instead, he pushed Hua Yumeng forward, leaving Li Nua helpless for a while. "I don't know what happened to second young master, but there was a fight in the sky just now. Did Aunt Chun sense it clearly?" Li Nua looked at the woman and asked. "It ended too quickly," Aunt Chun shook her head. "I'm afraid that someone on second young master's side tried to escape Purple Star City but failed." "Ha!" Li Nua sighed. "President is too cruel. Both of them are his own flesh and blood, yet he sent second young master to such a place while third young master enjoyed all the glory, young lady." Aunt Chun was taken aback and quickly winked at her. Li Nua smiled lightly and said, "I know, Aunt Chun. There are no outsiders here, so I'm just complaining in front of you. We can't investigate the situation here too clearly, so we can't reveal ourselves rashly, so we can only rely on someone else. The Master of Five Paths Chamber of Commerce is of unknown origin, but even Lu Tianfeng is afraid of him, so his strength and power must be quite high. I originally wanted to ask him to inquire about second young master's situation on my behalf, but now it seems that won't be possible." Aunt Chun frowned and said, "Young lady, don't worry. Although second young master sometimes acts rashly, the heavens help the worthy, so I'm afraid he will be fine. What's more, although Purple Star is powerful, they won't dare to move against our people. In particular, second young master's identity is different, so he won't be in any danger, but I'm afraid some physical pain will be inevitable. That's what I'm worried about. Second young master has been pampered all these years, so how could he possibly endure physical pain? A trace of determination appeared on Aunt Chun's face as she said, "If young lady is still worried, let me ask Elder Peng." "Peng who?" Li Noa frowned. "That person isn't a good thing. He's a lecher, Aunt Chun, don't go looking for him." "Rest assured, young lady," Aunt Chun smiled faintly. "Although that old thing Peng Hu is unscrupulous, it is precisely because of this that we have an opportunity. At worst, I'll just give him some benefits. His strength isn't as good as mine, so I won't suffer a loss." Saying so, Aunt Chun made up her mind and said, "Then it's settled, I'll go find him now." "Aunt Chun." Li Noa's face stiffened, but in the next moment, Aunt Chun disappeared. Li Noa suddenly became anxious and could only secretly pray that Aunt Chun would not really suffer a loss at Peng Hu's hands. Yang Kai and Hua Yumeng left Clear Sky Auction House, the latter still in a daze. Her cheeks were red and her excitement could not be calmed as the 100 million saint crystals constantly lingered in her mind, occasionally glancing over at Yang Kai, her beautiful eyes filled with gratitude. If it weren't for this person, Five Paths Chamber of Commerce would have been razed yesterday, and all her brothers and sisters would have been killed. How could such a great thing have happened? At this moment, Hua Yumeng suddenly felt that she could rely on the other party. This feeling warmed her heart and made her somewhat infatuated. For so many years, Five Paths Chamber of Commerce had been led by her, and as Li Noa said, everyone's future had been placed on her shoulders. The burden was really heavy, and it was not something her delicate body could bear. But this time, someone had become her backbone, allowing her to experience what it was like to rely on someone else. For a while, she was unable to extricate herself as she kept thinking about how good it would be if she could always rely on someone like this in the future. Chapter 1851. Isn't this President Hua? Just as Hua Yumeng was lost in thought, a voice suddenly came from the side. After hearing this voice, Hua Yumeng could not help frowning and turning her head to look in the direction of the voice. Not far away, a man who looked about 10 years old walked straight towards her, grinning as he walked, his eyes constantly sweeping back and forth over Hua Yumeng's sensitive parts. This man wore luxurious clothes and seemed to have a great background, but his pair of naturally slanted eyes gave him a sinister aura. Being stared at by him like this, Hua Yumeng suddenly felt uncomfortable. Behind this man, there were two Origin returning realm cultivator with indifferent looks on their faces. At first glance, it was obvious they were guards. Jiang Chao. Hua Yumeng's beautiful eyes could not help flashing a look of disgust and dread, but soon, she remembered that she was not alone now and had Yang Kai by her side, so she quickly regained her indifference. Huh, it's really a small world. To actually meet President Hua here, it must be fate. Jiang Chao did not seem to notice Hua Yumeng's repulsive posture and still had a warm look on his face. President Jiang must be joking. You and I are both presidents of the Chamber of Commerce. As the saying goes, peers are enemies. There is no fate between you and me, Hua Yumeng said indifferently. Hearing this blatant flirting, Hua Yumeng's pretty face could not help sinking as she shouted, "President Jiang. Please conduct yourself with dignity." Huh, why would I need to conduct myself with dignity in front of you? We will soon be a family, Jiang Chao laughed. By the way, what about the matter I told you half a year ago? This duke does not have the patience to continue waiting. Half a year ago, you suddenly left Purple Star City, making it impossible for me to find you. Now that we have met, you should give this duke an answer quickly. Hua Yumeng's face suddenly became ugly as she ground her teeth and glared at him. Jiang Chao sneered, "President Hua. You should know. Your little chamber of commerce won't be able to achieve anything, so what can two kittens do? Why don't you merge with this Duke Saint Origin Chamber of Commerce? Under this Duke's leadership, what need do you have to worry about not developing in the future? If it weren't for President Hua being a woman, shouldering such a heavy responsibility, do you think this guild would allow you to take advantage of it? This Duke is someone who has tender feelings for the fairer sex. I can't bear to see a beauty suffer. President Jiang, I've already given you a clear answer last time. It is impossible for Five Paths Chamber of Commerce to merge with your Saint Origin Chamber of Commerce. Please give up and stop pestering me. After Hua Yumeng finished speaking, she grabbed Yang Kai and said, let's go. You want to fight here? Hua Yumeng exclaimed, this is Purple Star City, ha. Jiang Chao sneered, so what if it's Purple Star City? Guild leader Hua, it seems that my previous friendliness has caused some misunderstanding. Have you forgotten my identity? Not to mention that this Duke hasn't made a move yet, even if I did, so what? What's more, this Duke heard that the people of your Five Paths Chamber of Commerce caused trouble at the city gate yesterday. Although I don't know why you are still safe and sound, if this Duke captures you and hands you over to the guard army, he will be rewarded meritoriously. Hearing him talk about his identity, Hua Yumeng seemed to think of something and her pretty face couldn't help paling slightly as a look of dread appeared on her face. Seeing her hesitation, Jiang Chao sneered, President Hua, don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. This Duke doesn't have that much patience. It was precisely because of this that she was helpless to deal with Jiang Chao's entanglement. Although Jiang Chao and the Eighth Elder were separated by many generations and would only meet a few times a year, with such a background, Jiang Chao could still walk sideways in Purple Star City. Jiang Chao had designs on her Five Paths Chamber of Commerce and Hua Yumeng, and if Hua Yumeng had not been avoiding him, it was likely he would have ended up in a miserable state. Little, are you afraid now? Jiang Chao looked at Yang Kai triumphantly, kneel down and admit your mistake now and this Duke can spare your life, otherwise what? Yang Kai looked at Jiang Chao with a smile, not showing the slightest fear. You've got guts, little brat. Jiang Chao's anger rose and he waved his hand, capture him. The two cultivators behind him hesitated for a moment. Although they knew that Yang Kai was not to be trifled with, since Jiang Chao had given them an order, they did not dare disobey. Both of them flickered and rushed towards Yang Kai from both sides. Both of them were origin-returning realm masters with extraordinary means. Although they had not been able to figure out Yang Kai's depths, they felt that if the two of them joined forces, he would not be able to resist. But what happened next surprised them greatly. Just as they rushed to Kai Yang's side, before they could even use their own methods, they saw Kai Yang grin at them and then send out two slaps to their left and right. His movements were casual and unrestrained, as if he was driving away a mosquito. However, these two palms caused the two cultivators to be drawn into a vortex of power that they could not break free from. This is not good. The two cultivators shouted at the same time as they madly pushed their Saint Chi to resist, but in front of this vortex of power, their Saint Chi was as fragile as paper and shattered in an instant. Two screams rang out as the two cultivators who had rushed over were sent flying, crashing into the walls of the shops on both sides of the street, creating large holes in them. In an instant, the nearby shops were filled with curses and many cultivators rushed out of the damaged shops, looking around, wondering who dared to hurt people in Purple Star City. C. Jiang Chao was left standing in place, his eyes bulging as he sucked in a breath of cold air, feeling his lungs ache. Staring at Yang Kai in horror, he seemed to understand something and exclaimed, Origin King Realm? Although his two guards were not the top Origin returning realm masters, they were definitely not bad, but the two of them had been sent flying with just two palms. Without the strength of an Origin King Realm Master, it was absolutely impossible to achieve such a feat. This unassuming guy who was less handsome than him and had been called a bastard by him turned out to be an Origin King Realm Master. The soles of Jiang Chao's feet were cramping as he stared at Yang Kai in horror, feeling that the smile on his face at this moment was incredibly terrifying. He wanted to escape, but to his horror, he found that he could not summon even a trace of Saint Qi or strength. His feet seemed to be fixed in place and he could only watch as Yang Kai walked towards him step by step. The aura of death washed over him, making Jiang Chao feel as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. Who dares act presumptuously in Purple Star City? An angry roar suddenly rang out and immediately afterwards, the figures of the guards flickered out of the crowd and surrounded Yang Kai and Jiang Chao in an instant, glaring at the two of them with unfriendly looks on their faces. Purple Star City has decreed that fighting and killing is strictly prohibited in the city. If anyone is found to have committed such a crime, their cultivation will be crippled and they will be thrown into the frozen prison, or they will be killed on the spot. Chu Zheng, you dare! Jiang Chao shouted, you dare arrest me? This young master is the grandson of 8th Elder. If today's matter is known to 8th Elder, do you think you will have a good end? Chu Zheng's complexion changed slightly, but soon, he sneered and said, young Master Zhang's courage is too great. This vice commander represents Purple Star City and Purple Star. Even if this matter is brought to 8th Elder's attention, he will not say anything. Yet you dare to contradict and threaten this vice commander? Do you not put Purple Star in your eyes? How could I? Jiang Chao wore an aggrieved expression, never having imagined that things would develop to this extent. Whether you do or not is not up to you to decide. Come with this vice commander. Chu Zheng, don't use a chicken feather as an arrow, think carefully about this young master's identity. Jiang Chao shouted fiercely. Chu Zheng waved his hand impatiently and shouted, seize him. Several Purple Star City guards rushed up and quickly subdued Jiang Chao. Jiang Chao was still struggling. As he struggled, he cursed loudly. His curses were extremely unpleasant to the ears. Chu Zheng frowned and ordered, seal his meridians. The guard who had captured Jiang Chao received this order and stretched out his hand to press down on Jiang Chao's back, silencing him. Vice Commander Chu enforces the law impartially and has a noble character, this king admires him greatly. Yang Kai cupped his fists to Chu Zheng with a smile. Chu Zheng blushed and said humbly, Master is too polite, this Chu was simply doing his duty. Since the culprit has been captured, this Chu will not disturb Master's mood any further. Master, please do as you wish, this Chu will take his leave. Take care. Yang Kai nodded lightly. Chu Zheng shouted and led the many guards away quickly. The many onlookers were still in shock, unable to believe that Jiang Chao, who had dominated Purple Star City, would be captured and taken away by Chu Zheng. Everyone looked at Yang Kai's expression with great dread, guessing what this person's origins were and why Chu Zheng's attitude had changed. Hua Yumeng also wore a blank look. Although she knew that Kai Yang's identity was definitely not ordinary since even Lu Tianfeng was afraid of him, but in front of so many people, Chu Zheng's actions were no different from slapping 8th Elder Jiang Chongfeng's face. How could Yang Kai's identity be so high that Chu Zheng would make such a choice? Was he even more powerful than Purple Star's 8th Elder? Hua Yumeng stared at the tall figure in a daze, as if she was looking at a fog that could swallow the heaven-devouring great emperor, her beautiful eyes filled with confusion. Let's go. Yang Kai whispered to Hua Yumeng before walking off in the direction of Five Paths Chamber of Commerce. Before leaving, he glanced in a certain direction and smiled slightly. Hua Yumeng followed him blankly. Somewhere 1,000 meters away from the place where Yang Kai and Jiang Chao had a conflict, there was a restaurant called the No. 1 Pavilion Under Heaven. The No. 1 Pavilion Under Heaven had a total of 9 floors. The 4th floor and below were for ordinary cultivators to drink and have fun, while the 4th floor and above were only for cultivators with strength and status. The higher the floor, the higher the requirements. As for the 9th floor, only the top masters were entertained, not just because one had money, but also because one had a high reputation and status. It was said that the number 1 pavilion under heaven had even entertained several elders of Purple Star. At this moment, on the 9th floor, 2 people were sitting by the window, looking down. One of them was an old man with half-squinted eyes that flashed with a faint light. Chapter 1853. One old man and one young man both stared at Yang Kai's back as he left, not speaking for a long time. The old man's expression was dignified, but the young man seemed to be very interested in Yang Kai, a faint smile appearing on his face. After Yang Kai's back disappeared from sight, the young man smiled slightly. Interesting. Rude brat. The old man coldly snorted. Why does old G say that? The young man looked at the old man with some surprise. Ji Jun snorted, that little brat discovered this old master and second young master were hiding here and probably knew that Chu Zheng's change in attitude just now was related to us, but instead of thanking us, he simply left. If that's not rude, then what is? The young man was slightly startled. That person even discovered old Ji's hiding place? Ji Jun nodded. Second young master may not have seen clearly, but that person glanced towards us before he left. Obviously, he had discovered us long ago. The young man raised his brow. Old Ji is a master at the peak of the First Order realm, and his divine sense is no weaker than that of an ordinary Second Order master, yet he was able to discover old Ji. Doesn't that mean he really has a Second Order cultivation? Ji Jun frowned slightly and pondered for a moment before saying, this old master didn't dare to spy too obviously, so he was unable to determine what kind of cultivation this person possessed. Although Lu Tianfeng had direct contact with him, according to Lu Tianfeng, he couldn't see through the other party's background. It seems that even if this person isn't as good as this old master, he isn't far behind. As for whether he really is a second-order master, that remains to be seen. The young man grinned. Good, good. No wonder he dares act so arrogant, he's a man of skill. This young master likes this kind of appearance. Second young master. Ji Jun looked at the young man hesitantly. Do you want to recruit this person? The young man nodded, and, during this period of time, Purple Star City has been filled with turbulent undercurrents. The party led by Great Elder has been actively acting and has already encroached on many places they shouldn't have. If this young lord does not take action, Purple Star's surname will change. Ji Jun's face changed slightly as he coldly snorted. Great Elder and the others are seeking their own deaths. When Lord returns, they will definitely be held accountable. As for you, second young master, you've been keeping a low profile for so many years. Why are you so anxious this time? Although his lord and eldest young master had been missing for almost 2 years, when his lord left 2 years ago, he said that he and eldest young master were going to handle some important matters. He would be back in a few days. What if His Majesty returns and finds out that second young master? Second young master, you need to know. With his lord's ability, there weren't many people in Star Territory who could threaten him, and even fewer who wanted to kill him. He will come back sooner or later. A faint trace of worry flashed across the young man's eyes, but it quickly disappeared. He chuckled and said, Old G is right. It's not that this young master is in a hurry, but, time doesn't wait for me. What's more, I'm doing this for the Z family, not for my own selfish desires. Even if my father comes back, he won't blame me much. I hope so. Ji Jun nodded worriedly. Seeing that the young man was determined, he didn't try to persuade him any further. Old Ji, with your insight, do you think it's possible for me to recruit this person? The young man stared in the direction Yang Kai had left and asked. Everyone has a price. It all depends on whether or not second young master can afford it. As long as we cater to his tastes, we'll be able to act. What old G said is right, the young man smiled slightly. It seems that I need to find out what he likes first. Inside the room, Yang Kai turned his head and looked at Jiang coldly, sneering, "Your Excellency is quite awe-inspiring." Jiang frowned as he looked at Yang Kai, his divine sense fluctuating, seemingly wanting to spy on Yang Kai's cultivation, but in the next moment, he discovered that he was unable to see through his opponent's foundation. Just as he was about to withdraw his divine sense, his face changed in horror, because at that moment, the other party's body seemed to have transformed into a vortex that pulled in his divine sense. Jiang turned pale with fright and desperately urged his divine sense to try to break free. However, the vortex that was pulling in his divine sense strangely disappeared. Jiang was unable to withdraw his divine sense in time and his knowledge sea tumbled violently. With a muffled groan, he could not help but take a few steps back, his face turning slightly pale as if he had suffered some internal injuries. Yang Kai's lips curled into a sneer as he looked at him sarcastically. That sneer made Jiang feel a little ashamed. How could he not know that he had kicked an iron plate? Forcing himself to focus, he asked angrily, "What is the meaning of this, friend? What do you think?" Yang Kai coldly snorted. Chapter 1854. Seeing Yang Kai not giving him any face, Jiang Changfeng wore an embarrassed look but didn't continue to argue. After all, he had overestimated himself and tried to use his divine sense to investigate Yang Kai, but how could he have known the other party's methods would be so strange that he had suffered a loss? Taking a deep breath to calm the tumbling blood in his heart, Jiang Changfeng suppressed his anger and asked, "Is this friend Purple Star's third venerable?" Yang Kai glanced at him but didn't pay him any attention. Instead, he walked over to the table, picked up the cut-scattered mountain cloud mist tea, poured himself a cup, took a sip, and praised, "Good tea, good tea." Jiang Changfeng's old face was so gloomy that a layer of frost could be seen on it. He understood that the other party was deliberately saying this because of what happened just now. The other party not giving him any face really put him in a difficult position. Although there was no one else here to see, he was still an origin king, so when had he ever been so despised? Jiang Changfeng couldn't help coldly snorting and saying, "This old master is Purple Star's 8th elder, Jiang Changfeng. May I ask if this friend is my Purple Star's 3rd venerable?" "You." Jiang Changfeng was furious and trembled with anger. Yang Kai coldly snorted and said, "Since you know this king is Purple Star's venerable, you still dare act so impudent? Have you lived so many years in vain?" After learning that the person who had come was Jiang Changfeng, Yang Kai was not in a good mood. If the upper beam was not straight, the lower beam would be crooked. He had already experienced Jiang Chao's behavior, so it was obvious that Jiang Changfeng was not a good person either. Seeing Xia Jianghu and the others being intimidated by Jiang Changfeng, Yang Kai became even more annoyed. The fate of Five Paths Chamber of Commerce and the others could be said to have been implicated by him, so Yang Kai naturally wanted to return the favor, so his attitude and tone were quite unfriendly. A Purple Star Venerable. A Purple Star Venerable. His status was extremely high, no less than the top 3 elders of Purple Star. Jiang Changfeng was only the 8th ranked elder. It stood to reason that when one saw Yang Kai, one had to show the courtesy of a subordinate, but with Yang Kai abusing this rule, even if Jiang Changfeng was angry, there was nothing he could do. So, after Yang Kai's words left his mouth, Jiang Changfeng's stomach felt like it was on fire, but he could only endure. Taking another deep breath to calm his anger, Jiang Changfeng rolled his eyes. He said, "You said you're a venerable one, so you're a venerable one? Only with a venerable token personally bestowed by Master can one become a venerable of my Purple Star. So far, Master has only bestowed this token to 2 people, but as far as this old Master knows, Your Excellency is not one of them." Jiang Changfeng hurriedly grabbed the honorable token and examined it over and over again, confirming that it was the real deal. A look of suspicion appeared on his face as he muttered, "This venerable token is genuine, but why hasn't my Purple Star Elder Council received any news about the appearance of a third venerable? When did His Majesty bestow this token to Your Excellency? What does that have to do with you?" Yang Kai sneered. "What? Eighth Elder, do you think that your master needs to report to you?" Jiang Changfeng's complexion changed greatly as he hurriedly said, "I dare not say such words. Master's actions are not something this Jiang has any right to question." "If you have no right to question, then why are you still being so long-winded?" Jiang Changfeng's complexion changed several times, but in the end, he suppressed his anger, held the venerable token in both hands, walked over to Yang Kai, and quickly said, "This venerable token has been verified and can confirm that Your Excellency is indeed my Purple Star's third venerable. This old master has offended Your Excellency before and hopes that venerable will forgive him." Yang Kai glanced sideways at him before continuing to drink his tea and mumbling, "Do you think this king wants to be your Purple Star's venerable? If it weren't for Zilong's pleas, this king would not have accepted this venerable token. What kind of joke is this?" Jiang Changfeng's jaw dropped as he stared at Yang Kai in shock, not knowing if this young man was just boasting or if he was telling the truth. After all, there was no way to verify this. However, holding on to the venerable token was not appropriate, so seeing Yang Kai not accept it, Jiang Changfeng could only respectfully place the venerable token on the table and withdraw. "Eighth Elder coming here, I'm afraid it wasn't just to verify this king's identity, right?" Yang Kai spat out a tea leaf and stared at him indifferently. Jiang Changfeng's heart skipped a beat as he suddenly remembered that arguing with this guy had almost caused him to forget what he was here for, so he quickly said, "Venerable, this Jiang has come here on the orders of Great Elder." "Great Elder?" Yang Kai raised his brow. Great Elder heard that my Purple Star had produced another venerable and was very pleased, so he specially ordered this Jiang to come and invite venerable to the inner city for a chat. "Not interested." Yang Kai curled his lips disdainfully. "What?" Jiang Changfeng stared at Yang Kai in amazement, a look of disbelief filling his face. "You don't understand my words? I said I'm not interested, you may leave." Jiang Changfeng's forehead suddenly broke out in cold sweat as he stuttered, "Venerable," this Jiang said, "Great Elder wishes to see you." "I heard you, so what?" "So what?" Jiang Changfeng suddenly realized that the loss he had suffered just now was not unjustified. This inexplicable venerable did not even give face to Purple Star's Great Elder, so why would he care about an eighth elder? Jiang Changfeng's heart immediately calmed down. However, since he had come here under orders, Jiang Changfeng naturally could not just go back like this. Frowning, he turned to Yang Kai and said, "Venerable, now that Master is not in Purple Star City and Purple Star is under the command of Great Elder, I'm afraid it's not good for Venerable to refuse, right?" "What's not good about it?" Yang Kai looked at Jiang Changfeng with a smile. "This." Jiang Changfeng thought to himself, "You're just pretending to be confused. Not giving face to Great Elder, what's not good about it?" Yang Kai coldly snorted and said, "This king is the venerable of Purple Star and is not under the command of Purple Star. Even if Zilong wants to see me, he will have to visit me personally and discuss with this king first. Go back and tell Gong Sunliang that if he wants to see this king, he can come here himself." This king does not have time to listen to his nonsense. The Gong Sunliang Yang Kai spoke of was Purple Star's Great Elder. He was a powerful second-order origin king. Jiang Changfeng's eyes bulged as he finally realized just how arrogant and domineering this third venerable was. While feeling nervous in his heart, for some unknown reason, he was also secretly delighted. "Why haven't you left yet?" Yang Kai saw Jiang Changfeng still not moving. Shouting impatiently, his voice mixed with his divine sense, causing Jiang Chongfeng's body to tremble and a look of panic to appear on his face. Quickly cupping his fists, he said, "Good. This Jiang will take his leave. Venerable, please wait." Saying so, he quickly turned to leave. "Wait!" Yang Kai suddenly shouted again. Jiang Chongfeng was startled and quickly turned around to look at Yang Kai and asked, "What other orders does Venerable have?" Yang Kai narrowed his eyes at him. His voice was cold as he said, "Today is your first offense, so leave some saint crystals as compensation. Go back and tell Gong Sunliang that if any blind fool dares to act presumptuously in Five Paths Chamber of Commerce again, Yang Kai will not be spared. Scaring my friends isn't something some saint crystals can solve. This king will personally go to the inner city and have a good chat with him." Yang Kai emphasized the word chat as a ferocious grin appeared on his face. Jiang Chongfeng was startled for a moment before he seemed to understand what Yang Kai meant, a strange expression appearing on his face as he said, "Venerable wants this Jiang to leave some saint crystals. Compensate those people outside? You hurt people, do you think you can just walk away like this?" Yang Kai looked at him sarcastically, "You don't have to leave any saint crystals. If there is enmity, an eye for an eye, an eye for an eye. This king will make a move, if you can withstand it, you can leave." Jiang Chongfeng was taken aback. Although he had not been in contact with Yang Kai for a long time, he understood that the other party's arrogance was not without reason. With his first order cultivation, there was absolutely no way he could compete with him. Taking a single move from him would not kill him, but he would definitely be injured. After weighing the pros and cons, how could Jiang Chongfeng hesitate? Taking out some saint crystals from his space ring, he angrily shouted, "This Jiang does not dare disobey Venerable's orders. Today, this Jiang will also convey Venerable's words to Great Elder without missing a word. That would be for the best." Yang Kai smiled wickedly, as if he was not afraid of heaven or earth. Jiang Chongfeng coldly snorted, flicked his sleeves, and left. After Jiang Chongfeng left, Yang Kai frowned slightly and began to ponder. He suddenly felt that under the calm exterior of Purple Star City, there seemed to be some turbulence. When he went out with Hua Yumeng today, he had encountered a conflict between Hangluo Chamber of Commerce's people and Purple Star, and then someone had secretly expressed goodwill to him. After returning to the Chamber of Commerce, Jiang Chongfeng was waiting for him. All these signs indicated that Purple Star City was about to undergo a great change. "Master." Hua Yumeng walked in and saw Yang Kai pondering for a long time without speaking, so she could not help calling out worriedly, "What's the matter?" Yang Kai looked up at her. "These saint crystals." Hua Yumeng pointed at the saint crystals all over the ground in confusion. Although she did not count them carefully, there were at least 300,000 pieces of saint crystals piled up together, emitting a dazzling light. "And these are the compensation Jiang Chongfeng gave to Uncle Xia and the others. Tell them to divide them among themselves," Yang Kai explained with a smile. "Compensation, compensation?" Hua Yumeng's expression froze as she was surprised. Inside Purple Star Palace, although there weren't many barriers, each of them was extremely powerful and extremely well hidden. Yang Kai wanted to act stealthily this time, so naturally, he didn't want to expose his position, so Zidong came in handy for this purpose. Before coming here, Yang Kai deliberately asked Zidong about the situation inside Purple Star Palace. Zidong naturally did not dare to conceal anything, but he also said that although he knew most of the barriers inside Purple Star Palace, his understanding was not comprehensive. These things were usually handled by special people. As the young master of Purple Star, how could he have the leisure to care about such things? However, this information was enough. As long as Yang Kai was not too unlucky, he should not make any mistakes. While observing the surrounding environment, Yang Kai avoided the barriers and quietly approached a palace in the center of Purple Star Palace. That place was the Purple Star Treasure House, and it was the most heavily guarded place in Purple Star Palace, but it was also the easiest place for Yang Kai to break through because Zidong knew the situation there like the back of his hand, and Yang Kai even had the key to open the treasure house. As such, as long as he could get close to that palace, he could accomplish his mission. Time passed slowly, and his progress was quite smooth. Yang Kai approached the palace little by little. Seeing that there was only a third of the way to his destination, Yang Kai, who was walking through the void, suddenly stopped. Just now, he felt as if he had touched some kind of barrier and an invisible wave of power spread out in all directions. Shit! Yang Kai's face went pale. He had never expected that the barriers in Purple Star City would be so well hidden that even his divine sense could not detect them. The next moment, Yang Kai felt two powerful divine senses sweep towards him. These two divine senses belonged to an Origin King Realm Master, so obviously someone had noticed the movement here. Even though Yang Kai was skilled and courageous, he could not help feeling his scalp go numb at this moment. Although he was proficient in the Tao of Space and was a second-order Origin King, this place was still his enemy's lair. There were countless masters here, and if he was really entangled here, whether he could escape or not was not certain. He didn't dare to be careless. He quickly flashed and was about to teleport away. But at that moment, the pressure of a territory domain pressed down from the sky. This territory domain was so powerful that it seemed to be able to seal off space itself. Yang Kai's figure could not help pausing and was unable to leave immediately. Scoundrel, how dare you behave so atrociously in my Purple Star Palace? An angry roar rang out from afar, shaking the entire Purple Star Palace cultivator. No matter how hard he pushed his divine sense, he could not detect the other party's aura. It was as if the scene just now was just a farce he had orchestrated. While the few of them were talking, more experts were alarmed and rushed over one after another. Even Ziwu Ji rushed here with Ji Jun, second young master. Everyone saluted Ziwu Ji. Although everyone knew that the next master of Purple Star was Zidong, Ziwu Ji was still Zilong's son, so they had no choice but to give him face. Only Gong Sunliang stood there unabashed. Wu Ji greets Great Elder. On the other hand, Ziwu Ji needed to salute Gong Sunliang. Because he was not Purple Star's young master, if Zidong were here, the situation would be different. Gong Sunliang did not say anything, simply gently nodding with a proud expression. Seeing his appearance, a cold light flashed across Ziwu Ji's eyes and he smiled lightly. Great Elder, what happened here? How did Wu Ji notice that someone attacked? Gong Sunliang turned a deaf ear to this question, as if he had not heard it at all, not even bothering to respond. Everyone's expression changed several times as the atmosphere became extremely stiff. Ziwu Ji couldn't be sure, a thick suspicion appearing on his brow. Inside a certain palace in Purple Star Palace, Yang Kai remained dormant, doing his best to restrain his aura as he silently sensed the situation inside Purple Star Palace, a look of helplessness filling his face. Since he had already alerted the enemy, he had come here in vain. What's more, he couldn't leave even if he wanted to at this moment. With so many masters probing him with their divine senses, as long as he made the slightest movement here, he would definitely be noticed. As such, he could only endure and wait for a good opportunity. Time passed slowly, but Yang Kai was not in a hurry. The masters coming and going continued to fly over his head, but no one discovered him. Suddenly, a figure landed not far away, glanced around, and immediately walked straight towards a certain room. In front of this room, there were several Origin returning realm masters guarding it, and after seeing the newcomer, they all saluted, subordinate greets 7th Elder. The 7th Elder gently nodded and said, "Is there any movement inside?" Reporting to 7th Elder, "There is nothing unusual," the leading Origin Realm Master respectfully replied. The leader of the Origin returning Realm Masters replied respectfully before immediately asking suspiciously, "7th Elder, what happened just now? Why did this subordinate feel like there was a fight going on?" "Someone broke into Purple Star Palace. Great Elder was afraid that someone was here for the people in this room, so he called me over to take a look." "Open the barrier." "Yes." The several Origin Realm Masters heard this and without hesitation, each took out a flag-like artifact from their space rings, poured their Saint Chi into it, and in the next moment, the space around the room rippled as the barrier was activated. The 7th Elder walked straight inside and after a short while, angry shouts and curses rang out from inside. However, these curses soon died down, as if they had been beaten up by the 7th Elder. The 7th Elder walked out from inside with a trace of annoyance on his face as he coldly snorted, "Overestimating yourselves, daring to attack this old master. If you weren't still useful, I would have taken your lives directly. Watch carefully, if even one of these people gets lost, you'll lose your head." The several Origin Realm Masters looked solemn and nodded. The 7th Elder took a step forward, turned into a stream of light, and flew up into the sky, disappearing in the blink of an eye. After the 7th Elder left, the several Origin Realm Masters glanced at each other and began forming seals with dignified expressions, preparing to open the barrier again. Yang Kai hid in place with a strange expression as he stared at the room with a suspicious look on his face. Amidst the curses and shouts just now, he seemed to have heard the voice of an acquaintance. This made him somewhat unable to believe his eyes. After hesitating for a moment, Yang Kai made up his mind. Taking advantage of the fact that the barrier had not been activated yet, his figure flickered and he rushed directly into the room. The several Origin Realm Masters who were activating the barrier frowned. At that moment, they felt a vague sense of uneasiness, but this feeling quickly disappeared, leaving them with blank looks on their faces. However, these people all thought that they were mistaken and didn't care too much about it, quickly activating the barrier again. Inside the room, Yang Kai appeared leisurely. Before he could see the scene inside the room, two figures suddenly rushed up, intending to attack him. Yang Kai's face sank as he released his Origin King Realm territory domain, completely freezing the surrounding space. Under his deliberate control, the range of his territory domain was extremely small, only covering this room and not touching the barrier outside. Chapter 1857. The young man in the room turned out to be Shen Tu. He was the son of Heng Luo Chamber of Commerce's president, AIO, and Shui Yu's second brother. When Yang Kai was trapped on the floating continent, Shen Tu was also there. Both of them were weak at the time, only Saint Realm, with Shen Tu's cultivation being slightly higher, only Third Order Saint. The two of them cooperated on the floating continent and formed a friendship. Later, after escaping from the floating continent, Yang Kai followed Shen Tu to Water Moon Star, the home star of Heng Luo Chamber of Commerce. Several dozen years had passed since then. Yang Kai never expected to meet this guy on Purple Star, so he was quite surprised. Shen Tu stared at Yang Kai, unable to believe his eyes until Yang Kai took the initiative to greet him, causing him to rub his eyes and call out, "Yang Kai?" "Indeed, it is this Yang." Yang Kai chuckled. "Why are you here?" Shen Tu frowned and asked in amazement. "It's a long story, brother Shen Tu, can you tell these people, to calm down?" Yang Kai glanced at the other four cultivator who were glaring at him with malicious intent. Shen Tu gently nodded and shouted, "Everyone stop, brother Yang is an old friend of mine." The four Origin returning Realm Masters looked at each other and withdrew their Saint Chi. Yang Kai saw that they were no longer moving and dispersed his territory field. In an instant, everyone in the room regained their freedom. You've actually reached the Origin King realm? Shen Tu was shocked by Yang Kai's sudden appearance just now and only now realized what Yang Kai's true cultivation was. His face could not help filling with shock. Back then, his cultivation was slightly higher than Yang Kai's, but after so many years, he was only a first-order Origin returning realm cultivator while Yang Kai had already reached the Origin King realm. Comparing the two, Shen Tu was naturally shocked. One had to know that breaking through to the Origin King realm from the Origin returning realm was not a simple matter. Throughout the ages, how many geniuses had been stuck at this juncture, unable to advance for the rest of their lives? Every cultivator who could break through to the Origin King realm not only had outstanding talent, but luck and opportunity were also indispensable. I was lucky, Yang Kai chuckled. Shen Tu slowly shook his head. As the son of Heng Luo Chamber's president, Shen Tu's eyesight and experience was extraordinary, so how could he believe Yang Kai's words? He knew that the other was just being modest. However, this was not a good time to discuss this matter. Shen Tu, of course. Staring at Yang Kai with a dignified expression, he whispered, "Brother Yang, you suddenly appeared here. I only have one question to ask, are you and I, friend or foe?" "Friend, not foe," Yang Kai said sincerely. Shen Tu smiled happily and couldn't help laughing. He stepped forward and gave Yang Kai a bear hug, patting his back vigorously as he said, "Brother Yang, it's been a few dozen years since we last met. This one misses you very much." Seeing him being so enthusiastic made Yang Kai feel a little embarrassed. Shen Tu said, "Back then, when you left Water Moon Star on that starship, I learned that something had happened to it. Almost all of the cultivators on board were wiped out, and since then, there has been no news of you, making this Shen Tu feel very guilty." "That's not your fault, it was just a coincidence." Yang Kai felt his sincerity and felt warmth in his heart. When he left Water Moon Star that year, he had casually boarded a starship, but Shuayu just so happened to be on the same boat. It was precisely because of Shuayu's existence that the starship was destroyed. When the starship had reached a meteor sea, it had been smashed to pieces by a powerful artifact that had been lying in ambush. When she heard this voice, Li Nua stiffened, but soon a look of pleasant surprise appeared on her face as she quickly looked out the window. It was pitch black outside, with only a ray of light visible in the east. The night was over, and the sky was bright. Li Nua smiled and said, "Aunt Chun, come back. This person has no malicious intentions and has instead brought me some good news." This thing has no other function other than to block divine sense detection, but it is also limited. The divine sense of a cultivator below the Origin King realm cannot penetrate it, but it is not difficult for an Origin King realm master. Hua Yumeng gently nodded as a look of longing appeared on her face. She was now a third-order Origin returning realm cultivator, and if there was a chance, she could also try to break through to the Origin King realm, but this hurdle was simply too big. She had broken through so many years ago but had yet to even reach the grand accomplishment stage in her Shi, let alone comprehend the mysteries of her territory. It was likely she had no hope of breaking through in this lifetime. On the stage, Li Nua smiled slightly, stepped forward, and lifted the red cloth covering the tray, revealing the item inside. Sure enough, it was an Origin-grade mid-rank artifact, and it was a delicate dagger that exuded a cold aura. Li Nua picked up the dagger, formed a few seals with her hands, and poured her Saint Qi into it. In an instant, the dagger buzzed and a dense array of grain-sized runes suddenly appeared on its blade. The cold aura around the dagger became even more intense. Li Nua held the dagger in her hand and immediately circulated her Saint Qi to protect herself. chuckling lightly as she explained, "This dividing yuan dagger is made from deep-sea cold iron with cold snake sand, heavenly fiend earth, and the tooth of the ninth-order monster beast, black-eyed tapir. It was carefully refined by an origin-grade high-rank artifact refiner. It is extremely cold and is specifically designed to break through one's Saint Chi defenses. Everyone, watch carefully." Saying so, she stabbed the dagger towards her own arm. A cold aura visible to the naked eye condensed at the tip of the dagger and soon collided with Li Nua's own Saint Chi. In the next moment, with a tearing sound, Li Nua's Saint Chi protection was torn apart. Li Nua's control of her strength was excellent, so although the dagger tore through her Saint Chi protection, it did not hurt her at all. Taking back the dagger, Li Nua smiled and said, "Although this dividing yuan dagger is only origin grade mid-rank, with it won't be a problem for one to resist a third-order origin returning realm master. There is no need for this mistress to elaborate on its value. Most importantly, it won't take too long to refine. The base price is 150,000 Saint crystals. Please." As soon as Li Nua's voice fell, bids rang out in the hall. Everyone was obviously very interested in this artifact. Hua Yumeng also looked interested. This dagger was small and suitable for a woman to use, but Yang Kai's words just now were still ringing in her ears, so she did not want to give Yang Kai face. At that moment though, Yang Kai's voice sounded, "This dagger is flawed. If I'm not mistaken, it should be a failed product." A failed product? Hua Yumeng was startled when she heard this. You didn't notice, but when Li Nua tested the power of this dagger just now, she used an ice attribute secret technique, so if you want to activate the power of this dagger, you must cultivate an ice attribute secret art or secret technique. I don't see any ice attribute secret technique in your body, so even if you win this item, it won't be of much use. Is that so? Hua Yumeng was shocked. Isn't Li Nua deceiving others by doing this? Yang Kai smiled and shook his head, "Not really, it can only be said that she is lying. Moreover, if this dagger is really obtained by a cultivator who cultivates an ice attribute secret art, its power will be quite good." This mistress understands, Hua Yumeng nodded. Inside the hall, the bidding continued and the base price of 150,000 Saint crystals was quickly raised to 280,000. The first auction item was so popular, which made Li Nua smile very happily. The most important thing for an auction was to get off to a good start so that the enthusiasm of the auctioneers could be mobilized and they could sell for a good price. After the price rose to 320,000 Saint crystals, the number of cultivator bidding gradually dwindled. After all, the price of an origin-grade mid-rank artifact was about the same, so bidding for more would not be worth the loss. Not every cultivator spent so many Saint crystals on themselves. Even if they occasionally earned a lot of Saint crystals, they would buy spirit pills to cultivate and increase their strength. Artifacts were only supplementary. In the end, this yuan dividing dagger was bought by a male cultivator in the hall for 350,000 Saint crystals. The following auctions were in full swing. With the first auction item as a good start, the enthusiasm of a large number of cultivators was aroused. Auction items were presented one after another, and the prices rose steadily from the base price. The hall was bustling with noise and excitement. Secret treasures, spirit pills, herbs, ores, and even secret arts and secret techniques. The auction items covered almost everything, and everything one could think of. Chapter 1859. Time flew by, and the auction had been going on for 2 hours now. During this time, almost every item brought up for auction was sold for a high price, making Clear Sky Auction House extremely profitable. However, all the cultivator participating in the auction were either in the hall or in the private rooms below a block. The Origin Kings in the 5 private rooms of a block were all biding their time, and Yang Kai did not know what they were waiting for. Even Hua Yumeng had bid twice, winning an artifact and a powerful secret technique that she was currently studying happily. At this point, the auction was about to come to an end, and Yang Kai immediately knew that the highlight of the auction was about to begin, so he immediately perked up. The next item to be auctioned is a spirit pill, an Origin King grade spirit pill. On the auction stage, Li Nuo said with a smile. As soon as these words fell, there was an uproar in the hall as everyone stared at Li Nuo in amazement. After all, Origin King grade spirit pills were not common goods anywhere, and it was extremely rare for one to appear at an auction. Generally, a cultivator who obtained an Origin King grade spirit pill would hide it, either giving it to their friends or family, or privately finding a master to exchange for a large number of saint crystals. It was very rare for something like this to be auctioned at an auction. Only those auction houses with strong backgrounds could obtain Origin King grade spirit pills as auction items. Although Clear Sky Auction House was quite famous in Purple Star City, it wasn't very famous. It had never auctioned anything too valuable before, so no one had expected that it would actually bring out an Origin King grade spirit pill to auction this time. This was really beyond everyone's expectations, and everyone was looking forward to it. Inside room A5. Hua Yumeng also stopped what she was doing and looked towards the stage with interest. Li Nuo smiled lightly and took a few steps forward, arriving in front of the maidservant. Reaching out, she picked up a jade bottle from the tray, shook it, and immediately heard a crisp sound. Pursing her lips, she smiled and said, "This jade bottle contains an Origin King pill." Kong, after Li Nuo's voice fell, the entire hall's cultivator went into an uproar. What, an Origin King pill? An Origin King pill? Sister Li Nuo, are you not deceiving us? Li Nuo smiled and said, "This mistress auction house is here. How could I dare deceive everyone? This spirit pill is indeed an Origin King pill. Please take a look." As she spoke, she opened the jade bottle and poured out a round, rolling spirit pill. As soon as the pill appeared, the entire hall was filled with the fragrance of pills. When the fragrance entered their nostrils, many cultivators' faces lit up with joy. They felt as if their bottlenecks were loosening. Just smelling the pill fragrance had such a miraculous effect. What kind of amazing effects would there be if you were to consume it? Sure enough, it was an Origin King pill. The Origin King pill was a spirit pill that peak origin returning realm cultivators yearned for when attempting to break through to the Origin King realm. It could increase the success rate of a cultivator's breakthrough, and after taking this pill, it would be easier for them to comprehend the heavenly way and martial Tao, allowing them to better condense their territory. Although this pill couldn't be used to restore or heal injuries, it was still a fatal temptation to any third-order origin returning realm cultivator. The quality of an Origin King pill was Origin King grade low rank and could only be refined by an Origin King grade alchemist. Moreover, because the main materials used to refine the Origin King pill were rare, Origin King pills were rare even in the entire star territory. Combining all of these factors, each Origin King pill was priceless. As for the role of an Origin King pill, I don't think this mistress needs to explain. Li Nuo seemed to have expected this reaction and smiled. This Origin King pill has a base price of 20 million crystals. Everyone, please bid. As soon as her voice fell, the hall fell silent, with no one daring to bid. 20 million saint crystals was not something an ordinary cultivator could take out. Only those who had the backing of a great force, such as a family or sect, could have such strong financial resources. However, Li Nuo was not in a hurry because she knew that this Origin King pill would definitely not go unsold. It was just that some people were not in a hurry to bid. Huchi. In room A5, heavy breathing sounded. Yang Kai turned his head and found that Hua Yumeng could no longer remain calm, her tender body trembling slightly as her cheeks flushed red. Her fists were clenched tightly together as her pair of beautiful eyes stared fixedly at the Origin King pill on the stage. She was also a third-order origin returning realm cultivator, and although she had not made much progress since breaking through, how could she remain calm when an origin king grade pill was right in front of her? This was not just a spirit pill, it was a symbol of the path to the origin king realm. If she could really use this origin king pill to break through to the origin king realm, let alone 20 million, even 200 million would be worth it. So, after a moment of excitement, she blurted out, 20 million. Her voice broke the silence in the room and Li Nuo glanced over at room A5, casting a kind smile on her face. 25 million. As soon as Hua Yumeng's voice fell, a bid immediately sounded from one of the private rooms in the third block, increasing the price by more than 5 million. This time, the other cultivator could no longer sit still and bids rose one after another, all of them coming from the private rooms. In a short span of 10 breaths, the price had actually been raised to over 80 million. Hua Yumeng's pretty face could not help turning pale as she faintly realized that she was no longer able to compete for this spirit pill. 80 million was simply an unaffordable number for her. Although there were still more than 30 land deeds waiting to be auctioned in Clear Sky Auction House, even if they were sold, how many saint crystals could they possibly fetch? The competition for the Origin King pill had only just begun, so there was no telling what the final price would be. Perhaps even if she threw in all the saint crystals she had earned from the land deeds auction, it would not be enough. 100 million. From a private room in room B, an old voice called out. Although this voice was deliberately calm, anyone could hear the excitement and nervousness in his voice. As soon as this price was called, the scene fell silent again. Chapter 1860. At this moment, in room A2, Ziwu stared in the direction of Gong Sunliang with a gloomy expression, his hand gripping the handle of his sandalwood chair, which had already been crushed to dust. Ji Jun, who was standing next to him, also had an extremely ugly look on his face. Second young master, this old fart is definitely doing this on purpose. Ji Jun shouted angrily. This young master is not a fool, how could he not know this? Ziwu grit his teeth. I was wondering why someone like him would suddenly appear at Clear Sky Auction House. It turns out he deliberately came to cause trouble for this young master. This old fart really has nothing better to do. Ji Jun said with a cold face, this old fart must be afraid that young master will grow up, so he is trying to obstruct you so insidiously. One day, this young master will make him pay the price. Ziwu secretly swore. The sky-high price of 500 million had exceeded his expectations. Although he was Purple Star's second young master, because he had no power or influence, he had to hide his strength and bide his time, so he did not have much financial resources. All the resources of Purple Star belonged to his eldest brother, Zidong. If it were not for the fact that Zilong and Zidong's whereabouts were unknown in the past 2 years, Ziwu would not have stood out and would have chosen to continue hiding. If he wanted to fight against Gong Sunliang, he would need great strength, so this Origin King pill was extremely important to him. If he could break through to the Origin King realm in a short time with the help of this pill, he would have more capital to rely on. After pondering for a while, Ziwu did not back down and instead grit his teeth and shouted, 600 million. 600 million saint crystals was already his bottom line. It was also the largest amount he could take out right now. If Gong Sunliang increased the price again, Ziwu would have no choice but to give up. Unsurprisingly, Gong Sunliang did not give him any face and instead shouted leisurely, 1 billion. It was as if he did not call out 1 billion. Instead, he called out 100,000 or 1 million casually. As soon as this statement came out, everyone's complexion changed. Even Li Nuo, who was standing on the auction stage with a smile on her face, could not help frowning as a bad feeling rose in her heart. 1 billion. The cultivator in the audience exclaimed. What? did I hear wrong? Great Elder just called out 1 billion? I also thought I heard wrong. How could it be so high? Yes, an Origin King pill is indeed precious, but it is impossible to sell it for a sky-high price of 1 billion. Last time, an Origin King pill was sold at Rongyuan auction house for only 580 million. As expected of the Great Elder. He's so rich that 1 billion is nothing. There were differing opinions below, but there were also those with sharp minds. He sensed that something was wrong. Gong Sun Liang, are you deliberately causing trouble? In room A2, Ji Jun couldn't bear it any longer and couldn't help but shout angrily. Boom, the crowd once again boiled over. Everyone looked towards room A2 in shock. They didn't know who was so bold as to directly call out the Great Elder's name. An auction that was originally uneventful and ordinary was now experiencing a series of unforeseen circumstances. The atmosphere became treacherous, and a dangerous aura filled the entire auction house. On the stage, Li Nuo's palms were sweating as a faint look of unease flashed across her beautiful eyes. It was out of everyone's expectations. Gong Sun Liang didn't get angry and instead said with a smile, Ji Jun, what do you mean by that? This elder has taken a fancy to this Origin King pill, so what's wrong with bidding? What's wrong with that, you know in your heart, Ji Jun snorted coldly. On the stage, Li Nuo said loudly, however, this mistress and the several appraisers of Clear Sky Auction House have not been able to figure out what this auction item is. Huh? You dare auction it without figuring it out? Your Clear Sky Auction House is treating this like child's play. That's right, don't think we ordinary cultivator are easy to deceive, our saint crystals don't grow on trees. What are you all arguing about? Since this thing is the last to appear, it must be of extraordinary value, perhaps even more precious than an Origin King pill. Let's take a look first. The group of martial artists immediately began to clamor at the same time. Chapter 1861. Li Nuo turned a deaf ear to the shouts of the cultivator below the stage and gestured to a maidservant who immediately presented the auction item. This time, she did not try to be mysterious and simply covered it with a red cloth. Everyone fixed their eyes on it and found that it looked like a piece of ore. It was about the size of a baby's head and was round and shiny, exuding a light blue luster. Judging from the way the maidservant carried it, this auction item was not heavy, so it was not difficult for her to carry it. The hubbub gradually subsided and everyone's eyes were drawn to this item, looking around curiously. From the various private rooms, countless divine senses also spread out and scanned the auction item. However, no one could see any clues. Even Yang Kai's brow furrowed, a look of suspicion filling his face. After all, with his current divine sense, there were very few things in this world that he couldn't see through, but he couldn't see through this thing. From this, it could be seen that even if this last auction item wasn't a priceless treasure, it would absolutely not be inferior. This made Yang Kai a little interested. On the high platform, Li Nuo opened her red lips and said softly, "This thing was accidentally obtained by my Clear Sky Auction House. Since obtaining it, we have been studying its use. Unfortunately, my Clear Sky Auction House's talents have withered and we have not been able to study it thoroughly, only concluding that it is an excellent artifact refining material. Today, with so many masters gathered here, perhaps there is a master with discerning eyes who knows what it is used for. This mistress hopes that if any master wins this item, he will not hesitate to enlighten this mistress and resolve the doubts in her heart." Li Nuo smiled lightly. The final auction item, an unknown artifact refining material, reserve price 30 million. In the hall, after a short moment of silence, all the cultivators burst into laughter. Obviously, they felt that the reserve price set by Li Nuo was a bit too outrageous. Li Nuo, on the other hand, didn't care and still stood on the high platform with a smile on her face. As she said, Clear Sky Auction House had studied this thing for a long time but still did not know what it was used for. Even Aunt Chun could not tell what it was used for, but even if she did not know what it was. Even so, it did not affect its value. Li Nuo had once compared it with some Origin King grade artifact refining materials and found that no matter which Origin King grade material it was, they were all inferior. In other words, this was at least an Origin King grade artifact refining material. It would be great if the item could be sold, but it didn't matter if it couldn't be sold. It was normal for auction items to go unsold. After a long while, no one made a bid. It looked like the last auction item was really going to go unsold. Li Nuo's beautiful eyes swept around, and she couldn't help but reveal a trace of disappointment. "Miss Li, can you show me that thing?" Suddenly, a steady voice sounded from one of the private rooms. Saying so, she motioned to the maidservant, and the maidservant hurriedly walked towards Yang Kai's room. In room A5, Yang Kai frowned. There was a hint of seriousness in his eyes. Hua Yumeng asked in surprise, "Master, do you recognize this thing?" Yang Kai shook his head slowly. "I'm not sure. I have to take a closer look." Hua Yumeng nodded suddenly. On the other side. In room A1, Jiang Chongfeng's complexion changed slightly as he said with a gloomy expression, "Great Elder, the one who spoke is that guy." Gong Sunliang raised his brow and narrowed his eyes, "My purple star's third venerable?" "Indeed." Jiang Chongfeng nodded seriously. "A few days ago, this Jiang went to invite this person on your orders, but he was rudely refused. This Jiang specifically stated that it was Great Elder who had invited him. However, he refused to accept it at all. This person is too arrogant." Gong Sunliang stroked his beard and sneered coldly. He sneered, "Only capable people can be so arrogant." This old man originally wanted to find some time to meet this person. "I never expected to meet him here today, but since that's the case, let's have a good chat first. This old master wants to see whether this venerable really has ability or is just a fox trying to intimidate others." Jiang Chongfeng was shocked when he heard this and a hint of schadenfreude flashed across his eyes. He knew that although Gong Sunliang didn't seem to care on the surface, he was actually quite upset that Yang Kai had refused to give him face. Inside room A5, Yang Kai took the auction item and examined it solemnly, his divine sense condensing into a wisp of light as he probed its interior. Neither Hua Yumeng nor the maidservant dared to disturb him. At first, nothing unusual happened, but at a certain moment, Yang Kai's face couldn't help changing as his eyes bulged, as if he had been attacked by someone. A surge of spiritual energy burst out from his body and formed a barrier in front of him, *pa, with a soft sound, his divine sense defense was broken through in an instant. Just as Yang Kai was about to resist again with a look of horror, everything suddenly calmed down. The entire auction house fell silent as 90% of the cultivator went pale and trembled slightly. The moment Yang Kai's divine sense erupted, it was as if a dormant dragon had poked its head out of its lair, causing everyone to feel as if they had been plunged into an ice cellar. Fortunately, all of this happened quickly, otherwise, some people would have gone crazy. Inside the private room, Yang Kai's eyes flashed with surprise for a moment before he handed the auction item to the maidservant indifferently and said, "That's enough, you may withdraw." "Yes." The maidservant took the auction item and hurriedly left, not daring to breathe too loudly. This old master also wants to observe. I wonder if Sister Li Nuo can make it convenient. Gong Sun Liang's voice came from room A1. He was really curious as to why Yang Kai had suddenly erupted with such a powerful divine sense just now. Whether it was Yang Kai himself or this last auction item, Gong Sun Liang had a strong interest in both. If Great Elder wants to observe, naturally, Li Nuo smiled. The maidservant turned around and brought the last auction item to Gong Sun Liang's side. Gong Sun Liang observed for a much longer time than Yang Kai, but unlike Yang Kai, he did not make a mistake like Yang Kai did, allowing the nervous cultivator in the hall to breathe a sigh of relief, thinking to themselves that Great Elder was truly worthy of his title, not someone ordinary masters could compare to. With Yang Kai and Gong Sun Liang taking the lead, the masters in the private rooms all made similar requests. The last auction item was passed around in the hands of the masters. Chapter 1862. In order to coax his daughter to go to school, he had almost been forced to kneel. Li Nua had a very good impression of Yang Kai, not only because Yang Kai gave her an approachable feeling when they first met, but also because of the message he had sent her that night. "Come if you want to play and watch." Li Nua understood at that time that the one who had secretly sent her a message was Yang Kai. As such, she had long since classified Yang Kai as one of her own in her heart. Now that she saw Yang Kai make a bid, how could she hesitate? She was ready to settle this quickly and decide on the price first. At the same time, she felt extremely annoyed in her heart. If she had known that Yang Kai was interested in this thing, she would not have put it up for auction and would have just given it to him directly. However, even so, it did not matter as she would simply return all the saint crystals later. She could not let her own people suffer a loss. Various thoughts flashed across her mind as Li Nua continued, 60 million going once, 70 million. Before Li Nua could finish speaking, a new price was placed. Li Nua looked up in amazement and found that the bidder was Great Elder Gong Sun Liang, causing her brow to furrow. In room A5, Yang Kai also raised his brow, feeling quite surprised, but soon, he bid a new price, 100 million. In the past, it was rare for an auction to sell for more than 100 million spirit stones, but today, in Clear Sky Auction House, the last 3 auction items all reached this standard, and the Origin King Pill was sold for an astonishing 1 billion spirit stones. The price of this unknown artifact refining material had also broken the 100 million mark, and this was just the beginning. For a time, everyone's spirits were lifted. A confrontation between 2 Origin Kings, whether it was a competition of strength or financial resources, was extremely thrilling. How could they miss out on such a good show? As soon as Yang Kai's voice fell, Gong Sun Liang shouted without blushing, 200 million. Everyone was dumbfounded as their hearts trembled. Gong Sun Liang had only participated in the competition for 2 auction items today, but each time he increased the price in an arrogant manner. It was as if he did not put his opponent in his eyes at all. This was no longer a normal auction. Instead, he was using his wealth to suppress others. Thinking of this, many people showed thoughtful expressions. They didn't know how the master in room A5 had offended the first elder. He actually provoked the Great Elder to deal with him the same way he dealt with the second young master. He, Great Elder is indeed wealthy, this one admires you. In the private room, Yang Kai smiled indifferently and did not lower his voice. Therefore, his words were clearly heard by everyone in the hall. Great Elder is right. Yang Kai agreed. If that's the case, then, Yang Kai paused for a moment. All the cultivators in the hall turned sideways and pricked up their ears, as if they wanted to hear more clearly. 500 million. As soon as these words were spoken, the hall was once again in an uproar. Everyone opened their eyes wide and looked around in confusion. It was as if he had heard something unbelievable. The Great Elder had raised the price ruthlessly, but this person was even more ruthless than the Great Elder. What kind of background did this person have? How dare he so blatantly oppose the Great Elder? Did he not know how to write the word death? On the high platform, Li Nua's beautiful eyes were filled with an uneasy look as she secretly regretted taking out this last item to auction. Now that she had provoked the Master and the Great Elder to become enemies, she didn't know how things would end. If this matter was not handled properly, it would be a disaster. Sister Li Nua, I wonder if this violates your auction house's rules? No, my Clear Sky auction house can accept other items of the corresponding value, Li Nua said seriously. Good, then take a look at this. Yang Kai said before tossing out a jade bottle and controlling it with his Saint Chi. It flew accurately towards the stage. Countless eyes stared at this jade bottle, all of them curious about what kind of pill it contained that could be worth 1 billion saint crystals. Li Nua caught it suspiciously, opened the bottle cap, and took a look. The next moment, her face changed as she exclaimed, "This is an Origin King pill." How could such a huge number be counted in such a short time? However, when Li Nua went to room A1 just now to count the saint crystals, she had instantly determined the number. Could there be something fishy about this? Could it be that Great Elder really did not pay those saint crystals? If that was the case, it would be too much of a scam. This time, Li Nua took a long time to count, and after a stick of incense worth of time, she smiled and said, "The number has been confirmed. It is indeed 1 billion saint crystals. Great Elder is truly amazing, this one is impressed." Yang Kai chimed in with a smile. "If your excellency does not have the ability to increase the price, this auction item will be won by this old master," Gong Sunliang replied lightly. Yang Kai chuckled, stretched out his hand, and sent out a stream of light from his private room, landing lightly in front of Li Nua. Another jade bottle. Another spirit pill? Could it be another Origin King pill? That's unlikely. The Origin King pill can only be refined by an Origin King grade alchemist, and the main materials required to refine it are in short supply. Normally, even one Origin King grade alchemist would be considered a rare treasure, so how could they appear one after another in an auction? There must be some other spirit pill in this jade bottle. That makes sense, but this master's background is extraordinary, so presumably the value of the spirit pill he took out this time should not be lower than an Origin King pill. Everyone was discussing this matter, all of them curious about the pill inside the jade bottle, wondering what kind of pill Yang Kai had taken out this time. Li Nua opened the jade bottle and glanced at it suspiciously, her tender body shaking as a look of horror appeared on her face. Raising her head, she shouted, "An Origin King pill. Is it really an Origin King pill? How many Origin King pills does this master have? Master, do you want a follower? This one is a peak third-order Origin returning realm cultivator. If the master does not refuse, this one is willing to follow the master and work as an ox or a horse without complaint." Bah! Chen Old Fourth, with your level, you want to follow this master? I think you want that Origin King pill, right? With your aptitude, even if you have an Origin King pill, it is impossible for you to break through to the Origin King realm. Don't waste that spirit pill in the end. Master, please take a look at this son's aptitude. This son has already reached the peak of the third-order Origin returning realm and his Saint Chi is extremely condensed. Master, please allow this son to serve you. Son Old Two, you dare ruin this Chen's plans? This Chen will fight you. Two idiots, with this master's identity, how could he possibly take a liking to you? Master, this mistress has a special constitution, and although it is not as good as the legendary wondrous furnace body, it is somewhat similar. Does master not want to try it? Although this mistress is only a second-order Origin returning realm cultivator now, she will break through to the Origin King realm sooner or later. If master does not refuse, this mistress is willing to serve as your slave. A cheap slut like you dares to show your face in public? Aren't you ashamed? Master, please choose me, I have never been touched by a man before, my body is still clean. I know the art of the boudoir, I promise to make master so happy that he will forget his duties. The entire auction hall instantly became a noisy vegetable market as countless origin-returning realm cultivators shouted in the direction of Room A5, trying to show off their skills while some women even shamelessly tried to seduce him. Yang Kai taking out 2 Origin King pills at once showed just how rich he was. Since he could take out 2 at once, it did not mean he did not have more. An Origin King pill was a fatal temptation to any third-order Origin returning realm cultivator. If they could follow Yang Kai and obtain an Origin King pill, it would really be worth it to work like a horse. Inside the private room, Hua Yumeng's pretty face was livid as she looked down at the group of ruined women below, her nose almost crooked from anger. However, her beautiful eyes were also shining brightly as she stared at Yang Kai. After all, she was also a third-order Origin returning realm cultivator. On the stage, Li Nuo looked at the funny scene below with a wry smile, not knowing what to do. She had presided over many auctions before, but she had never experienced such a situation. Her limelight had been stolen by a mere participant, but she did not complain. She just felt a bit strange. At the critical moment, Yang Kai lightly coughed and said lightly, "This king appreciates everyone's kindness, but this king has no intention of recruiting any followers. What's more, Origin King pills are things that can only be found by chance. This king only obtained 2 of them by accident, nothing more. He really only had 2. Originally, he had refined them while performing alchemy on the floating continent and wanted to take them when he was about to break through to the Origin King realm, but in the end, he found that his breakthrough had gone smoothly, so he did not take advantage of the Origin King pill's medicinal efficacies. As soon as Yang Kai finished speaking, many cultivators showed looks of disappointment. Except for a few whose eyes lit up, everyone else sat back down and no longer bothered. Yang Kai then turned to Li Nuo and said, "What is the value of this Origin King pill?" Li Nuo said without hesitation, "Since the Origin King pill just now is worth 1 billion, this one should be the same." Gong Sunliang shouted angrily, "Can you find another person willing to spend 1 billion to buy it?" Li Nuo suddenly showed an embarrassed look. Yang Kai chuckled and said, "Sister Li Nuo doesn't need to feel embarrassed. Let's just set the price at 500 million. Li Nuo showed a grateful look and nodded, "Since Master says so, then we will set the price at 500 million. I wonder if Great Elder has any objections?" Gong Sunliang coldly snorted but did not speak. Everyone knew the value of an Origin King pill. 500 million to 600 million was normal. Many people would rush to buy one, so an estimate of 500 million was already considered a bargain. Yang Kai's generosity made Gong Sunliang seem narrow-minded. Li Nuo smiled lightly, "The master in room A5 has bid 1.5 billion. Does Great Elder still wish to increase the price?" Inside room A1, a look of struggle flashed across Gong Sunliang's eyes. Jiang Changfeng spoke from the side, "Great Elder, what is so mysterious about this thing that you and that person are willing to spend so much money to bid for it?" Gong Sunliang glanced at him and sneered, "It's nothing, it's just a matter of dou qi." Jiang Changfeng broke out in cold sweat as he thought to himself, being able to spend more than 1 billion saint crystals in a battle of dou qi, you two are really talented. After pondering for a moment, he said, "If that's the case, Great Elder doesn't need to compete with him anymore. This is Purple Star, is Great Elder afraid of him?" A cold light flashed across Gong Sunliang's eyes and he nodded after a long time, "Fine, let's end this matter here." Although he still had the ability to continue bidding, looking at Yang Kai's attitude, he was not confident he could compete with him. As Jiang Changfeng said, this was Purple Star, so he really did not need to fear anyone. What harm was there in letting that person keep this thing for a while? Saying so, his figure flickered and disappeared from the private room. In the entire star territory, how many third-order origin kings were there? These people were all old monsters who had died of old age, and even if they reached the end of their lifespans, no one knew where they died, let alone obtain their origin essence crystals. As such, this origin essence crystal was a treasure that could not be bought with money. Yang Kai being able to obtain an origin essence crystal this time was also a stroke of luck. Compared with the origin essence crystal inside it, the value of the Phoenix Star Silver was not worth mentioning, so Yang Kai generously allowed Lu Yen and Xiao Xiao to swallow and refine it. The Phoenix Star Silver itself had a great effect on Xiao Xiao's cultivation, while the true Phoenix aura contained within the Phoenix Star Silver was of great significance to Lu Yen. Coupled with the sun's true essence, Yang Kai believed that these two helpers would experience a significant increase in their strength in the future. As for why this origin essence crystal was wrapped in the Phoenix Star Silver, Yang Kai did not know. Perhaps in the distant past, a third-order origin king master had been burned to death by the divine flames of a true phoenix, causing the origin essence crystal in his body to fuse with the nearby minerals. Of course, this was just a guess, but it should not be far off. It was precisely because of the existence of the origin essence crystal that the color of this Phoenix Star Silver was so different. Chapter 1865. After dealing with the matters in the small sealed world, Yang Kai's soul returned to his body and slowly opened his eyes. Glancing faintly at Ziwu Ji, who was standing to the side, Yang Kai said, "Second young master, please sit." Although he had been dealing with the small sealed world just now, he was still aware of Ziwu Ji's arrival, so he was not surprised. Seeing him act so amiably, Ziwu Ji's face lit up and he quickly said, "In front of master, this Wu Ji can speak while standing." Yang Kai narrowed his eyes at him and said unhurriedly, "Young master Wu Ji is Purple Star's second young master, your status is different. I'm afraid it is inappropriate for you to speak while standing." Ziwu Ji cupped his fists and said in a neither servile nor overbearing tone, "In that case, please forgive this Wu Ji for being presumptuous, venerable." Saying so, he sat down opposite Yang Kai, took the initiative to pick up the teapot, and poured a cup for Yang Kai, appearing extremely attentive. Yang Kai smiled slightly and said, "This king must first thank second young master for secretly helping me out." Ziwu Ji was startled, but he quickly understood what Yang Kai was referring to and hurriedly said, "Venerable is too serious. Jiang Chao is just a clown. Daring to offend Venerable, he deserves to die 10,000 times." Although Wu Ji ordered Vice Commander Chu Zheng to deal with him, Great Elder's influence was too great. In the end, Jiang Chao was thrown out without receiving any punishment. Yang Kai chuckled, as second young master said, "Jiang Chao is just a clown. How could this king lower himself to his level?" Ziwu Ji immediately cupped his fists and said, "Venerable master is magnanimous, Wu Ji admires you greatly." Yang Kai waved his hand, "Enough small talk." Second young master asked Li Nua to make these arrangements in secret. "May I ask why you are looking for me?" Ziwu Ji's expression became serious as he said, "Wu Ji heard that my purple star has a third venerable, one with great strength. This is my purple star's fortune, I admire, get to the point." Ziwu Ji's voice came to an abrupt end as he pondered for a long time before standing up and bowing to the ground. "Wu Ji asks Venerable to help me control Purple Star." His expression was firm, and his voice was sonorous and powerful. However, after saying these words, large beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. It was obvious. He was also extremely nervous, and his heart was struggling greatly. After saying this, he did not receive any response, so Ziwu Ji quietly looked up. He saw Yang Kai looking at him with a smile. That smile was full of meaning. Although the other party's gaze didn't have the slightest bit of oppressive force, it was like a sharp sword that could pierce through everything and peer into the depths of his heart. Ziwu Ji's heart clenched. Suddenly, he had the illusion that all his secrets had been seen through. He gritted his teeth and shouted, "Venerable One, please help Wuji." "How dare you?" Yang Kai slammed the table, his tone extremely cold. Wuji shuddered as he stared at Yang Kai in amazement. Yang Kai sneered, "Second young master, I didn't expect you to dare act so disgracefully. Since you know that this king is Purple Star's venerable, you should know that venerable is second only to one and above tens of thousands. Sometimes, venerable represents the master of Purple Star, yet you dare say such words in front of this king? Are you trying to overthrow your father's rule and force this king to take action against you?" Wuji said, "Please calm your anger, venerable. As Purple Star's second young master, this Wuji understands the rules. It's just that." "Just what?" Yang Kai narrowed his eyes at Wuji as he surrounded him with his territory domain, seemingly ready to kill him if he dared to say such words again. Sweat poured down Wuji's forehead like raindrops as he felt the aura of death for the first time. Under the pressure of Yang Kai's territory domain, he almost lost his ability to think and fell to his knees. At the critical moment, Wuji bit the tip of his tongue to clear his mind for a moment before quickly saying, "Normally, Wuji would not dare to have such improper thoughts. Purple Star has been controlled by my family for generations, and my father, Long, is one of the overlords of this world, the one Wuji respects and worships the most. How could Wuji dare disrespect him? However, father has fallen and big brother is nowhere to be found. Purple Star cannot be without a leader. If Wuji does not stand up at this time, who else can?" "What did you just say?" Yang Kai narrowed his eyes as he stared at Wuji, a murderous intent rising from the depths of his heart. He had never expected that Wuji would know that Long had fallen. Although he did not know what method Wuji used to learn this, judging from the other party's demeanor and tone of voice, Wuji could tell that Wuji was not making wild guesses and was instead fully confident. However, besides Yang Kai and Gue Zhu, no one else knew about this matter, so how did Wuji know? Yang Kai could not figure it out at all. Wuji seemed to have calmed down a lot and his speech became clearer as he stared directly into Yang Kai's eyes without fear and said, "Venerable does not need to deceive Wuji. Wuji learned about this matter a few days after my father fell." After saying so, he chuckled, "Venerable must be wondering how this Wuji learned about this matter. This matter is very simple. My father had a life lamp. If he lives, the lamp will exist, but if he dies, the lamp will go out. In this world, only one person knows about the existence of this lamp, and that is Wuji's mother. Even my big brother, Dong, does not know about the existence of this life lamp." "Life lamp?" Yang Kai raised his brow. Although he had never heard of this thing before, he knew that it was probably similar to the ice soul bead condensed by Su Yen in the past. If the person lived, the bead would exist, but if the person died, the bead would break. Wuji nodded seriously. Although my father had many wives and concubines, the one he loved the most was still Wuji's mother, so this life lamp was always kept by her. After the life lamp broke, my mother told Wuji about it. Since Long cares so much about your mother, why didn't he train you as his successor?" Yang Kai sneered. Wuji smiled bitterly, "Venerable has only been in Purple Star for a short time, so I'm afraid he is not clear about the situation. Purple Star is headed by my father, but under my father, Great Elder is the most powerful person. My big brother's mother happens to be Great Elder's daughter." I understand," Yang Kai nodded slightly. Yang Kai nodded lightly. In the end, this was Long's compromise. Chapter 1867. Time flew by, and soon, half a month had passed. On this day, Purple Star's ancestral worship ceremony was held. Every year on this day, Purple Star's leaders, led by Purple Star's master, would gather in groups to worship their ancestors and comfort their souls in heaven. Inside Purple Star Palace, there was a huge ancestral hall. Not only were the ancestors of the Z family enshrined in this hall, but there were also countless people who had made great contributions to the development of Purple Star. The tablets of all the elders were also enshrined here. This was a major event for Purple Star, so no one dared to treat it carelessly. Purple Star's leaders had also prepared for this event for a long time, taking all aspects into consideration. As such, on this day, all Purple Star's leaders would arrive at Purple Star Palace on time and gather in the direction of the ancestral hall. Almost all eyes and attention were focused on the ancestral hall, ignoring the protection of other places. Yang Kai also arrived at Purple Star Palace at this time. After showing his venerable token at the entrance of the palace, a guard immediately led him in respectfully. Not long after, a person suddenly appeared in front of him and said to the guard, "You may withdraw, this old master will take care of the rest." "Yes." The guard bowed and quickly retreated. Yang Kai looked at the man and cupped his fists slightly. "Elder Ji." This person was none other than Ji Jun, who had been following Zi Wu Ji all this time. Ji Jun smiled slightly and returned the courtesy. Ji Jun greets Venerable Yang. "Venerable Yang, please follow me. Second young master has arranged everything and now only awaits Venerable Yang's arrival." "Many thanks." Yang Kai nodded lightly and followed Ji Jun inside. Ji Jun was undoubtedly very familiar with Purple Star Palace, so after leading Yang Kai left and right, it only took him half an hour to arrive in front of a secret hall at the center of the palace. This secret hall was made of some unknown material and was surrounded by various barriers, giving it a very tight security. However, at this moment, it was empty. The cultivator guarding this place had obviously been transferred away. Ji Jun stood in front of the secret hall with a fanatical look in his eyes. Taking a deep breath, he calmed down and said, "Venerable Yang, second young master said that this is where Purple Star's vault is located. You only need a special key and a drop of blood essence from a direct descendant of the Z family to open the treasury." Yang Kai narrowed his eyes. "You need a drop of blood essence from the Z family's direct descendant? Why haven't I heard of such a thing?" Whether it was Zi Dong or Zi Wu Ji, neither of them had told him this secret. Zi Wu Ji hiding something from him was something Yang Kai could understand. After all, the two of them were not familiar with each other, and although they had an agreement, it was not to the point of being completely honest with each other. But Zi Donglai had actually kept it a secret. This made Yang Kai very angry. Ji Jun chuckled, "Please calm down, Venerable One. It's not a big deal. Young Master Wuji has already prepared a drop of his blood essence for Venerable One." As he spoke, he took out a transparent bottle. The bottle contained a drop of dark red blood. Within the blood bead, there were traces of purple radiance. It seemed to be nurturing some kind of mysterious power. It seemed to be somewhat different from the others, and it was rolling around at the bottom of the bottle. Yang Kai stretched out his hand, and before Ji Jun could react, the drop of blood essence was caught by Yang Kai. This made Ji Jun's face change drastically. He was a first-order origin king, but Yang Kai had snatched something from his hand without him even being able to react. It was obvious the gap in strength between the two of them. "Venerable, this." Ji Jun stared at the drop of blood essence and stammered. "How do I use this thing?" "Elder Ji, just tell me," Yang Kai ordered lightly, but his tone was filled with an irrefutable tone. Ji Jun's face turned ugly, but he did not dare to disobey. Instead, he said, "You just need to smear this blood essence on the key." Yang Kai nodded, indicating that he understood, stretched out his hand, opened the bottle, and pushed his Saint Chi. The drop of blood essence flew out of the jade bottle and splashed directly onto the key he took out. The golden key seemed to come alive and began swallowing Ziwuji's blood essence, even emitting a sucking sound. In the next moment, the golden key transformed into a two-horned flood dragon. This flood dragon's petite body was covered in a faint purple halo as it flew through the air twice before plunging into the front door of the secret hall. The thick and heavy door seemed to have become an invisible object, and a layer of ripples spread out. "Elder Ji, please wait here for a moment, I'll be right back." Yang Kai dropped these words before his figure flickered and entered the secret hall. "Wait." Ji Jun had been instructed by Ziwuji to not let Yang Kai enter the secret hall alone. Just as he was about to follow after him, however, the door suddenly returned to normal. Ji Jun almost ran into it. Damn, damn. Ji Jun stomped his feet anxiously as he cursed Yang Kai in his heart. In front of him was Purple Star's treasure trove, and although there were not many things stored inside, each one was extremely precious. Many of these treasures were the foundation of Purple Star's foundation. Now that Yang Kai had entered alone, only the heavens knew if he would keep his promise and only take one thing. It was precisely because of this concern that Ziwuji had asked Ji Jun to follow him. Firstly, it was to prevent Yang Kai from being too greedy, and secondly, it was to see what Yang Kai wanted to take. However, no one had expected that Yang Kai would act so quickly that even a first-order origin king like Ji Jun could not guard against him. Wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, Ji Jun's expression was that of a dead father as he racked his brains about how to report this matter to Ziwuji while secretly praying that Yang Kai would not be too greedy and would just take something casually. Inside the secret hall, Yang Kai looked around and found that this place did not cover a large area, and there were not many things inside, but everything he saw made his eyes light up. Even with his experience, entering Purple Star's treasure trove still left him stunned. There were no saint crystals here, but there were large and small jade bottles, a variety of artifacts, secret arts, and secret techniques. Even without deliberately observing, Yang Kai knew that all of these things were treasures. Yang Kai stood in place and grinned fiercely before immediately stretching out his hand and summoning the soul-sustaining bowl. Now that High Heaven sect had over 10,000 disciples, if he brought these secret arts and secret books back, his disciples would have more choices to choose from. How could the secret arts and secret books placed in this treasure house be lacking? Cultivating these things was enough to allow High Heaven sect's disciples to start out far ahead of their peers. This advantage would become more and more obvious as their strength improved in the future, eventually leaving behind all other cultivators. In addition to these things, there were also many alchemy and artifact refining materials, all of which were extremely precious. Yang Kai also pocketed all of them. All of a sudden, he had made a fortune. Yang Kai didn't feel the slightest bit guilty about this. Although he had told Ziwuji that he would only take one thing, now that he had entered this treasure house, Ziwuji had no choice but to take what he wanted. Yang Kai had never had a good impression of Purple Star, so of course he would be ruthless at this moment. Chapter 1868. His harvest was huge, but Yang Kai still hadn't found what he was looking for. However, Yang Kai wasn't in a hurry and instead turned his eyes to the few boxes placed in the most inconspicuous corner. There were a total of 3 boxes lined up in order, and if Yang Kai was not mistaken, the Star Emperor token should be hidden in one of them. The Star Emperor token was the key to entering the star boundary in search of a higher martial Dao, so Yang Kai was naturally very concerned about it. Now, he had collected 6 Star Emperor tokens, and with the one from Purple Star, he had 7 in total. The remaining 2 Star Emperor tokens were also within his grasp, and as long as he could gather them, he would be able to open the passage. As for the Purple Star Emperor token, Yang Kai was determined to obtain it. Arriving in front of the 3 boxes, Yang Kai looked around for a while to confirm that there were no barriers around them before reaching out and picking up the first box. When he opened the box, he saw that there was something that looked like a crystal inside. Yang Kai suddenly showed a strange look on his face as he looked at it carefully for a while but soon found that he couldn't recognize what it was. This crystal stone was round in shape and had a very pure texture, almost like a saint crystal. However, this was definitely not a saint crystal. Because it was impossible for a saint crystal to be hidden in Purple Star's vault. Yang Kai reached out and took the round crystal stone out of the box, the expression on his face becoming even stranger. He found that this thing had no energy fluctuations at all, as if it was just a useless crystal. However, when Yang Kai released his divine sense to investigate it, his face suddenly changed and he called out in amazement, "So strong?" In that instant, he felt an unimaginable energy fluctuation from this inconspicuous crystal stone. The energy fluctuations were as vast as a boundless sea, and as Yang Kai poured his divine sense into it, he suddenly felt as if he couldn't see the end of it, causing his heart to palpitate slightly. Is this really a saint crystal? Yang Kai couldn't be sure, but he could feel it. The energy contained in this crystal was pure and without any impurities. It could be absorbed and refined by a cultivator to assist one's cultivation, just like a saint crystal, but how could a saint crystal contain such powerful energy? Yang Kai tried to circulate his secret art to absorb the energy inside the crystal stone, and the energy stored inside smoothly flowed into his palm. It flowed into his limbs and bones. Yang Kai immediately felt refreshed. It was as if his entire body had been enveloped by a huge amount of energy. In just a moment of absorption, Yang Kai found that the amount of energy he had absorbed was equivalent to the total reserves of 100 saint crystals. However, this round crystal did not change in the slightest. It was as if the energy contained within was limitless. Could this be an earth vein crystal? Yang Kai suddenly recalled a rumor he had heard before, and his eyes lit up. Earth veins were special energy aggregations formed by the accumulation of underground spirit energy. Unable to be moved, unable to be moved. Places with earth veins generally had denser heaven and earth spirit chi. Those large and small forces, clans and sects all liked to build their headquarters on earth veins. That way, their disciples would have a good cultivation environment. The more powerful the sect was, the more they liked to occupy good earth veins, the more they liked to occupy them. Earth veins were divided into different grades. Earth veins of the lowest grade were not rare and could be found everywhere in spirit mountains and great rivers. Earth veins of slightly better quality were rare, and earth veins of higher quality were even rarer. Yang Kai's outstretched hand suddenly became thicker and his entire arm was covered in dragon scales condensed from his saint chi. These scales looked lifelike, as if they were real, and his palm became as sharp as a dragon's claw. Dragon pressure filled the air and a strange sound rang out. Although this was a real dragon scale, it had fallen countless years ago. On top of that, Yang Kai possessed a golden divine dragon source, which was not something an ordinary true dragon could compare to, so how could a trivial dragon scale resist it? Under the aura of the golden divine dragon source, the force that had blocked Yang Kai's movements was gradually defeated. A series of explosions rang out in the air. Yang Kai smoothly caught the dragon scale in his hand and carefully observed it for a moment before picking up the box with a grin, placing the dragon scale back into his space ring. The dragon pressure dissipated and Yang Kai's dragon transformation secret technique was also withdrawn. Purple Star's vault returned to normal, but looking around, this small vault was now completely empty, giving it an extremely bleak appearance. Outside, Ji Jun paced back and forth anxiously, glancing towards the door of the secret hall from time to time, but never seeing Yang Kai appear. That bastard is definitely washing the vault in blood. Ji Jun's heart was as clear as a mirror, but he was powerless to stop it, only feeling like his heart was bleeding. Chapter 1869. While Yang Kai was massacring Purple Star's vault, a good show was also playing out in Purple Star Palace's ancestral hall. Since Zi Wuji decided to lay his cards on the table with Gong Sun Liang today, he naturally would not restrain himself like before. Today, he appeared aggressive and high-spirited. Gong Sun Liang undoubtedly noticed this, but he didn't take it to heart and simply watched on coldly. Many of Purple Star's leaders also faintly felt that the atmosphere today was slightly different and were secretly on edge. Fortunately, everything was calm as usual and the sacrificial ceremony proceeded smoothly. Half a day later, everyone poured into the ancestral hall to prepare for the final ancestral ceremony. The offerings had already been prepared, and the high-level members of Purple Star were divided into 4 rows according to their status and strength. Gong Sun Liang then began to recount the great achievements of Purple Star's ancestors. The atmosphere in the ancestral hall was solemn and dignified as a sense of pride and identity rose in everyone's hearts. They were proud to be part of Purple Star. After a long silence, Gong Sun Liang's expression became solemn as he shouted, "Ancestors, today Wu Wei disciple Gong Sun Liang will offer this sacrifice on behalf of Purple Star. May the spirits of our ancestors bless Purple Star's martial prowess for eternity. Light the incense." Immediately, someone presented the 3 ambergris incense sticks they had prepared. Gong Sun Liang was about to accept them when a low shout called out, "Great Elder, please wait." Gong Sun Liang frowned, turned his head in the direction of the source of the voice, and said with narrowed eyes, "If second young master has something to say, please wait until this old master finishes offering these 3 incense sticks. No one is allowed to interfere with the ancestral worship ceremony." Zi Wuji smiled slightly. "What Great Elder said is correct, but this Wuji thinks it is inappropriate for Great Elder to offer these 3 incense sticks. This old master is Purple Star's Great Elder. What is wrong with offering these 3 incense sticks to our ancestors?" Gong Sun Liang said lightly, his half-narrowed eyes exuding an almost tangible pressure as he stared at Zi Wuji. The latter, however, did not show any fear and said with a straight face, "In the past, this ceremony was presided over by Father, Master, and Big Brother. Now that Father, Master, and Big Brother are not in Purple Star, this Wuji should take over. Second young master wants to offer these 3 incense sticks? Indeed. Huh, second young master must be joking. Master and young master are not in Purple Star, so this old master is Purple Star's Great Elder. Master and young master's responsibilities. Naturally, second young master's matters, so you may withdraw. Great Elder, the blood of the Z family flows in Wuji's veins, and Purple Star is the foundation of our Z family. This Wuji's duty. Do you insist?" Gong Sun Liang stared at Zi Wuji indifferently. Sun Wu Yang, Sun Liang Sun, S, Izas, Wu Wu, S. To Sun Master. Yang Qi Sun Qi. In order to test Zi Wuji's strength, burning incense was just a part of the ancestral worship process, but it had extraordinary significance. If he were to compromise today, it would mean that he recognized Zi Wuji's status, something Gong Sun Liang would naturally not allow to happen. But what Gong Sun Liang didn't expect though was that as soon as he began circulating his Saint Qi, a series of cracking sounds suddenly rang out around him. The next moment, countless exclamations could be heard. To be feeling Sun God. The spirit tablets are broken. What? Heavens, the ancestral tablets of our ancestors are actually broken. Many of Purple Star's elders suddenly shouted from all around. This ancestral hall that had stood in Purple Star for tens of thousands of years and was regarded as a sacred place by all Purple Star cultivator had been destroyed today. Everyone felt an uncomfortable feeling in their hearts as their expressions turned ugly. Up in the void, Ziwuji's face was pale as fear filled his heart. Although everything was going according to his plan, the moment Gong Sunliang attacked him just now, he still felt like the end of the world had come. In front of a second-order origin king, he had no power to resist. Strength, only strength was true strength. Ziwuji secretly clenched his fists as he cursed in his heart. On the other side, Gong Sunliang narrowed his eyes and looked forward at the figure who was standing in front of Ziwuji. This was a man who looked about 30 years old. This man had a gentle and dignified appearance, and the corners of his eyes revealed the vicissitudes of life, giving him a mature and steady appearance. The latter laughed and shook his head. I only promise to ensure your safety. These people here are all brothers of Purple Star, how could I, Li Mao Ming, lay hands on them? Ziwuji frowned as a look of struggle and hesitation flashed across his eyes before he finally said in a deep voice, if I help you pursue my mother and allow you to marry her, would that be enough for you to take action? What did you say? Li Mao Ming's face sank as he glared at Ziwuji. Do you know what you just said is tarnishing your mother's reputation? If I hear anything like that again, I'll break your hands and feet. You can rest assured, as long as I am here, no one in this world can hurt you and your mother. I will protect you even if I have to die. After saying so, his figure flickered and he disappeared directly from where he stood. Ziwuji was stunned in place for a while before he began cursing in exasperation, cursing Gong Sunliang for being sinister and despicable while cursing Li Mao Ming for going back on his word. He cursed Gong Sunliang for being untrustworthy and cursed Li Mao Ming for not having any scruples whatsoever. Ziwuji was also furious. Li Mao Ming was bound by Gong Sunliang's favor back then and had agreed to help him deal with Yang Kai. As a result, Ziwuji was completely defeated in today's battle. Although Li Mao Ming had said that he would protect him and Gong Sunliang had guaranteed him a lifetime of glory, the throne that stood above hundreds of millions of Purple Star's people was not something he could hope to obtain. Unless Yang Kai could defeat both of them at the same time. But was that even possible? All three of them were second-order origin kings, and their strength should be about the same. It was impossible for one person to defeat two. Ziwuji's eyes filled with despair. Chapter 1873. Although he had fought with Yang Kai just now, it was just a fight and he had not used his full strength, but now, in order to obtain the Origin Essence Crystal and break through to the Third-Order Origin King Realm, Gong Sunliang did not hold back at all. This blow was definitely 100% of his strength, but it was easily blocked by the other party. Not only that, but there was also a power that he could not resist coming from the other side. Under this power, he seemed to have become a small boat floating alone in the sea in the storm. In the storm, the waves hit, and he was in danger of being overturned at any time. Gong Sunliang was shocked, and while struggling to resist the impact of the energy coming from Yang Kai, he shouted, "Brotherly, why haven't you acted yet?" He had no choice but to ask Li Mao Ming for help. Li Mao Ming frowned and said, "Why bother, why bother?" Complaining, he had no choice but to release his own territory field to pressure Yang Kai. After all, he still owed Gong Sunliang a favor, and now that Yang Kai had returned the venerable token and was no longer a purple star venerable, Gong Sunliang did not have any moral scruples about attacking Yang Kai. However, from the bottom of his heart, he didn't want to fight with a cultivator in the same realm as himself, so he only released his domain to test the pressure on Yang Kai and didn't use his full strength. The center of this pressure was where Yang Kai was. This increased the pressure on Yang Kai greatly, and he, who had the upper hand, had to divert some of his strength to resist Li Mao Ming's territory field. Gong Sunliang saw this. Immediately regaining the initiative, he suppressed Kai Yang, forcing him to lower his body. While putting pressure on Yang Kai, he gritted his teeth and said kindly to Yang Kai, "Young man, there is a saying that a wise man submits to circumstances. Hand over that thing and this old master will no longer embarrass you and will even treat you as an honored guest of Purple Star. What do you think? Why do you sound like you're certain of victory?" Although Yang Kai had a difficult expression on his face, his demeanor was extremely leisurely as he looked at Gong Sunliang calmly. Gong Sunliang laughed, "Because this old master is confident of victory." "Is that so?" Yang Kai grinned, revealing his white fangs. The moment the second word left his mouth, his territory field expanded outwards. Wang, with a throbbing sensation, the surrounding space seemed to become unstable, as if it was on the verge of collapse. It was as if a boulder had been thrown into a calm lake. The power of Yang Kai's domain formed visible ripples. Sunliang. A fine sound could be heard. Gong Sunliang and Li Mao Ming's faces changed. The former exclaimed, "How is that possible?" He was shocked to discover that even under the combined pressure of his and Li Mao Ming's domains, not only was Yang Kai not suppressed, but he was also able to completely suppress him. Instead, it exploded and disintegrated their domains piece by piece. Gong Sunliang's heart shook. He had broken through to the Origin King realm 1,000 years ago and had broken through to the Second Order Origin King realm 300 years ago. He had been immersed in the Origin King realm for 1,000 years, which meant he had tempered his territory for 1,000 years. He had a unique understanding of his territory, and there were only a few people in the entire star territory who could surpass him. Li Mao Ming was the same. But now, both of their territory fields added together were no match for Yang Kai's. Even after joining forces, they had been defeated. What did this mean? This meant that Yang Kai's territory field was stronger than both of them. This discovery made Gong Sunliang's heart go cold, and his eyes filled with horror as they trembled. Only now did he realize that Yang Kai had not used his full strength. The Origin returning realm cultivator who had been standing nearby to watch the battle all felt as if they had suffered a heavy blow. Their faces changed drastically as they hurriedly pushed their defensive methods, but they were still impacted by the terrifying energy shockwaves. Only a few Purple Star Elder-level existences, relying on their profound cultivations, remained standing in place, but from the looks on their faces, it was obvious that resisting the aftermath of this impact was not easy. Everyone's expression was extremely solemn, but none of them were willing to close their eyes, all of them carefully observing this great battle. A head-on confrontation between Second-Order Origin Kings was not something one could see often, and learning anything from it was enough to benefit them immensely. In the huge explosion of energy, Yang Kai disappeared like a ghost, and when he reappeared, he was already standing in front of Gong Sunliang. "You!" Gong Sunliang's face changed drastically. At this moment, his momentum was extremely weak and he had never imagined that Yang Kai would appear in front of him at this time. Yang Kai did not say a word, his expression cold and resolute as a five-colored light flashed from his fist as he punched towards Gong Sun Liang. 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art. This was a peerless body tempering secret art that could be used both offensively and defensively. Yang Kai had covered his fist with 5 elements indestructible sword chi, making it extremely sturdy, almost equivalent to wearing an Origin King grade glove. If this punch hit, Gong Sun Liang would definitely be severely injured. The fist was not swung very quickly, and its trajectory was extremely clear, but Gong Sun Liang was stunned to find that he could not block this punch at all. This was an absolute suppression of strength. It was an attack that he could not resolve no matter what method he used. If he was at his peak, he might have been able to retreat, but at this moment, his momentum was weakened and his territory was damaged, so how could he resist? He could only watch as the fist covered in 5-colored light grew larger and larger in front of him, his heart filled with fear. At the critical moment, a figure appeared in front of Gong Sun Liang. Surprisingly, it was Li Mao Ming. Li Mao Ming's face was extremely dignified as he stretched out his hand, patted his chest, opened his mouth, and spat out a wine gourd. Without even thinking about it, he grabbed the gourd, poured it into his mouth, and then spat it towards Yang Kai. A blue flame appeared between Yang Kai and Li Mao Ming, cutting off Yang Kai's attack like a heavenly river. This flame was not hot, but instead extremely cold. As soon as this blue flame appeared, the entire world seemed to be frozen solid. The 5-colored light on Yang Kai's fist flickered, as if it would be extinguished at any moment. At the same time, a chill ran up his fist, straight to his heart. Yang Kai could not help shivering. Looking at the wine gourd and the blue flame in front of him, Yang Kai's eyes lit up, realizing that this was definitely an incredible treasure. "Brother Yang, stop." Seeing Yang Kai's action slightly hindered, Li Mao Ming hurriedly spoke. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes, ignored Li Mao Ming, and shouted, "Dragon transformation." Kacha, his arms suddenly expanded, and under the incredulous gazes of Li Mao Ming and Gong Sun Liang, dragon scales condensed from Saint Chi appeared all over his arm. His outstretched hand also transformed into a terrifying dragon claw, and the golden divine dragon aura radiating from it caused the hearts of the 2 men to tremble. The blue flame barrier between them was easily broken through and attached to the dragon scales on Yang Kai's arm, burning fiercely, but unable to cause any harm to him. But regretting it now was useless as Gong Sun Liang's heart was filled with bitterness. "If the 2 of you don't want to fight, I'll make the first move." Yang Kai looked over and secretly circulated his Saint Chi. At that moment, he suddenly frowned and looked up in a certain direction. At the same time, Gong Sun Liang, Li Mao Ming, and even the other Origin King Realm Elders of Purple Star all turned to look in the same direction. Over there, a figure walked over from the horizon unhurriedly. At first, he seemed to be far away, but in the blink of an eye, he arrived at the center of the battlefield. The newcomer was an old man with white hair and a white beard. He wore a linen robe that was spotless and gave off no imposing aura, making him look no different from an ordinary old man. However, Yang Kai's expression was extremely dignified because he felt an unimaginable pressure from this old man. After arriving at the center of the battlefield, the old man turned his head and looked around, his face gloomy. Everyone who was caught by his gaze involuntarily turned their eyes away and lowered their heads. In this vast area, it was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Everyone even suppressed their breathing for fear of upsetting this old man. "Humph." After a long time, the old man snorted softly. This voice sounded very ordinary, but it seemed to have triggered some kind of mysterious power. It was like the morning bell and evening drum that fiercely beat on everyone's hearts, causing everyone's body to tremble and their blood to flow faster. Yang Kai's brow furrowed as his eyes flashed brilliantly. A third-order origin king. When this old man appeared, Yang Kai had some speculations, but it was only now that he was certain the other party was a genuine third-order origin king. Throughout the entire territory of Purple Star, the number of supreme existences could be counted on one hand. A name suddenly popped up in Yang Kai's mind. Kuang Shizong. Zidong had once told him about the strength and number of Purple Star's masters, so Yang Kai knew that Purple Star had always had a third-order origin king, and this person was Kuang Shizong. This old man's seniority was so high that even Zilong had to call him martial uncle when he saw him. However, no one knew where this person was because no one in Purple Star had seen him for 200 years. Some people said he had died long ago, some said he had gone to the most dangerous place in Purple Star's territory to seek a higher martial Dao, while others said he had broken through the void and left Purple Star's territory long ago, but no one had expected that he had been in Purple Star City all this time and had appeared at this time. Gong Sun Liang, Li Mao Ming, and the other Origin King Realm elders finally recovered at this moment and bowed respectfully in the direction of Kuang Shizong. Greetings, martial ancestor. Many Origin returning realm cultivator knew who this old man was, so none of them dared to neglect and quickly bowed their heads. Do you still regard this martial ancestor as your martial ancestor? Kuang Shizong looked at everyone coldly as cold sweat dripped from their foreheads. Even Gong Sun Liang and Li Mao Ming lowered their heads, like children who had made a mistake, not daring to say anything. After 200 years, all of you have grown, Kuang Shizong sneered. Kuang Shizong sneered, Purple Star City has been reduced to such a state by you. You must be worthy of the foundation Purple Star's ancestors established for you. Hearing this question, everyone trembled and sweated profusely. If this old master had not come out of seclusion, were you prepared to tear down this Purple Star Palace? We wouldn't dare. Gong Sun Liang replied in fear and trepidation. Why wouldn't we dare? Aren't all of you very courageous? How come you have the courage to do it but not the courage to admit it? We are unfilial, please forgive us, martial ancestor. Gong Sun Liang shouted. We are unfilial, please forgive us, martial ancestor. Countless people shouted in unison. What is the meaning of today's situation? Kuang Shizong roared, his white hair fluttering in the wind as he shouted angrily, quickly tell me. Gong Sun Liang trembled and did not dare to hide anything, quickly explaining the cause and effect. In the end, he replied honestly, reporting to Ancestral Founder, Father's Yuan life lamp, has been broken. What? Everyone was shocked, even Gong Sun Liang showing an expression of disbelief. What a Yuan life lamp represented, they naturally understood in their hearts, and what it meant for a Yuan life lamp to be broken, everyone understood. It meant Zilong had fallen. The sect master of Purple Star had passed away. Only Li Mao Ming, who had received the news from Zi Wuji early in the morning, remained calm, but his expression was also gloomy as he smiled bitterly. He and Zilong had fought together for the sake of a woman, but that was it, they were not enemies. When he learned that Zilong had fallen, Li Mao Ming did not feel the slightest joy, instead feeling extremely sad. Sure enough. Kuang Shizong sighed as his face seemed to age a lot. After a moment of silence, he turned to Yang Kai again, his eyes sharp as an eagle's, as if they could see through everything in this world, quickly asking, where did Zilong die? The severed world. Yang Kai replied with a frown. Who killed him? Yang Kai was surprised, what? Does old Sir think that Brother Zilong's death has nothing to do with me? Kuang Shizong sneered, although you are strong, you are not qualified to kill Zilong. If not, do you think this old master would be telling you this? I would have already taken your life to avenge Zilong. Old Sir's vision is truly sharp. Yang Kai wore a look of admiration, but immediately his expression became one of pain as he said, Brother Zilong died to the seven-colored radiant light, not by someone. Seven-colored radiant light. Kuang Shizong's face changed, obviously knowing what kind of existence the seven-colored radiant light was. Perhaps he had also been to the severed world in the past and knew how powerful the seven-colored radiant light was. Hearing this, he nodded gently and said, if that's the case, it was his own carelessness. After Brother Zilong died, I picked up his space ring and the venerable token. Yang Kai smiled awkwardly. So, you are not my purple star's venerable? Gong Sun Liang's eyes bulged as he could not help shouting angrily. Great Elder, please forgive me. Yang Kai cupped his fists towards him with a smile. This old master is furious. Gong Sun Liang's blood rushed to his head and he almost burst from anger. Kuang Shizong glanced at him coldly before turning to Yang Kai and saying, Boy, you are not my purple star's venerable, yet you swindled others here and destroyed my purple star city. Your crimes are unforgivable. This isn't just about me. Yang Kai said with an aggrieved expression. If it weren't for you, how could today's situation have occurred? Kuang Shizong glared at Yang Kai coldly, the murderous intent in his eyes almost tangible. Yang Kai secretly became vigilant as he circulated his Saint Qi, preparing to fight back at any time. But to his surprise, Kuang Shizong did not immediately attack him and instead said, Boy, this old master will give you two choices. Shen Tu and the others immediately turned pale, never having expected that Kuang Shizong, with his status, would really kill an origin-returning realm cultivator, much less in a situation where he had been subdued. At that moment, none of them dared to make a sound, lest they provoke a fatal disaster. This old master doesn't have much patience, the next one will be him. This little brat seems to have some weight. If he dies, you may seriously consider this old master's suggestion. Kuang Shizong pointed to Shen Tu and said coldly. As soon as this statement came out, Shen Tu couldn't help trembling. You dare! Yang Kai shouted angrily, his face suddenly becoming ferocious. Without even mentioning the friendship between him and Shen Tu, Yang Kai couldn't just sit back and watch Shen Tu be killed. On top of that, if he really allowed Shen Tu to be killed by Kuang Shizong, Yang Kai would never have the face to see Xueyu again. After all, Shen Tu was Xueyu's second brother. Kuang Shizong was startled and said with a strange expression, It's been a long time since someone has said such words to this old master. Interesting, boy, open your eyes wide and see if this old master really dares to kill him. Bringing along a few burdens, do you still have the confidence to escape this old master's pursuit? All of you are smart people, so don't try to play games with this old master. Yang Kai's mouth twitched as he said helplessly, I didn't expect old Sir to see through me. What should I do now? Shen Tu, who was being protected by Yang Kai, heard this and a look of determination flashed across his face as he said, Brother Yang, go, don't worry about us. Being able to be saved by you today, Shen Tu can die without regrets. If we follow second young master to the death, we won't be lonely on the road to the Yellow Springs. The others also expressed their stance, their expressions unflinching. Yang Kai turned his head, glanced at them, and said with a slight smile, Rest assured, since things have reached this point, it's naturally impossible for me to just let you go. Today, everyone will leave together. Leave together? Kuang Shizong sneered, Boy, you think too much, don't act so presumptuous in my purple star city. Saying so, He waved his hand and the 8 Origin King Realm Elders of Purple Star flew towards Yang Kai. Li Mao Ming and Gong Sun Liang also joined in, and in the blink of an eye, 10 Origin Kings surrounded Yang Kai and the others. Not far away, there was also a third-order Origin King like Kuang Shizong eyeing them covetously. Shun Tu and the others looked sad as they realized that this time they were really doomed. Yang Kai, on the other hand, laughed loudly. Interesting, interesting. It's rare to encounter so many masters at once, it really makes one's blood boil. Since that's the case, I'll go all out and make a scene. Kuang Shizong frowned, not knowing what other cards Yang Kai had up his sleeves, but he was still as arrogant as before, not showing the slightest worry. Everyone, be careful. Yang Kai grinned fiercely before waving his hands forward and shouting, come out. As soon as his words fell, a behemoth suddenly appeared above Purple Star City. This thing was huge, like a mountain, and as soon as it appeared, it blocked out the sun and cast a shadow over everyone. What is that? Someone could not help exclaiming. So big? A humanoid puppet? What the hell is that? Everyone stared at this huge object and almost lost the ability to think. This was a 1,000-meter-tall humanoid behemoth that looked like it had been piled up from a mountain of stone. Its body seemed to have been carved with a sharp blade, giving off an extremely resolute feeling. From its body, no life aura could be felt, but a pressure comparable to a third-order Origin King swept out in all directions. Every Origin King standing mid-air felt as if a mountain was pressing down on them, making them feel extremely heavy. Those cultivators below the Origin King realm were on the verge of collapse, with those with lower strength falling directly to the ground, their screams echoing through the sky. The eyes of this behemoth flashed brightly, as if it had gained sentience, and as soon as it appeared, it fell straight down. It was as if it was falling from the sky. Not good. Kuang Shizong roared as he saw Yang Kai's huge embodiment falling down. Just as he was about to take action to stop it, the sky suddenly darkened again. Accompanied by the clear and melodious cry of a bird, a huge firebird with a long tail suddenly appeared and covered the sky. This firebird seemed to be composed of flames, and there were faint flashes of lightning flickering within its body, giving off a great sense of deterrence and unease. As it flapped its wings, the temperature in the air rose sharply. This was not the end though. As golden blood threads shot out, the roars of beasts rang out one after another as an army of blood beasts appeared. Thunder Flame Flying, Tail-Crowned Snake, Zhu Zhen Bird, Star Emperor Turtle, Eight-Eyed Demon Toad, Purple Thunder Sky Leopard, in addition to the Steel Flame Ghost Spider left behind by Yang Kai in Tong Xian Realm to guard Nine Heavens' Holy Land, the rest of the blood beasts had all been dispatched. Each blood beast was exuding a powerful aura that was no weaker than that of a third-order Origin returning realm master. With nearly 20 blood beasts gathered together, the blood-red light seemed to pierce through the sky and pierce into Star Field. Chapter 1877. The situation had suddenly changed. So many strange things had suddenly appeared in the sky above Purple Star Palace, dazzling everyone and leaving them at a loss for what to do. This article was written by *Roar. *A roar resounded through the sky as the stone mongoose Xiao Xiao, who was down below, received instructions from Yang Kai and pounded his chest with both fists. Accompanied by a drum-like sound, Xiao Xiao's body suddenly grew in size and transformed into a stone giant. The next moment, a blazing flame burst out from Xiao Xiao's body and a terrifying heat burst out, melting the stone on his body rapidly. At first glance, Xiao Xiao seemed to be wearing a layer of magma armor. Xiao Xiao's final transformation form, Lava Giant. Just this giant that was over 100 feet tall with lava flowing all over its body already gave people an unimaginable sense of oppression, not to mention that it was carrying a thick heaven-shaking pillar on its shoulder. The heaven-shaking pillar that weighed over 100,000 kilograms was held in its small hand as if it was weightless. With a sweep of its hand, all the houses within a radius of 100 feet with it as the center were reduced to dust. The violent shockwaves caused by Xiao Zhao's violent power slammed into the hearts of every Origin King realm master like a sledgehammer, causing them to show looks of dread. Kong, the embodiment fell to the ground. The mountain-like embodiment fell like a meteor, and the huge impact caused the entire Purple Star City to shake. Even the houses far away in the outer city had many cracks on them at this moment, not to mention the houses in the inner city. The ones close to the embodiment directly collapsed, and even those a little further away were on the verge of collapse. Yang Kai stood mid-air with a leisurely look on his face as he whistled frivolously. With an unbridled smile on his face, Yang Kai stared at the pale-faced Kuang Shizong. The embodiment slowly lifted one of its big feet and took a step forward. The embodiment's movements were extremely slow, as if someone had placed some kind of seal on it. It looked very difficult, but when its foot stepped down, a huge footprint appeared somewhere in Purple Star City. Everything under this footprint disappeared, leaving behind only a deep crater. The embodiment did not make any other offensive moves and simply walked forward step by step. However, the destructive power it brought was unimaginable. What the hell is this thing? Quick! Attack it! If we don't stop it now, all of Purple Star City will be finished. Many masters shouted, and without waiting for Kuang Shizong's order, they attacked the embodiment one after another. A total of 10 Origin Kings, 2 of which were second-order Origin Kings. None of them were stingy with their secret techniques. He revealed his secret treasure. They gathered into a powerful attack and attacked the magical clone in an attempt to stop it. A series of explosions rang out. Dirt and rocks flew everywhere, and a bright light bloomed, causing people to involuntarily squint their eyes. When the light dissipated, everyone focused their eyes, and their hearts turned cold. Even with 10 Origin Kings joining forces, they were unable to destroy this behemoth. Although it seemed to have lost a lot of stones and its surface was filled with holes, these losses did not affect the actions of the embodiment at all. Instead, they only served to stimulate its ferocity. The one who controlled the Dharmakaya was a split spirit of Yang Kai, who had inherited Yang Kai's character, way of thinking, and even the way of doing things. How could he tolerate such an attack and not fight back? A ferocious glint flashed in the embodiment's eyes, and its huge body sank slightly. Then, it lifted its foot and stomped. Kacha, huge gullies appeared on the ground, crisscrossing each other and spreading in all directions at an extremely fast speed. However, Yang Kai saying so made him very happy, knowing that Yang Kai did not look down on him just because his strength had improved. Ten such shots were enough to destroy a cultivation star. The white beam of light gushed out and directly penetrated Hang Luo Chamber of Commerce's Origin Grade high-rank starship. Like snowflakes under a scorching sun, the Origin Grade high-rank starship didn't even last a breath of time before it distorted and disappeared. It was as if it had melted away just like the surrounding gravel. Kuang Shizong was startled, not having expected to succeed so easily. But in the next moment, he realized that something was wrong and quickly turned his head to the other side. In the star field, Purple Star's starship was safe and sound as it continued to flee forward. Yang Kai, who was standing atop the starship, was also unscathed, a leisurely look upon his face. Kuang Shizong could even see the sarcasm on his face. He was able to teleport an entire starship away. Kuang Shizong quickly understood what had happened, and as if he had been struck by lightning, he stood dumbfounded in place, his face filled with shock. Chapter 1880. Kuang Shizong had seen Yang Kai's use of Space Force before and knew what he was capable of, but he never expected that Yang Kai's Space Force would not only allow him to come and go without a trace, but also allow him to teleport an Origin-grade high-rank starship. This was no longer something that could be done by human strength, it was simply a divine miracle. It was for this reason that the destructive crystal cannons had failed to play any role. Just as Kuang Shizong was in a daze, Yang Kai's low voice came from the other side, "Since Senior is so stubborn, please pay the price." "Not good." Kuang Shizong shouted in alarm. Although he did not know what kind of method Yang Kai was going to use, he subconsciously felt that something was wrong. It seemed that what Yang Kai was about to show was not something he could resist. "Quick, activate the defenses to the maximum," Kuang Shizong roared. The cultivator in charge of the Origin King-grade starship did not dare to neglect and immediately sent a series of seals into the spirit array. In the next moment, a thick energy barrier suddenly appeared around the Origin King-grade starship. This barrier seemed to be impregnable, and even a third-order Origin King would not be able to break through it. But even so, Kuang Shizong still felt uneasy in his heart, his pores tightening as a feeling of dread lingered in his heart. A purple light suddenly flashed in front of him. This purple light was not dazzling, and compared to the scene of hundreds of crystal cannons firing just now, it was like a firefly competing with the bright moon, not even worth mentioning. However, the moment this purple light lit up, Kuang Shizong suddenly stopped breathing and stared at it with wide eyes, his whole body shivering as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. From the source of the purple light, he actually felt a majesty that made him submit, that made him unable to even think of resisting. Emperor pressure. Kuang Shizong was a third-order Origin King after all. In an instant, he understood what kind of existence this majestic force was. From the source of this purple light, it was actually filled with Emperor pressure. Didn't that mean the other party had an Emperor artifact? An Emperor artifact was something that only existed in legends, an existence that was as elusive as the starry sky Great Emperor. It was a treasure far beyond Origin King grade. If this was really an Emperor artifact, the Origin King grade starship might not be able to block it. Thinking so, Kuang Shizong immediately roared, "If you don't want to die, run." Saying so, he rushed directly towards the cabin door. Not waiting for this cultivator to open it, Kuang Shizong threw a punch and punched a big hole in the sturdy door. Then he flew into the star field. Kuang Shizong was the supreme existence of the entire purple star, but seeing him in such a state made everyone tremble in fear. How could the other martial artists dare to stay? They all followed Kuang Shizong and escaped through the hole in the cabin door. In the distance, Yang Kai held the Annihilation Thunder bead in his hand as he stared at the pursuing Origin King-grade starship with a solemn expression, pouring his Saint Chi into it like a flood. Zong Zong of. Inside the Zong of Zong bead was a thin arc of lightning. As Yang Kai poured his Saint Chi into it, it began to pulse. Asterisk Chi, asterisk at a certain moment, when Yang Kai's Saint Chi reached a certain level. The pulsing arc of lightning suddenly burst out from the Zong of Zong and, under the control of Yang Kai's divine sense, shot out like a comet through the star field, like a long purple arrow, straight towards Purple Star's Origin King-grade starship. However, all of these crystal cannons hit empty space and flew towards the distant star field. Heng Luo Chamber of Commerce's starship and Yang Kai's starship had long disappeared. Kuang Shizong stood in place in a daze, as if he had suddenly aged several hundred years. The remaining 8 starships also stopped, not knowing what to do. After a long time, many masters flew out of the starships and gathered in front of Kuang Shizong, all of them staring at him nervously. Ha! Kuang Shizong sighed deeply and laughed self-deprecatingly. Sure enough, there are always new talents in every generation. It seems I have no choice but to accept my old age. Martial ancestor. Everyone was shocked, knowing that Kuang Shizong had been completely defeated by Yang Kai this time and wanted to comfort him, but did not know what to say. The earth vein crystal really lived up to its reputation. A small piece of earth vein crystal could actually nurture such a huge amount of energy, which was simply shocking. Yang Kai observed for a while and found that the place where the change occurred was only 1,000 feet in radius. Within this 1,000 feet, it had become a cultivator's paradise. No other spiritual land could compare with it. In other words, Yang Kai now had 3 true dragon artifacts in his hands, a dragon scale, a piece of dragon bone, and a dragon bead. If he could fully integrate these 3 true dragon artifacts into his body with his monster transformation secret art, his strength would greatly increase. It was impossible for others to accomplish this, only Yang Kai, who possessed the golden divine dragon source, could. Yang Kai was not in a hurry though, and instead turned to the last artifact. This was a hexagonal crystal that looked somewhat similar to an earth vein crystal, but was completely different. An earth vein crystal's energy was restrained and could not be seen from the outside. Only by probing it with one's divine sense would one be able to sense the huge amount of energy it contained. However, this hexagonal crystal radiated energy, and even someone as strong as Yang Kai felt a slight pressure from it. This crystal was none other than the origin essence crystal extracted from the mysterious auction. Only a third-order origin king master could form such an essence in their body, and it contained their lifetime comprehension of the martial Tao. An origin essence crystal was a fatal temptation to any origin king realm cultivator, one that was even stronger than a territory stone. A territory stone could only allow an origin king realm master to comprehend the power of their territory and better temper it into their own territory, but an origin essence crystal could allow an origin king realm master to take a step further. This was what Yang Kai needed the most. The phoenix star silver wrapped around the origin essence crystal had already been divided up by Xiao Xiao and Firebird. As long as he could absorb the energy in this origin essence crystal, Yang Kai believed that even if he could not immediately break through to the third-order origin king realm and reach the peak of stars territory, his martial Tao path would become much smoother. After looking back and forth between the origin essence crystal and the dragon scale for a long time, Yang Kai made a decision and put away the origin essence crystal. He decided to refine the dragon scale first. Absorbing an origin essence crystal was extremely time-consuming and could not be completed in a short time. Yang Kai still had many things to do next, so it was not suitable for him to speculate about the mysteries of the third-order origin king realm. As for the 3 true dragon artifacts, the dragon bone sword itself contained the dragon spine and dragon bead, so it could still play a role in Yang Kai's hands, so naturally, only the dragon scale was left to refine. Considering all this, Yang Kai no longer hesitated and held the dragon scale in his palm, closed his eyes, and immersed himself in it with his divine sense, beginning to study the second half of the monster transformation secret art. The stone mongoose stood at Yang Kai's feet, patted Yang Kai's calf, then patted its own chest, trying to straighten its hunched back, as if telling Yang Kai not to worry the next time he encountered danger. It was here. It had an extremely reliable appearance. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and patted its head with a happy look on his face. At that moment, Yang Kai suddenly frowned and released his divine sense, his expression becoming strange as he turned to Xiao Xiao and said, "You also go cultivate, something happened outside. I'll go take a look." Xiao Xiao seemed to understand, but Yang Kai had already disappeared. Inside the star field, the starship that was supposed to be sailing towards Water Moon Star had stopped at some point, and a battle was raging outside. The overall level of the cultivator on this Hangluo Chamber of Commerce starship was not low. In addition to Yang Kai, there was another Origin King, Aunt Chun of Clear Sky Auction House, but she was only a first-order Origin King. Below her, whether it was Li Nua, Hua Yumeng, or the other cultivator on Hangluo Chamber of Commerce's side, all of them were Origin Returning Realm Masters, many of whom were third-order Origin Returning Realm Masters. Such a force was not weak at all. But even so, Hangluo Chamber of Commerce's side was being suppressed. Aunt Chun was being entangled by a first-order Origin King and was unable to divert her attention. Li Nua, Hua Yumeng, and the other third-order Origin Returning Realm Masters were also being disrupted by their respective opponents, so they could only split up and fight their own battles. Originally, Xia Jingwu, Hai Tang, Yao Qing, and the others from Five Paths Chamber of Commerce were all pale, obviously unable to fight. On the other hand, there were many enemies scattered around, but none of them were in a hurry to take action and were instead calmly observing the situation, seemingly looking for a suitable opportunity to strike. It was obvious that this battle had not just begun and had instead been going on for a long time. Even Aunt Chun and the other Origin King seemed to be running out of St. Chi. It was also because both sides had Origin Kings that no one dared to kill. Otherwise, once an Origin King was angered, neither side would have a good ending. Why hasn't Brother Yang come out yet? Shen Tu forced back an enemy while asking Yao Qing, who was panting beside him. Yao Qing said with a depressed look, "How should I know? I went to Master's door to call him before, but Master never responded. I don't know what Master is doing. Perhaps he's in retreat, otherwise, he would never ignore us," Shen Tu said worriedly. Shen Tu's face was filled with worry. With Aunt Chun here, although he didn't need to worry too much, if something unexpected happened, he was afraid that they would all become prisoners. Shen Tu felt that this trip had been extremely unlucky. Normally, when piloting Hangluo Chamber of Commerce's starship, he could roam the star territory unhindered, and any cultivator who recognized the Chamber of Commerce's logo would avoid him. This time, however, he had been involved in the power struggle of Purple Star and had been detained. Yu Xiong shouted, "We are not star pirates, it was you humans who broke into my monster star's territory, that's why we took action to punish you. Monster Star is nearby?" Yang Kai was shocked as he looked around and found that in a very distant location, there was a familiar-looking star that stood across the star field like a giant monster exuding a strong demonic chi, 5 million kilometers away. Yu Xiong replied confidently. "So you know it's 5 million kilometers away? Aren't you monster race overstepping your boundaries?" Shen Tu said with a disgruntled expression. "Father doesn't care. Father says this is Monster Star's territory, so it is Monster Star's territory. It was you humans who trespassed, so naturally you need to be taught a lesson, Yu Xiong said with an unreasonable expression. A monster king who ruled over the monster race, so when the time came, Monster Star would inevitably be under her control. Then I must congratulate Senior Chi Yu. Yang Kai's expression changed as he said, if it is convenient, I would like to go to Chi Yu territory to see Senior Chi Yu. I wonder if brother you can lead the way? Call me brother-in-law and I'll take you there. Brother Yu chuckled. Yang Kai ignored him and turned his eyes to Ba He. Ba He showed an awkward look and said slowly, Yang Kai, you are not an outsider, so we naturally welcome you to visit Monster Star's Red Moon territory, but if you want to see Tribal Master, I'm afraid now is not a good time. As I said just now, Tribal Master is in retreat and cannot be disturbed. I naturally understand this, but Senior Chi Yu is not in retreat, so I only need to say a few words to her, it won't take up too much of her time. Ba He frowned while Yu Xiong no longer interjected, knowing that this matter was not something he could casually decide. Rest assured, if Senior Chi Yu blames us, I will bear the consequences for you, and I believe Senior Chi Yu will be very happy with the news I bring her and will not blame you. Ha! Ba He sighed, since you've said so much, what else can I say? Many thanks, Senior Ba He, Yang Kai smiled lightly. Brother Yang, are you going to Monster Star? To the side, Shen Tu's expression changed slightly as he asked in a low voice. I need to see Senior Chi Yu. Yang Kai nodded slightly, what about you? Will you wait for me here, or will you come with me to Monster Star? Shen Tu's expression became awkward and after a long time said, the monster race is cruel, so I'll go with you. Also, I want to see what Monster Star is like. Then let's go together. Yang Kai smiled lightly, not taking this matter seriously. Shen Tu passed down his words and the others followed his arrangements. Soon, another starship emerged from the asteroid sea, one owned by the monster race. The monster race was not good at alchemy or artifact refining, but Monster Star was not entirely composed of monster race cultivators. There were also human race cultivators, but their status was not high. Monster Star's 10 territories and 10 tribal lords had very different attitudes towards the human race. Some would let them go, some would exterminate them, and some would entrust them with important tasks. In Red Moon territory, the human race was the most important, especially the alchemists and artifact refiners, whose status was higher than that of the average monster race cultivator. So Red Moon territory's development over the years had been much faster than that of the other tribal lords. There were also many talented human race cultivators who went to Red Moon territory to recommend themselves and work for Chi Yu. The starship that Ba He, Yu Xiong, and the other monster race cultivators were riding was refined by human race artifact refiners, and although it was only origin grade mid-rank, it was enough to support short to medium distance navigation. The two starships flew side by side towards Monster Star at an extremely fast speed. The 5 million kilometer distance was crossed in less than a day and night. Atop Half Moon Mountain was Red Moon Palace, Chi Yu's residence and the most important place in Red Moon territory. When the two starships broke through the clouds and arrived above Half Moon Mountain, they saw that the mountain range below was covered in a huge energy barrier that exuded a dazzling light. Outside this energy barrier, there seemed to be a large number of monster race masters gathered, the two leading them exuding an extremely vigorous aura. Rolling demonic chi radiated from their bodies, seemingly wanting to pierce the clouds. One of them had a head of wild hair and was even more burly than Yu Xiong. He wore a short robe that exposed his bare chest, giving him an extremely bold appearance. The other person was much more feminine. His appearance was not like the typical demon clan's rough and unruly appearance. Instead, he had the refined aura of a human. This person's eyes were pale silver, and when his eyes moved, there was a faint silver light. It seemed to contain some mysterious power. At this moment, many monster race cultivators were attacking the light barrier, and the rough-looking monster race cultivator roared, "Chiyu, we have come from afar, yet you have closed off Half Moon Mountain. Is this how you treat your guests? Are you looking down on this blood flood dragon?" As soon as these words came out, the identity of this man was instantly clear. He was one of the 10 tribal lords, Blood Flood Dragon Tribal Lord, and one of the tribal lords on Monster Star who hated the human race the most. It was said that in his territory, there was not a single human race cultivator, unless they were slaves or servants. However, there was no response from Half Moon Mountain. The feminine monster race cultivator standing next to Blood Flood Dragon quickly said, "Blood Flood Dragon, why ask when you already know the answer? Chiyu is clearly not giving us any face. You and I are both tribal lord level existences, but now that we have come to visit her, she has closed the door and refused to see us. This is truly outrageous. If you don't give this Blood Flood Dragon face, then I won't give you any face either." Blood Flood Dragon was already grumpy, so when he heard this, he became even angrier and shouted, "Chiyu, my son Shuel Yen set out from here to enter the blood prison trial a few years ago and eventually died there. I haven't settled this matter with you yet, but today you dare to humiliate me like this? Good, 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 if worst comes to worst, we'll just break up and fight using the name of Tribal Lord. Do you have the courage?" There was still no response from Half Moon Mountain. Blood Flood Dragon's eyes went bloodshot as he roared in a low voice, turning his head to the feminine monster race cultivator beside him and whispering, "Brother Qian Yen, this woman doesn't want to fight, what should we do?" Qian Yen narrowed his eyes and said, "We've already spent a lot of time here. Since she doesn't want to fight, then we'll just have to attack. In any case, we can't let her refine the origin essence crystal of Mad Crocodile Monster King. If she succeeds in becoming a Monster King, there will be no place for you or me on Monster Star." Hearing this, a trace of fear flashed across Blood Flood Dragon's eyes as he grit his teeth and said, "Good, since that's the case, I ask Brother Qian Yen to join forces with me to break this Half Moon Mountain barrier. Brother Blood Flood Dragon, be careful." Chapter 1885. The 2 lords of the demon clans attacked without hesitation. The Gorfiend dragon roared in a low voice, and his already burly body suddenly swelled up. The power of chi and blood that was visible to the naked eye spread around his body like a red mist, rolling like a tide. His figure flickered as he shot out like a cannonball towards Half Moon Mountain's barrier. The monster race was known for their physical strength, and the Blood Flood Dragon Tribal Lord was innately gifted, so this simple collision contained unimaginable destructive power. Wherever he passed, he left a trail of light behind him, igniting even the air around him. Hong, when Xue Jiao's body slammed into Half Moon Mountain's barrier, the entire mountain seemed to shake and the outer layer of the barrier flashed wildly, seemingly on the verge of collapse. Xue Jiao's face filled with joy as he thought to himself that Half Moon Mountain's barrier was only a so-so. But just as he was about to increase his strength to completely break the barrier, an extremely violent rebound force erupted from the opposite side, one that was even more violent than his previous collision. Xue Jiao was caught off guard for a moment, and by the time he reacted, it was already too late. With a muffled groan, his burly body was sent flying. All the monster race masters looked at each other in shock. Fortunately, Xue Jiao's skin was thick, so although the rebound force was powerful, it did not hurt him at all, only leaving him covered in dust. To the side, Qian Yen said with a dignified expression, "It is said that Half Moon Mountain was formed from half of the body of an ancient monster king, so it is naturally extraordinary." Xue Jiao glanced at him with dissatisfaction. "Don't make such sarcastic remarks, just attack." Qian Yen nodded and no longer spoke, his two silver eyes suddenly bursting with dazzling silver light. This silver light condensed into two sharp swords and shook slightly. Like an arrow from a bow, the two swords shot towards the barrier as fast as lightning. Seeing this, Shuejiao did not remain idle and cooperated with Qianyan's secret technique to rush forward again, swinging his huge fists towards Half Moon Mountain's barrier. The joint attack of the two monster race tribal lords was enough to destroy the world. When the attack arrived, Half Moon Mountain's barrier flashed even faster, but this time, Shuejiao was prepared and naturally could not be sent flying by the rebound force. After this attack, the light of Half Moon Mountain's barrier seemed to dim a little. Seeing this situation, Qianyan and Shuejiao's eyes suddenly lit up. The two great commanders naturally saw some clues and knew that as long as they joined forces a few more times, the barrier would break and they would be able to enter. After breaking into Qiyu Palace, Yang Kai could not allow Qiyu to peacefully absorb the power in Mad Crocodile Monster King's Origin Essence Crystal. Many of the monster race cultivators who were fiercely attacking Half Moon Mountain's barrier stopped what they were doing, their faces filled with fear. Even Shuejiao and Qianyan wore dignified expressions as they tried to dispel the discomfort in their hearts. Shuejiao. Qianyan, this queen is a cornerstone of the monster race just like you and does not want to make things too tense. If you leave now, this queen can pretend that nothing happened, otherwise, you will have to pay the price. Qiyu. Shuejiao and Qianyan called out in unison. They were all demonic overlords and had interacted many times before. Naturally, they could recognize Qiyu's voice. But this time, Qiyu gave them a very different feeling. Her words were not fierce and could even be considered calm. However, they gave off a feeling of dread, as if this continued, they would really have to pay an unimaginable price. The two monster race overlords' hearts clenched as they glanced at each other. Qianyan grit his teeth and shouted, acting all mysterious. If you have the ability, remove the barrier and let this queen in to talk with you. That's right. Shuejiao echoed from the side, Qiyu, you also know that we are all cornerstones of the monster race, but I, Shuejiao, have come here today with brother Qianyan, yet you refuse to see us. What kind of reasoning is this? If you know what's good for you, quickly open the barrier and let us in. It's useless to say more. Whether you live or die, it's up to you. This queen has done her part. Qiyu's voice came from inside Half Moon Mountain before falling silent. Shuejiao and Qianyan both had cold sweat dripping down their foreheads as they faintly realized something. After a long time, Qianyan turned to look at Shuejiao and asked, Brother Shuejiao, are you afraid? Father has never been afraid of anyone, Shuejiao coldly snorted. That would be for the best. Qianyan nodded lightly before grinning, since that's the case, let's go all out. Shuejiao frowned, seemingly hesitating for a moment, but eventually gritted his teeth and nodded, fine. As soon as his voice fell, the two monster race overlords released their monster chi again as they each displayed their shocking strength and bombarded Half Moon Mountain's barrier. Stubborn fools. Qiyu's angry voice rang out as the world energy around her suddenly fluctuated. Immediately, a huge palm print appeared high up in the sky. This palm print seemed to fall from the sky as it pressed down towards Shuejiao and Qianyan. The two monster race overlords both lowered their heads as they looked up in horror. Shuejiao even exclaimed, Heaven and Earth, a third-order origin king? Qianyan was also taken aback. The reason they dared to act presumptuously here was because they had the advantage in numbers. Both of them were second-order origin kings, so naturally, they had the advantage in numbers. However, if Qiyu had really become a monster king, a third-order origin king, then numbers were useless. At this moment, Qianyan involuntarily wanted to retreat, only wanting to escape from Half Moon Mountain as quickly as possible. But soon, Qianyan's silver eyes flashed and he shouted, No, this is just a secret technique, Shuejiao, quickly attack. While urging Shuejiao, Qian Yen opened his mouth and roared, sending out a sound wave visible to the naked eye towards the giant palm print. Shuejiao had already lost all fighting spirit and his face was ashen, but after being reminded by Qian Yen, his survival instincts erupted and his strength suddenly surged as he punched out, sending out one giant fist after another. Hong Hong Hong, fist shadows, sound waves, and palm prints collided with each other, and outside Half Moon Mountain, the world seemed to be in chaos as even the omnipresent light seemed to be swallowed up. After a long time, the dust settled.